promised, even if the devil was correct about the promise not being binding. Slowly, I took the amber box from my chest and held it out to her. With a shy smile, she reached out for it. "Master Tertius, no!" shouted Ampy, appearing suddenly at the hole in the wall. Despite myself, I jerked the box back away from Drusilla's fingertips. The sound of Ampy's voice was ingrained in my bones, and a sharp command was enough to change my mind. Drusilla spun on her heels toward the genie, and the snarl returned to her face. "What do you want, servant of the ring?" "I want a resolution," said Ampy calmly, and produced a small scroll. "A just resolution. Do you know what this is, Drusilla Vermeer?" Drusilla's face turned ash-white. It seemed to me to be the natural color for her. Her hair, once golden, was bleached out as well, the ringlets looking like smoke instead. "No," she said simply. "No." "May I?" said the collector, and Ampy turned the scroll over to the devil. The infernal creature scanned the scroll quickly. "Yes, it is what I thought it was. The original agreement between you, Drusilla Vermeer, and the infernal court. Power in exchange for your immortal soul. Power enough to destroy the rest of your family, if I remember right. And you've almost gotten your soul back. Not bad work for a ghost." A ghost, I thought. Yes, that was what Drusilla was looking like at the moment. She had turned almost immaterial, fading almost entirely from view as the devil spoke. Her face had become bone-white and skeletal. With one last cry, she launched herself against the devil and genie. The pair ducked, but they were not the targets of her attack. She floated over the top of both and out into the town, bellowing like a banshee as she fled into the night. Said the collector. "I believe that takes care of that. Now for the last matter. The box, if you please." I looked at the box, then at Ampy. "It is his legally," said the genie with a resigned tone. "The right thing is to return him his property." "There is another way, of course," said the devil. "I could see fit to let Drusilla's soul go if one was able to find a replacement." The devil took a step forward, continuing. "Another soul, noble and innocent this time, in return for hers. Perhaps if you would care to offer your own immortal spirit." The devil reached out to me, and Ampy's hand closed tightly on the devil's arm. "You have your deal," said the genie sharply. "Ask for no more, or you will have to deal with me." The devil hesitated for a moment, and I saw a feral gleam in its bespectacled eyes. Then it retreated, and Ampy let go of its arm. The devil rubbed the arm and said, "Well put, and no need to get greedy here." I looked at the box, then at the collector, then I held the box out. "Take it then," I told the devil, "but know that this truly sticks in my craw. I don't like dealing with devils, even if they are in the right." The devil smiled and took the amber box. "I know," he said. "That's what makes it so wonderful doing business with you." And with that, the infernal creature laughed and disappeared in a puff of pungent smoke. In the distance there were the signs that our battle had roused the city, and there was already in the distance a hue and cry of the town guard. I looked around. We were the only ones left in the burrows, and it seemed like a bad idea to be present when the guards finally arrived. "I think it's time to leave," I noted. "Agreed, sir," replied Ampy. "I took the liberty to have a horse stalked and provisioned at a stables not more than 2 blocks from here." "Always thinking, aren't you?" said I. "Well, one thing you should not pack is those dratted historicals. Completely unrealistic, as it turns out, and a danger as well to follow them. We'll toss them down the first well we reach." "Already taken care of," said the genie with a straight face. I looked at Ampertines with an amazed look. "I told you Prespos charged dear for his aid," said the genie. "It turns out he is a fan of those historicals as well, and was extremely interested in finding out who put the galoshes in Madame Milani's stew. He is now the proud owner of your entire collection. H. by Richard Lee Byers. The stars shone brightly through the thin, cold mountain air. Basking in their beauty, lulled by the crackling of the campfire and the drone of his comrades' snoring, Halidon Moonglade reflected that this adventuring life was passing tolerable, even when a fellow pulled watch duty in the middle of the night. Behind him, something thumped and rustled. Halidon turned. Osher of Torm, the company's priest, lay feebly flailing and writhing, while all around him the other 5 members of the band slumbered on, oblivious. It looked as if Osher was having a nightmare. Rising nimbly, Halidon moved to wake him. After 2 paces, the young, slender, platinum-haired half-elf saw the wetness darkly gleaming on the cleric's chest and caught the coppery smell of it. He flung himself down at Osher's side. Even as Halidon applied pressure to his friend's wounds, he was horribly certain that the effort was in vain. Something had torn Osher's throat to shreds. Only the bald, beak-nosed priest's own healing magic might have served to preserve his life, and his injuries manifestly rendered him incapable of reciting a spell. Osher fumbled at Halidon's wrists. "Don't," said the half-elf. "I'm trying to help you." But the cleric wouldn't relent. Somehow, finding a strength that should have been beyond the capacity of any man so gravely wounded, he caught hold of Halidon's forearms and forced his hands away. Halidon would have continued striving to minister to him, but Osher gave him an imploring stare, a look full of desperation, yet entirely lucid. Overawed by the maimed man's resolution, the half-elf hovered helplessly beside him and allowed him to do as he would. Osher dabbed his fingertip in the terrible inkwell of his own blood, and, his hand shaking violently, began to write on the ground. He managed only an H before his eyes rolled up in his head, and he gave a long, mournful sigh and was still. "What's wrong?" rumbled Kovost of Mithril Hall. Halidon looked around. Bushy black beard, upturned mustache, and eyebrows bristling, the dwarf stood with his battle-axe clasped in his calloused hands. Stray tufts of hair protruded from beneath his hastily donned steel and leather helmet, like the petals of a withered flower. Behind him, the other members of the company were hastily but belatedly stirring themselves. "Something killed Osher," Halidon said. He strode back to the place where he'd been sitting, picked up his longbow, nocked an arrow, and peered about. "Make more light," said Paris, a lanky, soft-spoken ranger and former scout for the elders of Everlund, taking up his broadsword and shield. Halidon opened his small pouch of spell components, fingered a wisp of phosphorescent moss, and murmured an incantation. A silvery glow flowered from the top of his bow. Everyone gazed tensely into the darkness, weapons at the ready. "I think it's gone," the half-elf said at last. "What was it?" demanded Moanda the Spike, a javelin in one hand and a buckler with a wickedly pointed boss, the source of her epithet, in the other. "I don't know," Halidon said, feeling, whether it was warranted or not, a pang of shame. The pale-eyed barbarian who'd grown to womanhood in the trackless reaches of the frozen north glared at him. "You were on watch. How could something sneak into camp, kill someone, and slip away without you ever seeing it?" "Unless you fell asleep," said Sylbastis, a stocky, tattooed former sailor from the Sword Coast. His cutlass and golden hoop earring glimmered in the magical glow. Halidon bit back an angry retort, knowing that, in their place, he might well have suspected the same. "I swear I didn't. I just didn't see it." Stooping, studying the ground, Paris walked slowly back to Osher's body. "Whatever it was, it didn't leave any sign, which is curious. The soil isn't that hard." "Osher tried to tell us what it was," Halidon said. Since he couldn't speak, he was going to write it. But he only managed the first rune, H, before his heart stopped. "Hobgoblin!" cried Gibbik, the company's thief, an apple-cheeked, snub-nosed little man who, though middle-aged, looked as if he were still a stripling. He possessed a positive genius for picking locks and finding hidden booty, which was offset by a certain obtuseness in other matters. Kovost rolled his eyes. "A hobgoblin couldn't slip in and out of camp without being seen, Lightfingers. It likely couldn't avoid leaving tracks, either." "My Leaky only knows what Osher meant to write," Paris said, returning his sword to its scabbard. The blade went in with a soft metallic hiss. "I'm afraid there are simply too many possibilities for us to puzzle it out. What we can do is set double watches for the remainder of the night." Moanda nodded grimly, a motion which set her grizzled braids bobbing on her breast. "Wise idea. Somebody help me carry Osher to the edge of camp." "I will," Halidon said. "But first, everyone—" His comrades gazed at him. "If this is my fault, if I wasn't vigilant enough, I'm sorry." For a moment, no one replied, and he wondered if henceforth they all were going to despise him. Then Kovost said, "Don't blame yourself, lad. We're deep in the Nether Mountains. Things happen here. Shift the body, then try to get some sleep." Dawn revealed the wilderness in all its splendor. Mountains rose in every direction as far as the eye could see. Their pristine caps of perpetual snow reflected the ruddy sunlight, while gloom still veiled the gorges and valleys below. Nowhere could one discern so much as a hut, a road, a thread of smoke rising against the vast blue sky, or any other hint of civilization. On many a morning the desolate beauty of such vistas had lifted Halidon's heart. But not today. Not when he and his fellow adventurers faced the melancholy task of sorting through the belongings of a dead friend. They kept the valuable items, the rubies, fire opals, and sapphires that had been Osher's share of the treasure, and those that were personal, like the leather headband his sister had braided for him, the slide whistle he'd played at idle moments, and the steel amulet cast in the form of a gauntlet which was the emblem of his faith. These they would deliver to his temple. The rest, including his heavy steel breastplate emblazoned with the gauntlet of Torm, they buried with him. After a cheerless breakfast, they set out on their way, trekking westward. Perhaps in tribute to Osher's memory, Halidon found himself recalling all that had happened since the company formed. They'd met by chance, in a dilapidated fieldstone inn in Jalanthar. At the end of a night of carousing, Kovost had grandly proposed that they all go treasure hunting in the craggy wasteland to the east. Everyone knew the ancient wizards of Netheril had left sacks of gold and diamonds stashed in every cave and hollow tree, and they were just the clever fellows to retrieve them. Less drunk than most of his companions, Halidon had accepted the proposition with equal enthusiasm. Why else had he roused his moon elf father's ire and his human mother's worry by refusing to live the safe, sensible life of a woodcarver, like everyone else in the family? Or trained with his master of arms and, a shade less diligently, with his magic teacher, until crotchety old Hlint had declared him a crude, bumptious warrior at heart and terminated his lessons? Why else but to join a fellowship of adventurers and sally forth on bold expeditions like this? Although, had he known what lay in store, he might have thought twice, for it soon became apparent just what an ill-matched and contentious lot they actually were. Sober, Kovost remembered the usual dwarf prejudice against elf and half-elf alike. Moanda, like any right-thinking barbarian, distrusted mages, and was inclined to scorn all her companions as prime exemplars of everything that ailed effete, decadent civilization. Silbastis vexed the others by shirking his share of the chores, Gibbik by pilfering, and Paris by his phlegmatic imperturbability. The way they bickered, it was a marvel they lasted a week in the Nethers, and, in fact, one of them didn't. While they were still in the foothills, an ogre had slain Bax, the company's only genuine wizard, with a well-thrown rock. But the rest survived by learning to work together, and eventually they even started to like one another. Prejudices faded, or at least ceased to apply to the fellow tramping along at one's side, while reprehensible character flaws and odious personal habits softened into endearing foibles. Finally, weeks after the chilly autumn winds began to whine out of the north, the company found a ruined keep and the crypts beneath. Much to their frustration, they'd nearly run out of time to explore the place. They had to set out for Sundabar before the first blizzard sealed the passes. But on the last afternoon before the morning on which they'd agreed to depart, Gibbik discovered a fortune in gems concealed behind a stag-headed bas-relief of some long-forgotten beast. The adventurers could have lived comfortably on such a prize for the rest of their lives, but as they swaggered, jesting and crowing along the ridges and through the vales, not a one of them had any patience for a tame, timid notion like that. They'd spend the winter roistering like lords, then return for more treasure in the spring. Nobody doubted it was there for the taking, just as no one felt daunted by the prospect of a second expedition. In the wake of Osher's death, their cockiness had flown. They trudged along silently, dull-eyed or peering nervously into the pines clinging to the steep rocky slope above the trail. Around mid-morning, when the sun finally rose above the lofty peaks at their backs, Paris pushed back his green woolen hood to uncover his tousled chestnut curls and turned to regard his comrades. "Enough of this moping," he said. "We'll miss Osher, but he served Torm well. The god has surely given him a high place at his table. We should be happy for him." Striving to cast off their melancholy, the others nodded, smiled wanly, or murmured their agreement. "And whatever killed him," Kovost said, "it's far behind us now, and won't trouble us again." Halidon woke to a hard nudging in his ribs. From prior experience, he knew it was the steel toe of Kovost's boot. "Get up, sluggard," boomed the dwarf. "It's good that a season of living rough hasn't spoiled those exquisite manners of yours," Halidon replied. When he pushed his covers aside, the cold pierced him like a blade. He hastily clambered to his feet and wrapped himself in his bearskin mantle, which he'd been employing as an extra blanket. "Evidently we came through the night all right." "Of course," Kovost said. "Didn't I tell you?" Someone gasped. The half-elf turned. His face ashen, Gibbik was squatting beside Silbastus. Gibbik had no doubt attempted to rouse him, but Silbastus wasn't moving. The other adventurers hurriedly gathered around the corpse. This time the throat wasn't shredded. There was only a single, neat, round puncture. "Whatever killed Osher?" Gibbik said shakily. "It followed us." "And this time it apparently slew its victim in his sleep," said Halidon, queasy with grief and dismay. "Stealthy as it is, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it usually kills. It was likely only a fluke that Osher awoke." "Poor man," said Moanda, gazing down at the body. "I enjoyed his tales of the sea, even if I was sure he lied with every other word." "Poor him and poor us," said Gibbik. "If the killer came twice, it'll come again." "I'm afraid you may well be correct," Paris said, crouching. Once again, the creature didn't leave any tracks." "There isn't much blood on the ground, either," Halidon said. "That's odd, too, don't you think?" "Everything about this is odd," Gibbik snapped. "Blessed Timora, what terrible thing is stalking us?" "Perhaps we roused something in the catacombs," Paris said somberly. "Some sort of guardian the mages of Netheril left behind to ward their treasure." Halidon shrugged. "We didn't notice any signs of such a thing while we were there, but you could be right." "Whatever it is," Paris mused, "how can it come, kill, and depart at will, unseen, without leaving a trace? In my experience, even invisible creatures generally give some sign of their presence. Why did it only slay one of us when others lay sleeping and thus at its mercy as well? And most importantly, how do we protect ourselves from such a thing?" "It attacks in the dark," Kovost said. "We could travel by night and sleep by day." The long-legged scout shook his head. "Not in this country. I understand that you and Halidon see better at night than we humans, but there's still an excellent chance we'd take the wrong path or blunder over the edge of a precipice. Now that we know the killer's tracking us, Moanda said, let's lie in wait for it. That's worth a try, Paris said. If it doesn't work, we'll simply have to try to shake the creature off our trail, set up camps that are more difficult to sneak into, and maintain the double watches with especial wariness. He looked at Halidon. Unless you can do something more with your sorcery. Feeling useless, the half-elf shook his head. As I've told you, I've only mastered a few spells, and I don't see how any of them could help. Moanda made a spitting sound. H, muttered Kovost, his brow furrowed. Damn it, what was Usher trying to tell us? I'm afraid that what Paris said still holds, Halidon said sympathetically. I don't see how you can possibly guess it. The Soul Forger smite you, snarled the dwarf. At least I'm trying to help. Shocked by his comrade's outburst, Halidon stepped backward. No, Kovost bellowed. After burying Sylbastus, the adventurers had marched about 2 leagues, then wasted precious hours lying in ambush for a foe that never came. Afterward, they pushed themselves hard to cover as much ground as possible, despite the weariness their pace engendered. Halidon had at first been too apprehensive to sleep well, but the next 2 nights had passed without incident, inspiring the brittle hope that the company had outdistanced its nemesis, and this evening exhaustion had finally dragged him down into a profound slumber. Still, when Kovost's shout jolted him awake, he comprehended instantly that someone else was dead. Groggily, he disentangled himself from his covers and stumbled over to where the dwarf and Moanda were standing. Gibbik joined them a moment later. The companions regarded the inert form at their feet. To all appearances, Paris, like Sylbastus, had perished without ever waking. Once again there was little blood on the ground. His boyish face contorted with anger, Gibbik rounded on Kovost and Moanda. What's the matter with you? You knew this fiend was skulking about. You were supposed to check on us. We did, Moanda said. Again and again. I don't know how it got to him without us spotting it. H, said Kovost, gazing at his feet. His fist clenched on the haft of his axe, as though he thought he could pound the solution into his skull. Shivering, wishing he'd had the presence of mind to pick up his mantle, Halidon crouched beside the body. As he'd expected, he didn't find any tracks. None of us will reach Sandabar, said Gibbik in a fey voice. We're all going to die in these awful mountains. Unless... He dashed to his pack, tore it open, scooped out a handful of gems, and brandished them at the knight. Take them back! We don't want them anymore! The darkness didn't answer. Be a man, said Moanda in disgust. H, roared Kovost suddenly, no longer perplexed, but inspired. H, by all the gods! Halidon felt a thrill of hope. Do you actually know what Osher meant? The dwarf gave him a savage grin. Oh, I believe so, elf get. I should have figured it out before, but I was overlooking the obvious. No one ever saw the killer sneaking into or out of camp, because he was here all the time, using magic to murder his comrades silently from a distance. He made sure to butcher Osher first, lest the priest divine the evil in his heart. Then did his level best to persuade the rest of us to ignore the clue our poor friend left us. H stands for Halidon. The half-elf gaped at him. That's insane. You've seen my magic, paltry thing that it is. You know I can't cast a spell that could kill someone without the sentries noticing. We've only seen what you've chosen to show us, Moanda said. Who knows what other filthy sorceries you command? Her broadsword, with its eagle head pommel, whispered out of its scabbard. But why would I kill Paris and the others? That's an easy one, Kovost said. You want all the gems for yourself. Behind him, Gibbik was approaching. He looked less angry, less certain of Halidon's guilt than the others, but he had his short sword in one hand and a throwing knife in the other. Loath as he would be to strike at his friends, their demeanor was so menacing that Halidon could only wish he'd buckled on his own sword. But like his bow, quiver, and pack, it still lay next to his cloak and blankets. All he had were the dirk and pouch which never left his belt. "You're wrong," he said. "Think about it. I reached Osher's body ahead of everyone else. Were I the killer, I would have wiped the H away." "Maybe you didn't notice it in time," Moanda said. "At any rate, we see the truth at last, and your serpent's tongue won't convince us otherwise. Take him!" She and Kovost surged at him, with Gibbik bringing up the rear. Scrambling backward, the half-elf rattled off a spell. A quartet of Halidons, identical to the original in every respect, flickered into existence around him. Wheeling, he broke for the trees, his illusory twins aping his motions as swiftly and precisely as reflections in a mirror. His comrades gave chase. Gibbik's knife whizzed through one of the phantasms, bursting it like a soap bubble. A slash of Moanda's sword dispersed a second illusion, and she snarled in frustration. Halidon plunged into the pines. Kovost's axe spun past him, and for an instant the half-elf grinned. The weapon wasn't balanced for throwing, and the short-legged dwarf wouldn't have hurled it if he hadn't fallen behind. Moanda and Gibbik began to collide with the branches and trip over the gnarled roots which Halidon, with his superior night vision, was avoiding. By the time the remaining illusions winked out of existence, he'd lost himself in the night. The wind howled, and snow flurried down from the sky, a rampart of towering storm clouds, like a second tier of mountains stacked atop the first, veiled the midday sun. As he trudged along shaking, hugging himself for warmth, Halidon strained to listen. He didn't think his erstwhile companions would attempt another ambush, but then he hadn't thought they'd mistake him for a murdering traitor, either, and in any case, it wouldn't do to catch up with them before dark. After his escape, he'd felt a bitter rage at the way his friends had turned on him, but the emotion hadn't lasted. He knew that Moanda, Kovost, and Gibbik hadn't wanted to believe him a murderer. With the company dying one by one, it was imperative that they figure out how it was happening, and the dwarf's accusation had had a superficial air of plausibility. It should have come as no surprise that Halidon had failed to persuade the others of his innocence, especially since he had no alternative explanation of his own to offer, just as it was only natural that they'd taken up arms against the supposed author of their misfortunes with such dispatch. He understood why they'd behaved as they had, and he forgave them. Which was just as well, because it was vital that he reunite himself with them. No doubt, with malice aforethought, they'd taken his gear with them when they moved on, and, inadequately clad and armed, bereft of his grimoire, rations, and water bottle, he had virtually no chance of making it out of the Nether Mountains. Even if properly equipped, he likely couldn't survive the trek alone. The rugged, predator-infused country was simply too dangerous. Obviously, he could only regain his comrades' trust by revealing the true killer, and it occurred to him that he might now be in a better position to do precisely that. The foe was adept at concealing itself from whatever guards the adventurers posted, but perhaps a hidden observer lurking just outside the camp, someone of whose presence it was unaware, would be able to spot it. It seemed a promising plan. To try it, all he had to do was make it through the day. His extremities grew numb, and his breath crackled in his nose. Occasionally, he trudged past a hollow in the ground or in the escarpment beside the trail. He'd feel sorely tempted to huddle there to escape the freezing wind, but he didn't dare let his friends get too far ahead. Instead, he imagined dancing hearth fires, steamy saunas, draughts of mulled red wine searing his throat and kindling a glow in his belly, and a feather bed heaped with eiderdowns with a warming pan tucked underneath. It didn't seem to help much. He promised himself that if by some miracle he survived this nightmare, he'd flee to sunny Chesenta where winter was a myth, and never wander north again. By mid-afternoon, the cold had reduced him to a miserable, shambling somnolence, his consciousness wavering in and out of focus. Once he roused to find himself plodding down the wrong side of the path, a mere inch from a prodigious drop. The danger jolted him back to full awareness, and that was when he heard the guttural, orcish voices whispering from somewhere back up the trail. Thank Corellon he had sharp ears, and that sound carried well in the mountains. It would be suicide to confront the creatures here, where there was no room to maneuver. Halidon ran, and though he tried to do so quietly, he heard the orcs immediately break into a run as well. They were hunting him. After a switchback turn, the way widened out into a promontory supporting a stand of stunted spruces. Panting, his heart pounding, Halidon hid behind one of the trees and prepared to cast one of the 2 spells left in his memory. 3 orcs trotted into view. They wore ragged garments crudely dyed with ugly clashing colors, muddy mauves, garish oranges, and mustard yellows. Deep cowls shadowed their swinish faces, protecting their bloodshot eyes against the hated daylight. Had the sun been shining, they likely wouldn't have ventured from their lair at all. Even from across the bluff, Halidon caught the sour stink of their blemished olive flesh. Grateful that he hadn't attracted the notice of a full-sized war party, he let them trot as close as he dared, then took hold of his piece of moss and whispered the incantation. On the far side of the orcs, white light flowered amid the branches of an evergreen. On a brighter day, they might not even have noticed, but on this gray, overcast afternoon, the shimmer caught their eyes. Exclaiming in surprise, they pivoted toward the glow. Halidon rattled off his final spell. 2 slivers of azure radiance streaked from his fingertips and buried themselves in the closest orc's back. The creature collapsed. Halidon sprang to his feet and charged. The remaining orcs began to blunder back around. The nearer one, a pot-bellied specimen with a necklace of mummified ears, caught sight of the half-elf rushing at it, and its piggy eyes widened. It tried to swing its spear point into line, but it was an instant too slow. Halidon thrust his dirk into the creature's chest. Knowing he had no chance of taking the last orc by surprise, the adventurer yanked his weapon free and whirled to face it. The creature, a hulking brute with delicately wrought bands of gold, perhaps plunder from some massacred caravan, gleaming on its corded simian arms, threw its spear. Halidon dodged it by a hair. The orc whipped out a scimitar and rushed him. The half-elf had to overcome the advantage of his foe's longer, heavier blade, and he knew he'd only get one chance to do it. He retreated several steps while the scimitar, whizzing through the air, missed him by inches. When he'd taken the measure of the orc's attacks, the creature favored a high, horizontal, potentially beheading cut. He faked another step backward, crouched suddenly below the arc of his adversary's stroke, and drove his dirk into its belly. With a grunt, the orc doubled over. Halidon stabbed it again, this time in the heart. The brute dropped. Halidon could scarcely believe he'd single-handedly bested all 3 of his attackers. Corellon grant that no other creature wanted to pick a fight. In any case, there was no time to stand and savor his victory, not when Moanda, Kovost, and Gibbik were getting farther away by the second. Halidon bent over the 3rd orc, then hesitated. In normal circumstances, he would have deemed it a shabby, churlish deed to rob the dead, but it would be even more dishonorable to allow himself to freeze to death when his friends needed his help to escape a killer. Hoping it wasn't verminous, he appropriated the orc's malodorous but warm-looking fleece-lined leather cloak, and then the creature's curved, brass-hilted scimitar. Shivering, envying his friends their little fire, Halidon surveyed the camp from behind a granite boulder. Gibbik and Moanda lay shrouded in their blankets, with only Kovost, who'd wrapped himself in Halidon's bearskin mantle, standing guard. Perhaps the adventurers believed that now that they'd chased their companion away, they were no longer in any extraordinary danger. Or perhaps they'd decided that with only 3 of them remaining, double watches simply weren't feasible anymore. The sun had set several hours ago, and by now Halidon had begun to suspect that the killer intended to stay away tonight. The half-elf's stomach was already hollow and achy with hunger, and he wondered grimly how he'd feel after another day without food. Perhaps he should have searched the orc corpses for provender, although the notion of eating the kind of rations such creatures typically carried was almost enough to quell his appetite for the nonce. Gibbik shifted beneath his covers, and the motion drew Halidon's eye. No shadowy ghost or assassin was crouching over the thief, and the half-elf was already looking away again, into the darkness beyond the wavering yellow firelight, when it struck him that there was something subtly wrong about the way Gibbik had moved. When he peered at the thief more closely, he realized what it was. The small man hadn't just rolled over, changing position in his sleep. He'd raised his head ever so slightly, as if looking about. It almost certainly meant nothing. Why shouldn't Gibbik wake for a moment, glance around to make sure nothing was amiss, and then drift off again? But the motion had seemed sly, stealthy, as if the thief was peeking at his companions, making sure that Moanda was unconscious and Kovost's back was turned. And thus Halidon continued to watch him. Even so, in the darkness, he almost missed what happened next. A shape crawled from under Gibbik's blankets. At first the half-elf thought it was a rat, and then from the length and number of its limbs, some sort of enormous insect. Only when it scuttled away across the ground did he discern that it was a human hand. Gibbik's hand, apparently, detached from his wrist. "I finally understand you, Osher," thought Halidon in amazement. As the hand scurried noiselessly along, it changed. The skin darkened, and the fingers lengthened until they resembled a spider's legs. Kovost glanced casually around, and the hand instantly flattened itself against the ground. When the dwarf turned away again, it scuttled on to Moanda and crouched by her neck. Its nails lengthened into claws. The one on the index finger was particularly long and narrow, like a knitting needle or a mosquito's proboscis. Halidon had been watching the hand in horrified fascination. Now he abruptly realized that unless he intervened, the barbarian had only seconds to live. He grabbed his scimitar, sprang up from behind the stone, and raced forward. "Kovost!" he shouted. "Help Moanda!" At once the disembodied hand crouched down, concealing itself among the folds of Moanda's blanket a split second before Kovost reflexively jerked around to peer at her. Obviously seeing nothing amiss, the dwarf surged to his feet, Halidon's cloak falling away from his brawny shoulders. Teeth bared in a snarl, battle-axe at the ready, he darted to intercept the half-elf. Halidon halted. It was either that or give his friend a chance to strike at him. "Look again," he pleaded. "The creature, the true killer, is right there beside her." But when he looked again himself, he saw that it wasn't. Not any longer. "You were mad to think you could fool us a second time," Kovost said, still advancing. At his back, Moanda and Gibbik, who possessed two normal-looking hands again, threw off their covers and scrambled up from the ground. "Listen to me," Halidon said. Moanda and Gibbik stalked up to stand beside Kovost, swords leveled. "I've been spying on the camp since just after dusk. I reasoned that the killer might not be as able to hide itself from someone whose presence it didn't suspect, and I was correct. I saw it, and it has been among us all along. You, Kovost, were right about that much. Gibbik, or rather some shape-shifting creature that caught our friend alone, slaughtered him, and assumed his identity, is the murderer. I imagine we attracted its attention while we were exploring the fortress." The false Gibbik goggled at him, in perfect imitation of the original.
What are you talking about? I'm me!"
He looked wildly about at Moanda and Kovost.
"I promise I am."
"We know that," the barbarian said soothingly, or as close to soothingly as her acerbic nature would permit. "Of course we do," said Kovost. "You couldn't move around the camp killing people without the sentries seeing you. Nor does Gibbik begin with an H." "No, but hand does," Halidon said. "Our impostor is a kind of glorified leech. It insinuated itself into our company because it craves human blood, and it has a clever way of getting it without being detected. It can detach its hand to skitter about like a little animal. The hand slips a hollow needle of a talon into somebody's neck, killing him so deftly the victim never wakes. The hand siphons its victim's blood and carries it back to nourish its body. Our guards never saw the thing scuttling around because it's too quick and small and can darken itself to blend into the shadows. Paris never found tracks because it's too light to leave any. The wounds didn't shed as much blood as we would have expected because the shapeshifter took it. It only killed one of us at a time because that was all the sustenance it needed. And Osher didn't try to right Gibbik because he never saw Gibbik attacking him, just a disembodied, inhuman hand. Don't you see?
We see that it's all preposterous, Kovost said.
Yes, Moanda said, an unaccustomed hint of pity in her voice. Halidon, you must be mad in truth, to imagine you could cozen us with such a tale. Perhaps it was your dark studies that deranged you. I'll be sorry to slay you, but the shades of Osher, Silbastus, and Paris cry out for vengeance.
Besides, said Kovost, raising his axe, you're too dangerous to live.
Wait, said Halidon. Let me prove he isn't Gibbik. Let me demonstrate that he doesn't know things the genuine Gibbik should know. He looked the shapeshifter in the eye. Where did we first meet?
The crowing cockatrice,
the creature said. The half-elf felt a pang of dismay. With what drink did we toast the founding of our company?
The cider. Jalanther Amber it was called.
What did we fight in our first battle together?
3 ogres.
Halidon realized he wouldn't be able to trip the creature up. Either it had somehow assimilated the real Gibbik's memories when it had taken on his form, or else it had gleaned all it needed to know from conversations along the trail. That was your final ploy, said Moanda, slinking forward. We'll give you a proper burial, in memory of the comrade you once were. Halidon knew he couldn't defeat all 3 of them, but by Corellon, if he had to perish, he meant to take the shapeshifter with him. He shifted his weight as if preparing to retreat, then dived forward in an all-out attack, swinging the orcish blade at the false Gibbik's skull. The creature recoiled, and the scimitar merely gashed its shoulder. Moanda sprang at Halidon from the right, and Kovost from the left. Off balance, the half-elf struggled to flounder back on guard, knowing that he wouldn't make it in time.
Wait,
Kovost barked.
Look!
Moanda somehow halted her stroke an inch short of cleaving Halidon's spine. Surmising what Kovost must have seen, the half-elf turned back toward the shapeshifter. Sure enough, the pain of its wound had evidently disrupted its ability to maintain its borrowed form. Its flesh expanded and flowed, erasing all resemblance to Gibbik or to anything human. In a heartbeat, it grew half as tall as Halidon. Its body was dead black, its limbs coiled with the boneless fluidity of an octopus's tentacles, and its surface bulged and hollowed, as if new muscles and organs were constantly forming and dissolving inside it. Its head was hairless, and without ears, nose, or mouth, but from the center of a triangle of bulging white oval eyes extended a tapered prehensile proboscis, as long and pointed as a spear.
Kill it,
Moanda cried. She edged toward the creature, and it struck at her with Gibbik's short sword. She blocked the blow with her buckler, jabbing the spiked boss into the shapeshifter's arm in the process. Pivoting, she swung her broadsword down and hacked the limb in 2. Had her opponent been human, such a maiming blow would almost certainly have ended the combat. But the raw stump of the shapeshifter's arm instantly sprouted a tangle of chitinous pincers, resembling lobster claws, and it struck at her again. Caught by surprise, she couldn't quite bring the buckler up in time to deflect the blow completely. She reeled backward with a long gash in her temple. Bellowing a war cry, Kovost darted forward, intent, like any dwarf facing such a huge creature, on getting inside its reach. The shapeshifter, which didn't seem to be experiencing any particular difficulty keeping track of more than one opponent at a time, slashed at him with one of Gibbik's knives. Kovost ducked the stroke, then chopped at the monster's knee, half severing its leg. The shapeshifter stumbled and, grinning, the dwarf ripped his weapon free for another attack.
But then 6 new appendages, each terminating in a pointed shaft of bone like a scorpion's stinger, erupted from the beast's abdomen to stab at him. Driven backward, he dodged and parried frantically. Meanwhile, Halidon circled behind the shapeshifter and drove the scimitar deep into its back. For a moment the creature froze, affording Moanda and Kovost a precious respite from its onslaught, and the half-elf dared to hope he'd hurt it badly. Then another blank round eye opened in the nape of its neck, and a huge hand shot from the center of its back to snatch at Halidon's head. Halidon sidestepped and hacked at the thin, snaky arm to which the hand was attached. The shapeshifter's flesh parted with surprising ease, and the severed member tumbled to the ground. Turning, Halidon lifted his blade to cut at the creature's back. Something struck the half-elf's leg, hurting him and thrusting him off balance. He fell heavily onto his side. A headless thing resembling an enormous black starfish, each of its arms tipped with a jagged talon, and a fanged, slavering maw gnashing in the center of its body, scuttled up the length of Halidon's body toward his head, jabbing at him as it came. He realized it was the severed hand, acting independently of the shapeshifter's body. He slashed at it awkwardly. The starfish pounced over his blade and onto his shoulder, plunging 2 of its claws into his flesh to anchor itself. The other 3 arms poised to stab at his head. Dropping his saber, which was useless at such close quarters, he grabbed his attacker and pulled. In a flash of pain, the starfish tore free of his flesh. He tried to fling it away from him, but it instantly attached itself to his hand and started to bite him. Halidon frantically drew his knife, then stabbed and sawed at the creature. After a few seconds, it stopped moving, and with a final flailing of his arm, he freed himself from its excruciating embrace. The half-elf seized his scimitar, scrambled up, and surveyed the battle. His friends were hard-pressed. The left side of her face red with blood, warding herself with her buckler and boot-knife, Moanda tried vainly to work her way back to the broadsword she lost, until one of the shapeshifter's hands snatched it up to use against her. Gasping, Kovost lurched desperately back and forth, striking at the ropey limbs that lashed at him from every side. But all the shapeshifter's arms were currently deployed in front of its body, away from Halidon. Praying it would ignore him just long enough for one more sword stroke, the half-elf charged it. Since his cut to the torso hadn't slain it, he decided to attack the monster's head. Scimitar raised, he leapt into the air, and at that instant the shapeshifter's proboscis whipped all the way around its skull to hurtle at his face. He was certain he was a dead man, but his sword hand knew better. It beat the proboscis to the side, then buried the scimitar in the creature's skull. The shapeshifter stiffened, let out a ghastly buzzing sound, then dropped. Within moments, it began to melt into a foul-smelling slime. Dead as it looked, Moanda and Kovost approached it warily.
"Are you all right?"
the dwarf asked Halidon. At first, too winded to speak, Halidon merely nodded. "It struck me a few times," he wheezed at last, "but not too deeply. What about you two?" "The same," said the barbarian, hand pressed to the cut on her brow. Kovost peered down at the rapidly dissolving carcass.
"What in the name of the keeper's beard was this thing?"
Moanda snorted, her usual response to anything she considered a foolish question.
"It was unpleasant, and now it's dead. What more do you need to know?"
She turned to Halidon, inclined her head, and grumbled a phrase in her native language 3 times over. Then, when he peered at her in puzzlement, she gave him an exasperated scowl.
"That's how my people apologize. Don't you city folk know anything?"
"I'm sorry too, lad," Kovost said. "We should never have doubted you. I'll carry the shame of it to my dying day. Tell me how to make it up to you." Halidon grinned. "Depend on it. It will be a long, arduous process. But after we tend to one another's wounds, you can make a start by building up the fire and cooking me a gigantic supper." Strange Bedfellows by Keith Francis Strome. "Fair travel, Captain Aidan. 'Tis a chill wind blowin' this eve," called the young guardsman, his purple cloak drawn tight against the cold. Aidan turned to face the officer standing within the guard post of the upper city gate and grunted. In the dancing light of the torches, he could make out the lad's beardless face. No matter how hard he tried, Aidan couldn't shake the feeling that the Purple Dragons recruited younger every year. "Lock yourself," his gravelly voice carried across the deserted stretch of the gate guard road. "Sunrise is still a fair bit away." With a gruff laugh, he turned and continued somewhat unsteadily up the road into Tilverton proper. In truth, the dragonet was right. The night air carried a chill bite. Aidan could feel his old bones throb under the wind's lash. Still, winter's bluster couldn't touch the warmth that flooded from his recollection of the past. Tonight had marked his last official day as a captain in the Purple Dragons. He was mustering out, and the memories of his former companions, many of whom had spent the evening toasting his health in the tap room of the Windlord's Rest, covered him like a comfortable quilt. He'd come a long way since leaving Skull Crag and wandering the west reaches of Cormyr, certainly further than he'd ever dreamed after signing with the dragons in Greatgaunt. For the past 20 seasons, he had made Tilverton his home, working hard to keep peace and uphold law. He loved the city and felt that, in his own small way, he had helped make at least this part of Faerun a better place. It was tough to put that behind him. Aidan sighed and turned off the main road, wending his way through back alleys toward his home. In the distance, a cur barked, and the captain's hand strayed reflexively to the dagger at his belt. The weapon was new, given to him this very evening by Commander Haldan Rimmersbane, and its weight pulled unfamiliarly at his side. A slight scuffling sound brought him to a stop. He peered into the shadows, the dagger drawn almost without thought, and waited. Nothing. Cursing himself for a beardless cadet, Aidan relaxed. It took a few moments for him to realize that he still held his weapon. The dagger felt natural in his hand, almost like an extension of his fingers, and he marveled once again at its gem-inlaid hilt and razor-sharp edge. Truly it was a noble's blade, a gift he had received this very evening from Commander Haldan. It was a token, Haldan had said to him later, of Lady Alaslyn Rowanmantle's appreciation for his unswerving dedication to Cormyrian justice. He chuckled out loud at this memory. Haldan always did have a flair for the melodramatic. Even when they were cadets struggling through training, Aidan had thought his younger friend had missed his true calling. Still, the dagger was a great gift, and he would carry it with pride as a reminder of his service to Cormyr. "Ah, you're still drunk," he thought. Aidan sheathed the blade, hawked, and spit before resuming his weaving journey. The taste of Thungor's bitters lay heavily in his mouth, and he still had a fair distance to go. The tight alleyway eventually turned, opening into a slightly wider street. Aidan walked in the center of the road, careful to avoid the refuse and offal piled on either side. Rats were common enough in Tilverton, but the captain had seen enough savaged corpses to know that other creatures sometimes lived on the cast-offs of civilization. The shadows in the lane suddenly shifted. Several cloaked shapes melted out of the darkness, quickly forming a wide circle around him. His attackers moved forward slowly, tightening the circle. Aidan once again drew his dagger, grateful for such a practical gift. "What is it that you want?" he asked, pitching the question like a command. The menacing figures stopped their advance, and for a brief moment he thought he had a chance to control this situation. A voice spoke from deeper within the alley's shadows, and he knew that these were not common footpads, frightened by the first display of resistance. "I believe you have something we require," the voice said. Aidan shook his head and started to protest until he remembered the dagger. Even in the pale moonlight, its gems burned incandescently, like a beacon to every greedy eye. "Ah," the voice said again. I see we understand each other, Captain. Aiden's mind whirled. This was no chance robbery. The thieves had come for the knife. He could hand it over to them, in which case they'd probably cut his throat and be done with it. Or he could make them think twice about ever tangling with another purple dragon. Either way, he didn't expect a fair fight, only a quick death. With a silent curse, Aiden made his decision. "The only way you'll get this dagger," he shouted at the shadows, "is by pulling it out of your own chest." Crouching low, he centered his balance and tossed the dagger from hand to hand. Silence greeted Aiden's declaration, punctuated only by the rapid beating of his own heart. After what seemed like an eternity, the voice spoke again. "You have made an unfortunate choice, Captain." The twang of a fired crossbow propelled his body into action. Aiden dove to the side, feeling his heart race as it pumped the blessed fire that sustained him through a lifetime of battle. He rolled to his feet and met the first of his cloaked attackers with a thrust to the gut. His dagger cut through the figure's leathers and bit deeply. He turned the knife and withdrew it quickly, ignoring the thief's dying gurgle. Several more attackers rushed in, and he soon found himself parrying a flurry of kicks, punches, and sword thrusts. Grizzled muscle and old bones no longer moved as quickly as they used to, but Aiden's years on the battlefield kept him alive, at least for the moment. "Gods, I can't keep this up for too much longer," he thought desperately. His breath came laboringly now, like a desert steed's on its last length. Another sword swept close to his head. He ducked under the swing and lunged forward, scoring one of his opponents across the leg, but the move left his flank exposed. Aiden turned quickly, trying to shield the vulnerable area, and wasn't fast enough. He cried out as a blade pierced his side, shattering the bones of his ribs. Another sword raked across his thigh, and he fell to the ground, dropping his dagger. Aiden lay on the floor, struggling to breathe, to move, to grab his weapon, but to no avail. His limbs were cold and sluggish. He was no longer their master. With great effort, he looked up at the cloaked figures approaching him with their swords drawn. They moved slowly, unhurried, almost calm. That's when he heard it, a roaring in his ears like the raging of an ocean of blood. It grew louder, drowning out the creak of leather, the cries of the wounded, and even his own heartbeat. This is it, he thought. This is death. Somehow, he had always believed there would be more to it. Aiden watched as one of the thieves raised a sword above his head. Silently mouthing a prayer to Tyr, Tymora, and any other god who would listen to an old dying soldier's last words, he waited for the final blow. It never came. Instead, the alleyway burst into light. Aiden could see another cloaked figure step from the shadows, green fire arcing from its hand to his executioners. In the sick emerald light, he caught a glimpse of the newcomer's face, small-nosed and boyish, beneath a thick cowl. Again and again, his mysterious ally called down eldritch flames upon the thieves, who fell back, screaming. He struggled to stand and fight, wanting to help the cowled man, but the pain of his wounds called him back. He collapsed and watched his own blood pool out into the road, reflecting green tongues of flame, until the darkness claimed him. Aiden awoke in a simple, run-down room. A small fire burned in an old mantel, casting flickering shadows against the walls. He lay still for a moment, wondering how he had survived. The straw mattress upon which he had slept was lumpy, pressing uncomfortably against his lower back. But, he thought wryly, it's better than bleeding to death on a cold dirt floor. Aiden sat up slowly, expecting a great deal of pain. He gasped, partly in wonder and partly in disbelief, as his movements offered him only slight soreness. What's more, his wounds looked as if they had been healing for weeks. He ran his fingers along the length of two angry-looking scars, their puckered redness the only thing distinguishing them from the countless marks upon his warrior's frame. I see you have decided to join the ranks of the living." The captain bolted up from the bed and whirled toward the sound of the voice, ignoring the protests from tight muscles. A thinly built man in purple robes stood in the open doorway. The shadows from the fire caressed the stranger's face as he entered the room. His lips were full, almost pouty, and Aidan recognized his thoughtful, brooding look as one that often captivated young women. The man handed Aidan some clean clothes and moved toward the fire, idly poking at the burning wood. "Whom do I have to thank for my life?" asked the captain as he changed into the simple pair of leather breeches and wool cambric. "My name is Morgrim," he said simply, not turning from the mantel. His voice was smooth and somewhat breathy. It sent a chill down Aidan's spine. The captain finished changing. "You have my thanks, Morgrim," he said, extending his hand. Morgrim stopped tending the fire, faced Aidan, and bowed. "Do not thank me. I am a simple priest. It's my duty." Aidan smiled and awkwardly returned the bow. He'd been around long enough to know that there was nothing simple about priests, especially in Cormyr. "Which god do you serve, Morgrim?" he asked. "Cyric," the priest replied softly. Aidan fell back as if struck by a crossbow bolt. He stared at the young priest in disbelief. A joke, he thought, though why anyone would make light of such a thing was beyond him. Morgrim moved toward Aidan slowly, arms held out in front of him. In the flickering light of the fire, the captain could see the glint of silver bracers, the symbol of Morgrim's enslavement to his dark god, on the priest's arms. "Why?" Aidan asked, searching the room for some weapon he could use against the foul priest. "Why did you save my life?" If he could just edge toward the door, he would have a chance to bolt out of the room before Morgrim called down Cyric's power upon him. "Relax," the priest said. "I mean you no harm." Aidan stopped, instinct warring with the earnestness he heard in the young man's voice. "Why should I trust you?" he asked, firing the question like an arrow at the approaching priest. "When have the servants of Cyric ever told the truth?" Aidan was angry and confused. He knew about the priesthood of Cyric, its dark rites and shadowy assassins. It festered like a tumor upon the land. But why did this priest pretend kindness? It didn't make any sense, and he wasn't about to let down his guard until he found out. Morgrim hissed sharply at the question. Aidan watched the priest's handsome face transform into a mask of bitterness, his sensual lips curling like asps. "Truth?" he shouted. "You want me to tell you the truth?" Aidan felt the priest's power gather in the room, a predatory silence that filled every corner of the chamber. It swelled, a hungering beast threatening to blot out even the fragile beating of Aidan's heart. He closed his eyes against the funereal force, struggling to breathe. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss, a dark womb from which nothing ever emerged. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the silence fled. With a gasp, Aidan opened his eyes. "The truth is," Morgrim continued softly, as if regretting his loss of composure, "if the Prince of Lies had called you, your soul would be serving him even as we speak." The priest moved even closer to Aidan, brushing his fingers across the captain's chest as he finished speaking. Aidan stood transfixed, his heart pounding wildly. Whether from Morgrim's words or his feather-light touch, he wasn't sure. He only knew that at this moment he stood closer to death than ever before. Nervously, Aidan cleared his throat, looking away from the promise in Morgrim's steady gaze. "Why?" he repeated his question. "Did you save my life? Tell me, priest." Morgrim walked toward the old, scratched table and poured himself a glass of wine. "I have need of you." Aidan sat down on the bed. "You have need of me," he repeated, his voice quavering between disbelief and incredulity. "For what? I will not participate in your murderous rites, even if you send me to Cyric as a slave." The priest shot Aidan a glance, bright eagerness alight in his eyes. "And what of yourself? Do you not kill? Does your sword not taste the blood of the living?" Morgrim took a quick sip of wine and thunked his goblet down on the table.
I am a purple dragon, Aidan protested. I fight against injustice for the honor of Cormyr.
You are a soldier. You fight where you're told to, interrupted Morgrim. When the Cormyrian king unleashes his dragons upon Sembia or the Zentarim, what do you think the Sembian farmers say to comfort their families? They say, "Do not worry. I go to fight for the honor of our people and our land." And when those farmers die, pierced by the teeth of your swords and your spears, who is it, do you think, greets them on the other side of death? Aidan tried to reply, to say that he was different. He knew in his heart that he was no murderer, but the words died on his lips. Finally he said,
I cannot find the words to debate you, priest, but I know what I am.
Peace, Aidan, the young man said. It is not your words that I require. Morgrim's voice was gentle, sliding once again into velvety tones. The sound soothed the old warrior, calming him so much that he barely heard the priest call him by name. He looked up, surprised.
How did...
Morgrim held up a thin, graceful hand. He took another sip of wine and said, The thieves weren't the only ones waiting for you in that alley. Someone stole an object of great importance from my order, an object that I have spent many months searching for.
The dagger,
Aidan cut in. The young priest nodded. Yes, the dagger, as you so elegantly call it, is the Lirithani, a high priestess's ceremonial blade, and the symbol of her authority. Aidan drew his hand across his grizzled grey beard, trying to make sense of the priest's words.
I don't understand. The blade was well crafted, something far beyond what an old soldier like myself would carry, but...
It didn't resemble an unholy blade consecrated to the Lord of 3 Crowns? Morgrim finished. Believe me, the Lirithani does not look like any weapon you would want to carry. Whoever ordered the theft wove powerful illusions about the blade, making it difficult to track. Aidan sat for a few minutes, weighing what the priest had said. He didn't believe Morgrim, at least not fully. Oh, the young man sounded earnest, that was certain, and his eyes, dancing with the reflected light of the fire, looked as guileless and trusting as a doe's. Unbidden, Aidan found himself thinking of Morgrim's feather-light touch. The fire hissed and popped as he brought himself back to the present.
All right, let's assume for a moment that I did carry the blade of the High Priestess of Cyric last night. How did I come to possess it, and who were the cutthroats who attacked me? He asked.
Despite the warmth of the fire, Aidan felt a queer chill in the pit of his stomach, as the events of the last day swirled around in his mind. He wasn't sure he really wanted an answer to his question. Morgrim hesitated before speaking, as if sensing his thoughts. I do not know how you received the Lirithani, though the identity of your attackers is easy enough to impart. They were members of the Fire Knives.
Aidan shook his head. Impossible. The Purple Dragons and our allies destroyed the Fire Knives.
He had been a young lieutenant then, and the memories of that fierce struggle still pulled him screaming from his sleep. In Tilverton, perhaps, Morgrim replied, but remnants of the cult survived your attack. They were lost without their little god, and it was a simple thing to take them in and bend them to our purpose. They were our dark hounds, and we sent them out to hunt across the face of Faerun. Aidan's blood froze.
Then why did they attack me?
The priest sighed and said, The hounds have gone feral. They used their familiarity with our temple to steal the high priest's blade. They aren't smart enough to carry this off by themselves. Someone put them up to it. I tracked them across Cormyr until they ended up here, where they delivered the blade to their unknown master. Apparently this person felt the blade was too dangerous to keep in their possession, and used you to deliver it back to the knives. Morgrim paused, and Aidan sat still as the priest finished. I need your help in finding their leader. Nothing made sense. Aidan had spent a lifetime battling the forces of chaos and darkness, struggling to carve out a safe haven in the world, and now, on the eve of his retirement, an agent of darkness called upon him for help. His choice should have been clear. Then why, by Timora's thrice-damned tresses, isn't it? He thought. Look, if you won't help me out of the goodness of your heart, do it for yourself, Morgrim whispered as he crept closer to Aiden's silent form. Someone set you up. Someone who didn't care whether you lived or died. Don't you want to find out who that was? Aiden held his breath. Gods, it was hard to think with the strange young man so close. Still, the priest had a point. Someone in Tilverton was trafficking with dangerous forces. Retired or not, he had a duty to find out the identity of that person. With a silent prayer, he made his decision. "What do I have to do?" he asked. The mid-morning sun shone brightly as Aiden walked down the street of the Sorceress, heading toward the marketplace. Tilverton's streets were crowded at this time of day, and the city seemed to take on a life of its own. Horse-drawn wagons and carriages pushed valiantly against the steady press of people, carrying loads of flour, wool, and other items for the marketplace. The people, in turn, parted reluctantly for the transport, immersed in their own private conversations. Musicians dotted the street corners, playing wildly for small groups of onlookers, their music a rhythmic counterpoint to the constant hum of conversation. Aiden felt comforted by the sights and sounds of the city. He had spent most of the last 10 days since his attack peering and poking throughout Tilverton for any information regarding the mastermind behind the Lirithani's disappearance. So far, the results were frustrating. Whereas before, his rank in the Purple Dragons opened the tightest lips, he now found himself facing a wall of silence. He was just another citizen. There was little he could do to force information from the unwilling. Even so, he managed to get a few nibbles. Unfortunately, each one had led to a dead end. To make matters worse, he had finally returned to his own house, after spending the last 6 nights in the mausoleum that Morgrim called a room, only to find a letter from Commander Haldan requesting his presence this very afternoon. It was easy to guess what the commander wanted. Even when they were both lieutenants, Haldan had resented any civilian interference in official dragon business. Not only had Aiden not informed his friend about the fateful attack in the alleyway, but he had also begun an investigation without official sanction. By now, the commander had most likely discovered both those facts. Aiden didn't look forward to this interview. A rough bump jolted Aiden from his ruminations. He looked up to find a burly, fur-clad man shaking his fists. A stream of guttural language poured out from the man's mouth. All around the angry giant, a number of animal skins lay dashed in the mud. A small crowd gathered behind the incensed man, as Aiden realized with a shock that he had just stumbled into a trader's stall. He hastily mumbled an apology and gave the irate merchant a gold coin for his troubles. Shaken, he entered the marketplace proper. If the press of people were the lifeblood of Tilverton, the marketplace was its heart. Every road flowed into it, from the street of the Sorceress to the Great Moonsea Ride. All paths met here at the city's center. He ignored the tantalizing smells of the marketplace, the heady aroma of spiced meats, and the thick, gooey sweet cakes designed to entice a man's coin from his pocket. Instead, he made straight for the council tower, a white stone bastion, rising up from the marketplace like the finger of Torm. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares seemed to fade away as he approached the tower. It was always like this. Standing in the shadow of the tower, his concentration intensified, and his strength seemed to increase. It was the strength of assurance that whatever befell the city, this tower, and the Purple Dragon garrison within it, would strive to set it right. He approached the guards at the tower gate, sighing inwardly as they struggled to decide whether or not to salute. It's all different now, he thought. No matter how recent his retirement, he was an outsider. The memories of his service in the Purple Dragons were just that, memories, and the camaraderie he shared with his shieldmates, while no less real, would eventually fade. He felt an aching loss inside, like a wound to the gut. Quickly he jostled past the guards, sparing them any further discomfort, and entered the building. As always, the tower's first level literally hummed with ordered chaos as uniformed soldiers and messengers scuttled about making reports and planning the watch. The captain entered the building with measured practice and walked up to a young soldier filing papers behind a desk. He knew the officer, a steady-nerved man named Joran.
"Excuse me, Sergeant," he said in measured tones, "but may I see the commander?"
Aidan watched as Joran looked up, the officer's face transforming from steadied boredom to carefully concealed joy. "Captain Aidan, 'tis good to see you again, sir." Joran stood up quickly, scattering papers to the floor.
"At ease, son. It's simply Aidan now."
It hurt less if he said it quickly.
"I'm supposed to see the commander. Is he in?"
Joran nodded. "Yes, sir. He asked not to be disturbed, but he's expecting you." Aidan smiled gratefully and followed Joran up the stairs to Commander Haldan's private office. The chamber was simply appointed, almost Spartan, and very much like the commander himself. A sturdy desk took up one corner of the room, and a small fire burned in the mantel. Military accoutrements hung on the walls, a testament to a lifetime of soldiering. Haldan looked up as Aidan and the sergeant entered, breaking off a quiet conversation with a white-robed man. The captain saw his friend's eyes widen in surprise, only to crease immediately in a familiar, wolfish grin. A quick word sent the white-robed man from the room, but not before Aidan caught a hostile glance from the stranger as he shouldered roughly past. Aidan waited for Joran to shut the door before speaking.
"Sorry to barge in, Commander, but you wanted to see me. I hope I didn't come at a bad time."
Haldan rose from his seat, rubbing a salt and pepper beard.
"Nonsense," he said with a smile. "I always have time for one of my best captains, and friends."
Aidan returned the smile, relief flooding through his body as he looked upon Haldan once more. The commander was solid and well-built, an imposing officer whose martial training did not waver in the face of age and promotions. The man's career was dotted with acts of bravery and selflessness, and his soldiers followed him as much out of love as duty. The two had met while recruits, both learning to hold a sword for the first time. Haldan had risen through the ranks quickly, leading with boldness and distinction. Thinking back on his friend's career, Aidan knew that the commander deserved every accolade and promotion. "He is the best of us," Aidan thought. Standing in Haldan's office once more, Aidan felt pride at their friendship. No matter the outcome of his present situation, he knew that he could always rely upon Haldan. "So, Aidan," the commander spoke, his resonant baritone easily filling the office. "I don't suppose you know why I've asked you here." The question hung in the air like pipeweed smoke. Aidan began to answer his former commander's lightly phrased question and then stopped. For just a second, he thought he saw an expectant gleam in Haldan's eye. Then it was gone, replaced by the officer's ever-present mask. Haldan cleared his throat, and Aidan realized that he'd been staring silently at the commander. He breathed deeply and said,
"Yes, it's about the attack in the alleyway."
Haldan rubbed his beard before speaking.
"Go on."
Slowly, Aidan recounted the events that had occurred on the night of the attack. Strangely enough, he found himself reluctant to speak about Morgrim and the Dark Priest's purpose. It all seemed like an empty dream, a substanceless fear that vanished in the light of Haldan's solid presence. When Aidan finished the tale, the commander leaned forward. "How did you survive against such odds?" he asked. Aidan heard the keen interest in his old friend's voice. He wanted to tell Haldan the truth, to confess his involvement with Sirik's priest. Instead, he laughed and said, "It'll take a lot more than a few cut-purses to kill this old soldier." Haldan's answering smile hit him like a spear. There it was. He had lied to his friend and former commanding officer. Why? Aidan tried to think, but his shame and guilt snapped at his thoughts like hounds upon the hunt. Haldan rose and walked toward a bright shield on the wall. "Well, that explains what happened. But why didn't you report this to me instead of going off on your own?" Aidan turned toward the commander, inwardly cursing the night he had met Morgrim. At first I was too shaken. Then I decided that I could make more progress using unofficial methods. Believe me, Haldan, I was going to report to you as soon as I uncovered anything solid. How easy the half-truths came now that he had lied once. Haldan nodded as Aidan finished, and said, "Perhaps you can tell me what you've already uncovered." He turned from the shield and looked at Aidan. The commander's dispassionate tone confused Aidan. He wasn't quite sure how he had expected Haldan to react, but it wasn't like this. Unsure of his footing, he answered the question as truthfully as he dared. "I don't believe the attack was an accident. The thieves seemed intent upon stealing the dagger I received as a gift from Lady Rowanmantle." "Are you sure of this, Aidan?" Haldan asked. "Yes," he replied. "Whoever attacked me knew exactly where to find me." Once again, he hated not telling Haldan everything, but Morgrim had planted a dark seed of doubt, and it had sprouted. "I agree with your assessment," Haldan said, after a moment's pause. "Rest assured that we will send out our best investigators to get to the bottom of this." "With all due permission, sir, I would like to assist in the investigation." Haldan sat back behind the desk and steepled his fingers together. "I'm afraid that's not possible, Aidan. You are no longer a member of the Purple Dragons, and I can't risk putting a Cormyrean citizen in harm's way." "But—" Aidan started to protest, but Haldan interrupted. "I'm sorry, Aidan. I really am. You'll always have an honored place among the dragons as long as I'm in command, but I can't involve you in official inquiries." Aidan stood up, trying hard to control his growing anger, his hands clenched into fists. "Haldan," he said, trying to appeal to his friendship with the commander, "I have the best chance of identifying whoever attacked me and finding out exactly who planned it. I'm the most logical candidate to—" Haldan's fist smashed down on his desk. "Aidan, for the last time, you are not to pursue this investigation at all. Do you understand me?" he thundered, not waiting for Aidan's nod. "If I find that you went against my orders, I'll jail you for interfering in official business. Is that clear?" Aidan, stunned at his friend's outburst, didn't reply at first. In all the years he had known Haldan, the man had never shouted at him. Anger and hurt gave voice to his reply. "Abundantly clear," Aidan said, in a clipped tone. Haldan let out a deep breath and leaned forward. "Look, Aidan, I didn't mean to yell like that," he said. "Overseeing the safety and security of this city is a tiring job, and Lady Rowanmantle isn't making it any easier. What I meant to say is that you should relax and enjoy your retirement. You've served Cormyr faithfully for many years, and now it's time for someone else to do it. Spend your time in peaceful pursuits. Gods know you've earned it." Aidan looked closely at his old friend. The worry lines had increased around his eyes, and his face looked tired, almost haggard. Clearly something was bothering Haldan. "Damn you, Morgrim," he thought. He wanted to reassure his friend, but the face of the dark priest kept drawing him forward. He stood up to leave and said, "Don't worry, Haldan. You have my word." "Thank you, my friend," the commander said. Aidan left the tower feeling lost and adrift, like a storm-damaged galley on the trackless sea. He had promised his obedience, gave his oath to a friend, an oath he never intended to keep. How, he asked himself, have I changed so much in such a short time? Such were his thoughts as he numbly exited the tower. The Sow's ear had more connections to the underworld of Tilverton than Grimwald's revenge. Aidan looked around nervously as he approached the warped wooden door of the establishment. He had spent most of his career pursuing the very elements that made up the tavern's clientele, and here he was walking into the dragon's lair without a single weapon. Morgrim's choice of meeting places left much to be desired. He grimaced as he pushed open the door, walking into the establishment. Although it was midday, the inside of the Sow's ear was dark and shadowy. Aidan could see several figures lying scattered around the common room, in various states of drunkenness. Those who could still sit up squinted against the tavern's smoke-filled haze, playing traitors' heads or swords and shields. The walls, floors, and tables of the place were chipped and rotting, and the place smelled of stale beer and urine. As he approached the bar, a fat, gap-toothed man in a greasy apron flashed him a scowl and asked for his order. Not wishing to draw attention to himself, Aidan bought an ale and found an empty table in a deserted corner. He sipped the drink slowly, grimacing at the flat taste. Where was Morgrim? The damned priest said he would meet him here at midday. He scanned the common room again, a queer feeling rising in his stomach. Despite the confusion he brought on, the captain found himself anxiously awaiting the priest. The door suddenly crashed open, and he nearly dove to the ground as 3 men staggered drunkenly into the common area. Torm's teeth, he thought. You're as skittish as a cadet on review. Aidan sniffed distastefully as he watched the 3 men swagger to the bar and bellow for some ale. He knew by the look of them that they were trouble. He sipped his own ale quietly and kept his eyes studiously away from the 3 braggarts, hoping they would ignore him. He was wrong. One of the oafs swayed toward his table and began to laugh.
"What have we here?"
he slurred. His companions must have heard the grisly sound, for they turned their attention away from a full-figured barmaid and on to the object of their friend's interest.
"I don't see nothing, Durm,"
replied the blondest and fattest of the toughs.
"Nothing but a greybeard taking up our favourite spot."
Aidan rolled his eyes. Why did they always use that tired old excuse for a fight? Lack of imagination, he supposed. As the rest of Durm's friends approached, he stared intently into his beer. All he had wanted to do was wait quietly for the priest. Now it looked like there would be trouble. The 3 men surrounded him, blocking off any chance of escape.
"What's wrong, old man?"
taunted Durm.
"Don't you remember how to talk?"
He laughed again, a vulgar sound somewhat between a belch and a snort. Aidan sighed. He knew how this would most likely end. If only Morgrim would arrive, he could walk away without a fight.
"I guess he can't remember, Durm,"
replied the fat one.
"Maybe we should refresh his memory."
They all laughed self-importantly. Suddenly, the last of the men, a giant, red-haired fellow with the build of a field ox, slammed his meaty hand on the table. Durm leaned forward.
"My friend here would like you to move so we could have our table."
Aidan looked up at the 3 men. Smiling invitingly, he said,
"There's no need to get upset. Why don't you and your friends sit down here and join me for a drink?"
As he finished the sentence, he threw the remainder of his drink at Durm, then slammed the cheap metal goblet on the red-haired giant's hand. Both of the men recoiled from the surprise attack. He took advantage of that opportunity and got to his feet. As soon as Aidan stood up, the fat man charged in. Aidan quickly sidestepped the attack and grabbed the man's arm. Raising it over his head, he pivoted his hips and watched with satisfaction as his attacker flipped in the air and landed with a whumph on his back. By this time, Durm and his companions were ready for another go-around. Aidan sized up his 2 opponents with a practiced eye. He could handle Durm easily enough. The man was all bluster and soft muscle. It was his companion, the ox, whom he worried about. They moved forward and he braced for the attack. Before he could raise his arms, however, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. Someone had thrown a bottle. Aidan's head spun, and before he knew it, the giant had both of his hands locked behind his back. Durm strutted forward, producing a thin dagger from his belt.
"Not so fast now, are you, old man?" Durm said. "I think I'll gut you right here for what you did to me and my friends."
Aidan shook his head, trying to recover from the thrown bottle. If he could just shift his weight a little, he'd be able to kick the gloating man in the face. Before he could do this, however, a soft voice floated from the bar. "I think he's had enough, don't you?" Derm spun to face the voice. Aidan looked over to see Morgrim, dressed in a simple brown robe. Even without his vestments, the man had a malignant air. Derm must have sensed this, for he chuckled nervously and said,
"Yeah, sure. We was just having a bit of fun, weren't we, boys?"
He nodded to the giant.
"Let the man go, and let's be on our way."
The mighty grip relaxed, and Aidan made his way toward Morgrim, rubbing his wrists to restore the circulation. The three men looked at Morgrim once, and then quickly left the bar.
"What took you so long?" Aidan asked.
Morgrim flashed him a grin. "I was busy doing some research," he replied. "Besides, you looked like you had everything under control. I especially liked the way you blocked the flying bottle with your head."
"Demons take you, man," Aidan nearly shouted. "Do you think this is some god's blasted prank?"
He was too angry and confused to deal with the priest's newfound levity. Morgrim's smile vanished. "I see your meeting didn't go so well. Come, let's talk business if it's a dark mood you're having." The priest pulled Aidan into a corner and whispered, "I found out a couple of things that might interest you. First, a Laslin Rowan mantle did commission a blade for you from Kulgar's weapon shop. You should lay a few inquiries up that tree and see if it yields fruit."
Aidan nodded. "What's the second thing?"
Morgrim looked about the room before continuing. "Apparently, there are rumors of some sort of transaction, purportedly over a dagger, that will take place tomorrow in the sewers. If we can witness that transaction, it would be most beneficial." At last, something constructive to do, Aidan thought. It was early evening by the time Aidan found himself in front of Kulgar's shop. Briefly, he stared at the evening sky, splashed pink with the last rays of the setting sun, and paused at the door. The air was still, poised as if the slightest breeze would shatter the twilight scene. He breathed deeply, gathering the stillness into himself. His life had changed so much in the last 10 days that it took something as unfailingly regular as the coming of night to remind him of who he was. With a sigh, he entered the shop. Blades of various shapes and sizes, from short-hilted daggers to elaborately crafted two-handed weapons, hung promisingly on display, and a number of finer ones lay behind rune-inscribed glass. The heat from the black forge poured over him in waves. He shuddered once, trying to expel the cold that had settled into his bones. Winter was never kind in Tilverton, and every year his old body found it more difficult to fight the chill. He waited patiently for a clerk, gratefully soaking in the heat, until a lad finally came out to assist him. He quietly handed the boy a few silvers and spoke Kulgar's name. The young apprentice dashed off, only to return a few minutes later with the dwarven smith in tow. Kulgar was short, like all of his people, but he possessed thickly corded muscles and a mighty barrel of a chest. His skin was ruddy and heat-baked. A thin sheen of sweat covered his naked torso. Aidan noted with interest the smith's tightly braided beard, now tucked neatly into his heavy pants. This, he thought, was a dwarf of whom Moradin himself would be proud.
"Here now,"
barked Kulgar, folding his calloused arms across his chest.
"What's this you've been doing to my boy, that he dragged me away from the forge so early?"
Despite the dwarf's gruffness, Aidan suppressed a smile. He doubted that Kulgar spent much time away from the forge. Not wishing to waste any more of the smith's time than necessary, he got right to the point.
"I'm wondering if you remember working on a dagger commissioned by Lady Rowanmantle herself."
If the invocation of the regent's name impressed Kulgar at all, the dwarf didn't show it. He stood there for a minute, a scowl sculpted upon his craggy face, before answering.
"I receive a lot of commissions from the lady."
"Yes, I quite understand,"
Aidan put in hastily.
"but this would have been a gift intended for a retiring purple dragon officer."
Kulgar's stony face cracked into a smile.
"Yes, I remember that one. Carved the purple dragon symbol into the hilt myself."
The smith paused.
"Unusual, that's for sure."
"Unusual in what way?"
Aidan asked excitedly. Here at last was his first real lead.
"Well, I usually deliver the Regent's commissions myself. I don't much trust anyone else to handle them. But when the commander came in and said that he wanted the dagger, I let him have it. Who am I to argue with?"
"Excuse me," Aidan interrupted, not sure if he heard the smith correctly.
"Did you say the commander?"
Coolgar nodded.
"Aye," he said. "Commander Haldane. I wouldn't have just given it to him, but he said that Lady Rowanmantle charged him with its safety. He was supposed to deliver it to its intended recipient personally," the dwarf replied. "Look, why do you want to know this anyhow?"
Aidan didn't hear the question. Sweat broke out on his face and his knees trembled. The heat from the forge seemed to treble in intensity as the interior of the shop, so comforting just moments ago, closed in upon him like the jaws of an ancient red dragon. Ignoring the smith's startled exclamations, for Aidan's skin must have looked as sallow and grey as the roaming dead, he threw open the door of the shop and ran out into the night. He stumbled hurriedly through the streets and alleyways of Tilverton for hours, not knowing, not caring about his destination. His thoughts, if one could call them such, were a chaotic jumble.
"Impossible. Let them pry the dagger from my heart. He was the best of us. Moradin would be proud. Morgrim, my friend. How could he?"
Finally, Aidan tripped and fell on the uneven stones of a darkened alleyway. He struggled to rise, but couldn't, his mad strength spent. Defeated, he panted hard into the night air. Winter wind whipped through his sweat-soaked body, sending a chill down his spine. The sensation hurt, but the pain cleared his mind. It was like awakening from some ensorcelled dream. Aidan lay in the alleyway for a few more minutes, marshalling his strength. When he finally arose, his steps were unhurried and steady. Although the night grew ever colder, he didn't feel it. He was numb, empty, like the husk of a soldier after his spirit has fled, except that he wasn't dead. He trudged on and reached the door of his simple house. Once inside, Aidan slumped on his bed and waited in vain for sleep's blessed relief. When it didn't arrive, he sat in the darkness of his room, searching for some other way to resolve the situation, but nothing came. Haldane had used him, broken every oath of friendship and honor known to a warrior. For that, he had to pay. As the hours passed and dawn threatened the night sky, Aidan's resolve hardened. Emptiness gave way to a hungering need for vengeance. When Morgrim appeared at his door in the pre-dawn light, adorned in a thick purple robe and bearing a skull-tipped obsidian staff, Aidan didn't even acknowledge the young priest's greeting. Instead, he threw an old black cloak over his own leather armor, buckled on a sword, and uttered a silent prayer to Sirik as they marched out into the fog-shrouded morning. He was off to kill his oldest friend. Aidan walked through the old sewer tunnel and grimaced at the ankle-deep sludge through which he and Morgrim were trudging. The priest's staff spat feeble illumination into the darkened tunnel, revealing slime-coated stone walls and horridly wilted roots. The air was dank and warm, heady with the stink of decay, and everywhere Aidan could hear the echoing squeal of sewer rats. He and Morgrim had spent much of the early morning wandering through this endless array of crumbling sewer tunnels in a frustrating search for the correct series of passages. At first, his memories of this place had threatened to overwhelm him. He had lost a lot of men within these tunnels during the final battle against the fire knives, and their dying screams seemed to carry throughout the sewers. But these memories had also spurred his thoughts toward Haldane, with whom he shared command that awful night, and he used the surge of anger brought on by the thoughts of his former commander to tame his tortured remembrances. Now, every step brought him closer to the truth, a truth he knew would be difficult to face. At last, the two neared the center of the Fire Knives' old headquarters. Aidan stopped and turned to Morgrim, pointing down a tunnel that angled to the east.
"This is it," he whispered. "Straight down this tunnel,
lies an old storage room used when the sewers were still active. That's where we'll find the Lithuani." Aidan's hands were shaking now. He placed both of them on his sword hilt while Morgrim stepped off to the side. The priest nodded and said, "We'll need to be careful. There are bound to be sentries." With that, he held his staff aloft and spoke a single word. The light from the staff went out, plunging the tunnel into darkness. "I have something that will help us deal with our enemies," Morgrim said softly. "Hold on to me and don't let go." Aidan reached out toward the direction of Morgrim's voice, grasping for the priest's hand. When he found it, the captain almost shouted. The young man's hands were as cold as ice. Morgrim chanted softly in the darkness of the tunnel, a harsh, grating sound that cut through the air like a knife. Aidan winced at the sound and tried to cover one ear with his free hand. The sound swelled for a few seconds, then stopped abruptly. Silence. Aidan began to panic until he felt Morgrim squeeze his hand. The panic receded, and he continued down the tunnel, guiding both himself and the priest by holding on to the wall. They followed the angling tunnel for a few 100 feet until Aidan saw a dim light in the distance. The two figures kept close to the walls and crept toward the light. As they approached, Aidan saw two cloaked figures guarding an old stone door. He squeezed Morgrim's hand and pointed at the sentries. The priest's answering smile chilled Aidan to the bone. Morgrim released Aidan's hand, pulled out 2 daggers and flung them at the sentries. The weapons kissed both thieves in the throat, and they fell to the floor. Aidan and Morgrim moved quickly, dragging the now still bodies into the shadows. When they were done, Morgrim threw a small coin back down the tunnel. The silence seemed to follow it, and soon Aidan could make out voices from the room beyond the door. He pressed his ear closer.
"The note of credit, Padraig, and my associates will present the knife."
Aidan's heart lurched. It was the voice of Haldan Rimmersbane. He had hoped, even at the last, that the evidence was wrong. Now, with the knowledge that Haldan truly was involved in the theft of the dagger, the final fabric that held his former life together tore. The pain of that tearing was worse than any sword wound, and Aidan nearly toppled to the floor with the strength of it. Instead, he banked the smoldering fire of his anger and drew his sword in a white-knuckled grip. With a shout of fury, he pushed open the door and ran into the room, not caring whether Morgrim followed. Haldan and a familiar white-robed figure turned at the sound.
"Traitor!"
Aidan shouted. He did not have a chance to hear Haldan's response, as 4 figures detached themselves from the shadows and attacked. This time, Aidan was prepared. He swung his sword in a wide arc, denying the thieves an opening. Although he was once again outnumbered, Aidan fought with a mind unsullied by ale. This battle would cost his attackers dearly. The room flickered in a shower of sparks and blazing lights as Aidan ducked under a hasty attack. Dimly he was aware of Morgrim, locked in a deadly mystical duel with a white-robed man. Again and again, the two opponents called upon magical forces beyond his ken, and the room nearly trembled with their power. With a shake of his head, Aidan blocked out the thundering display of pyrotechnics and turned his attention back to his opponents. Fortunately, the arcane battle seemed to unnerve the cloaked figures, and he quickly took advantage of their distraction, dispatching 2 of them with a well-timed reverse stroke. The 2 remaining thieves were noticeably less enthusiastic, and soon fell beneath the furious onslaught of his attack. He stood above the 2 corpses for a moment and carefully wiped the blood from his blade. It was then that he realized the room lay silent. Desperately, he cast about the chamber for any sign of Morgrim. He found the priest in the corner, struggling to rise to his feet. The body of his opponent lay scorched in the center of the room. Aidan shot off a prayer of thanks and started toward his companion. As he neared the corner, he saw Haldan step out of the shadows and raise a sword above Morgrim's head. The priest tried feebly to defend himself, but it was obvious to Aidan that he was too hurt to do any good.
"No!"
shouted Aidan, running toward the two.
"You've lost, Haldan. Let him be."
Haldan spun. Even in the dim light of the storage chamber, Aidan could see the runes engraved upon his former friend's sword.
"Lost?" Haldan said. "I haven't lost. I'm still alive."
Aidan shook his head and tried to speak. He wanted to give voice to the anger and hurt that festered inside him, to condemn this man for destroying his faith in the world, but the words were stuck in his throat as surely as if he were bespelled. All he could do was blurt out a single word.
"Why?"
Haldan looked at him and chuckled.
"Why?" he taunted. "For the money, of course. With the gold from this sale, I'll buy a seat on the council, and from there my associates and I will slowly pry Tilverton out from under the thumb of Cormyrean rule."
Haldan raised his voice and began to shout.
"The regent has done nothing but drain the life from this city. She is unfit to lead us. It's time for a new rule, a new ruler in Tilverton."
A light shone in the commander's eyes as he spoke. At first, Aidan thought it was madness, but soon realized it was something far worse: fanaticism.
"I suppose that you will lead Tilverton in this new era?"
he asked, hoping to divert Haldan for a few more moments. He knew that there was no hope of convincing his former friend to surrender.
"Of course," the commander replied. "Who else is more suited to handle the responsibility? And I will start right now by ridding Tilverton of this scum."
Without warning, his sword whistled down to Morgrim's bleeding form and rebounded as it met Aidan's own blade. The look of betrayal that passed across Haldan's face only angered Aidan more. Ignoring the numbness in his wrist, he slid his blade out from under the commander's and aimed a high strike at Haldan's head. Engaged in battle, Haldan's sword began to glow with bright blue intensity. Faster than any weapon had a right to move, it deflected Aidan's blade. Haldan grinned fiercely and sent his own sword snaking after Aidan's blood.
"It seems that you have made a choice, Alassalin Aidan," he hissed through clenched teeth. "So be it. Even if you kill me, there are others who won't rest until Alassalin and her Cormyrean lapdogs are nothing but a memory."
Aidan said nothing, conserving his strength for the battle ahead. Although he was still quicker than the commander, Haldan possessed greater strength and a magical blade. Even now, he could feel his muscles weakening. Every parry brought the rune-encrusted sword closer to his flesh. He crouched low, hoping to find an opening in Haldan's guard. The commander attacked high and to the right. There was his chance. Springing forward, he thrust his sword at Haldan's exposed midsection. Too late, Aidan realized his mistake. The commander completed his feint and angled his blade at the captain's neck. Desperately, Aidan raised his sword, hoping to deflect at least part of the blow. With a sickening twist, his sword flew from his hands. He watched helplessly as Haldan moved closer. The commander could end this at any time, and they both knew it. He braced himself for the final blow, but Haldan just stood there, with a surprised look upon his face. When he pitched forward, blood frothing from his mouth, Aidan automatically moved forward to help. Forcefully, he stopped himself. Behind the fallen commander stood Morgrim, holding two bloodied knives. The priest panted heavily in the silence of the chambers and smiled at Aidan before collapsing to the ground. Slowly, Aidan retrieved his sword and knelt beside Haldan's body. The commander was dead, his face frozen in a permanent rictus of surprise. Gently, and with more care than he thought possible, Aidan closed the corpse's eyes.
"Rest well, my friend,"
he whispered. Whatever had passed between them, he would always honor the man he knew as a young dragon. He sighed and moved to Morgrim's crumpled form. The priest lived, barely. Aidan watched the shallow rise and fall of his chest and marveled at the priest's vulnerability. Morgrim's life was an ember smoldering beneath Aidan's boot, A simple step would grind it into ash. And yet he knew that he would not take that step. Though the priest served the whims of a dark god, he had more than proven himself worthy of respect. Aidan didn't believe he possessed a heart of gold. That kind of naivete shattered in a dark alley late one night. But Morgrim's actions spoke of friendship more eloquently than words. Aidan watched the wounded priest for a few more moments, then turned away to search for the Lirithani. He didn't want to stay in the sewers any longer. A few minutes later, he found the familiar blade clutched in the cold hands of Morgrim's spell-wielding opponent. Prying it loose, he discovered a disc-shaped symbol, the sign of Lathander, attached to a chain around the corpse's neck. With a curse, he tore the symbol from the chain and tossed it back down the sewer tunnel. Haldan had spoken the truth. His allies would never rest until they fulfilled their plan. Carefully, Aidan bent down and lifted Morgrim up from the dank floor. As he retraced their furtive passage through the tunnels, he thought about the events of the past 10 days and smiled. He would speak to Lady Rowanmantle this very afternoon and pledge his help in rooting out the conspiracy. Perhaps there was a place for an old, tired soldier after all. Whence the Song of Steel by J. Robert King. In my line of work, a fellow gets used to lots of things. Ear-splitting screams, daggers in the shadows, leering masks, wicked smiles, wailing widows, back alleys, bodies, and blood. Lots of blood. I just never had to endure all of them in one night. Opera's what the Sembites called it. The word means works. Still, out of a cast of thousands, I was the only one working. Everybody else primped and bickered, pranced in party-colored silks and grease paint, and gestured to a couple fat men who bellowed. Meanwhile, I stood there in the dark lee of a stage curtain and watched and listened. That was work. Real, hard work. It's tough for a man of action to stand around and watch something happen that isn't even happening. Still, something real was about to happen. Death was in the air that night. Real death and real blood. I could smell it. Murder was only moments away. I edged closer to the stage. The two fat men there were my responsibility. Usually a person doesn't become my responsibility until he's lying face down in an alley puddle. But these two stuffed sausages were still very much alive, and it was my job to keep them that way. I'm Bolton Quaid, watch captain for hire and, lately, bodyguard. I'd landed this particular job back in Waterdeep, my stomping grounds, when the opera had toured there. No sooner had it opened than death threats had started rolling in. Understandable. If I'd paid a handful of gold to hear this, I'd have been in a mood for murder too. Still, the head of the company hadn't wanted to take chances. He'd sought out the best bodyguard in the city and ended up with me. 5 cities and 10 months later, I was still along for the ride, and the death threats still rolled in. From the beginning, I knew most of the threats were sent by one tenor to the other. Singers are like that, I'm told. But a few came from somebody else, somebody who could have been sitting in the audience even now. I looked out past the bobbing heads of the chorus toward the dour, jewel-decked crowd. They sat in the grand house as still as statues. The best of the best. Everything about them shone: diamond necklaces, gold earrings, silver hair, bald pates, and glassy eyes. Mostly their eyes. Boredom, resignation, sleepiness. Not the usual motives for murder. Most of the crowd couldn't even muster up interest, let alone malice. Still, death was in the air. I could smell it. Somebody was planning murder. It could have been one of the singers. While the crowd had no passion, the singers had too much. Roaring, stomping, wailing, collapsing, trembling, swaggering, staggering, leaping, sobbing, fighting, swooning, and, of course, bellowing, bellowing, bellowing. They were mad with passion, lunatics capering and drooling and howling at the moon. Tonias, the younger tenor, led the bedlam. He was a stout lad with golden hair and beard standing straight out in a ring around his head. The sheen of his hair was accentuated by the crown he wore, which designated him King Orpheus, conquering lord of Dystalia. He wore a fat white ruff, a tunic of bright yellow silk, a stiff brown waistcoat, an ermine-lined cloak, and a yellow stocking that showed every line of his legs. On high notes, Tonias would loft his gleaming sword, giving everyone in the front row an intimate view of the effect of his tremolo. He seemed more a puff pastry than a killer. The older tenor, on the other hand, seemed perfectly capable of murder. In this opera, he played the villain, Garagius, one-time king of Dystalia. Displaced and outlawed, Garagius posed as a leprous beggar in order to sneak up to Orpheus and kill him. The animosity was not all acting, though. It was jealousy, pure and simple. While Tonias got to strut center stage, Vitores had to lurk near stage front. The old tenor wore no finery, only black rags charred from encounters with the foot candles. His lines were full of growls, barks, and guttural threats. On low notes, he sounded like a rutting bull. On high notes, like a cat in heat. That hadn't always been the case. He'd once been a young tenor sensation, the toast of Sembia. Then he'd had the voice of a hero, high, pure, and crystalline. Bold but tender. Powerful but tragic, especially tragic. His career had ended at its height, turning on itself like a snake swallowing its own tail. To escape ever-present fans, Vitores had begun to drink himself unconscious. The problem was he would invariably wake up beside one of those fans. Eventually, drink rotted his liver, and pox rotted his brain. By the time he got dry on both ends, he was empty in the middle, and had no voice left. Vitores now was next to nothing, and jealousy consumed him. Perhaps murderous jealousy. Tonias was worthy of it. Occasionally he would stop bellowing and actually sing something soaring and sweet. Then even I could tell he was good. In those moments, his voice held all of hope and fear, desire and devotion. The sound struck me in the breastbone, and moved in waves through my ribs, into my spine, and up to buzz in the base of my brain. It was like my ears heard only the smallest part of that sound, most of it resounding directly in my bones. Even now he sang such a passage. Among a rapt and adoring throng of choristers, King Orpheus stood, belly thrust outward, head thrown back, and battle sword lifted high. I rise upon the dawning hope of Dystalia, like pollen in the teeming air of spring. I rise as all life rises green and soft through iron-hard ground to daylight gleam. I rise from roots that turn your dark decay to golden finery, turn grave soil to wind-born seed. I rise as all of life, I rise. While King Orpheus sang, Garagius growled out a counterpoint. Tattered black rags swayed around his twisted frame. Within the cloth, a wickedly curved dagger glinted with little flame teeth from the foot candles. Clutching the blade, Garagius made his way toward the king. Death also rises. Or didn't you know? In every blossom, every fruit, the worm will also grow. The worm that eats away the home, the worm that winnows flesh from the bone, the worm implacable, alone, eternal worm, eternal worm. Garagius groveled his way to the foot of the singing king, and lifted the dagger in tremulous hands. King Orpheus sang on, oblivious, as his foe rose from the shadows to slay him. Giving a final shriek of animal fury, Garagius rammed the curved dagger into the king's bulging gut. A gout of blood sprayed forth. I was impressed with this bit of stage magic, more realistic than in the 50-some last performances. The blood even steamed in the cool air. Tonias's song turned into a shriek of agony, and he stared in horror and shock at the knife jutting from his stomach. "He's killed me!" Tonias cried out unmusically. The pit orchestra ground to a halt. The lead rebec player, a thin, pale woman, rose to stare, aghast. Tonias lifted a crimson hand from his belly.
Vitores has killed me!
Vitores? I flung back the curtain and rushed on stage. Too late. Tanias's whole body shuddered. His sword arm went limp and dropped, blade still in hand. The steel flashed in an orange arc and struck Vitores in the neck, bringing an instant spray of gore. Vitores' scream was taken up by many members of the crowd. The audience recoiled from the stage, clambering over seats and bustles and miles of satin to get away from the blood. I was drawn to it. I reached the scene in time to catch Tanias, slumping unconscious to the floor. The dead weight of the man bore me down in a heap beneath him. Next moment, Vitores added his body to the pile, hand falling from his spurting neck. That's when I began bellowing. Hot blood soaked my clothes, and 300 pounds of tenor crushed me. But mainly, I bellowed because the men I'd been hired to protect had, in front of thousands of elite witnesses, killed each other dead. Well, not exactly dead, thanks to the priests of Lathander in the front row. I commandeered the healers, who accompanied body-bearing guardsmen to separate dressing rooms where ministrations began. After issuing orders for crowd control, I got the blood cleaned off me and headed for Tanias's dressing room. I knocked on the door. The lead Rebec player answered. She blinked big moon eyes at me. Her hair bristled in a brown, unkempt mat, and her mannish tunic and trousers were stained in blood. "What?" "I'm Bolton Quaid, the bodyguard." "A little late, aren't you?" she asked caustically. She stepped back and let me in. The room was as sumptuous as it was crowded. Wool rugs, glazed windows, silvered mirrors, embroidered chairs. Tanias lay, huge and sweating, on a too-small fainting couch, midsection covered by a rumpled yellow shirt. At his head stood one gray-garbed guardsman. Another stood at his foot. The Rebec player drifted quickly in to kneel beside the couch on a lush shoe-lung carpet. Her knees settled just beside the bloody sword that had almost killed Vitores. I made my way past red and yellow-robed priests and stood over the tenor. Tanias groaned to see me.
There's the man. There's the man whom I was told would ensure my safety, my very life. There he is, water-davian sewer-rat, keeping track of his pay but not his responsibilities.
"That's why I'm here, actually," I said, dragging a notebook and a fat-nibbed hunk of lead from my pocket. "My responsibility. It's not just guarding you. It's also convicting anybody that attacks you, or Vitores." Tanias's face grew a fiery red beneath his crown of gold hair.
"Why aren't you questioning him?"
Hard to question an unconscious man. I shoved a couple music scores off a chair, drew it up beside the bed, and straddled it. Besides, he looks guilty enough. Everybody saw him stab you. That was no accident. That was attempted murder. The real question is, what happened with this sword of yours? Was that an accident, or... The flush of Tanias's face waned the moment I'd pronounced Vitores' guilt, but his eyes still blazed as he said,
"I wish to the gods I'd killed him. I wish to the gods the sword had cut his head clear off. I assure you, if I'd done it on purpose, it would have killed him. I hate the man. But the blow of my sword was completely accidental."
I made a line of nonsense scribbles on my pad of paper. I never write real notes, but scribbling keeps people off balance. That's a funny kind of argument. You're saying you had motive, means, and opportunity, and yet you didn't try to kill him. That'll be hard to prove. He glanced down, his jowls rippled, as he chewed over a decision. At last he said,
"It's easy to prove. It's the easiest thing in the world to prove, only I won't do it with all these people here."
I glanced up. The priests of Lathander returned my questioning gaze, most of them young, clean-shaven, and naive. I gestured toward the man's belly. "What's the prognosis? He well enough for you folks to step outside?" The chief healer nodded and smiled. Even his eyes smiled.
"The morning lord has been generous indeed. The wound closed with the first prayers uttered, and the patient is resting comfortably."
"That'll be the day,"
sniped Tanias. So I suppose we could step outside and see how Vitores is doing.
Fine, I said, dismissing them. The priests filtered out, robes rustling in the stale air, and I closed the door behind them. Tanias glanced meaningfully at the guards at the head and foot of his bed. Not a chance, I said. They're working with me. Grimacing reluctantly, Tanias said,
I had the motive and opportunity, but not the means. I would have loved to kill Vitores, but I never would have tried to kill him with that sword.
He nodded down to the blood-crusted blade beside the couch. I reached down and lifted the thing, amazed at its heft. This was no mere stage sword. The blade was broad and balanced, its hilt expertly wound.
Look at it, Quaid. This is the real murder victim tonight, said Tanias cryptically.
The blade certainly was bloody enough to be a murder victim. Vitores' gore was drying all across its fine etching.
Do you have any idea whom you hold in your hand?
Whom?
That was Rangier, an ancient elven singing sword, an intelligent weapon, said Tanias sadly. It was forged before the time of Mithranor. It fought in thousands of battles, many for the elven homelands they still hold today. It has changed the course of Faerun, and now it is dead.
Dead? I glanced up and down the blade. How can you tell?
Look at the ruby in its hilt. It once shone with an inner light. Now look at it, he urged. Look at it!
I turned the sword over, gazing into an eye-sized gemstone set in the silver filigree of the basket handle. The stone was cracked, shot through with sooty blackness. I tried to keep the humor from my voice as I asked, "How did it die?"
Blood,
Tanias responded, miserable. He folded his arms over his chest.
The sword was forged so that if ever in battle it was touched with blood, it would be slain.
I was still studying the blown-out stone. How did the sword fight in thousands of battles and change the face of Faerun if it never drew blood?
By singing, it could create mass hallucinations, make a small force seem like an army, make enemies think they were wounded, make them faint, unconscious, believing themselves slain. It won its wars by singing, not by slaying, not by blood.
A singing sword, I said, admiring the weapon. Perhaps even an operatic sword. This would be quite an item for a person such as you to have. A wonderful prop that could turn a fine actor into a magnificent tenor.
He is a magnificent tenor, the rebec player protested. He has a beautiful voice. Sing for him, Tanias, sing for him.
Tanias patted her hand, defensiveness melting as he comforted her.
It's no use. He'll know soon enough.
He lifted his eyes to me, and the fire and irritation were gone, leaving only the red, wounded look of a lost child.
I am a good tenor, yes, but not a great tenor. Not the great tenor Tonias of Selgaunt. That was all an act. It was the sword singing, not me. So, you can see, Rangier was my career, my life. I'd never have drawn blood with it.
I nodded, sliding my notebook away. He was telling the truth, I was sure. Otherwise, he was throwing his career away for nothing. So you're finished then, yes? Tanias snorted.
I'll say the belly wound stole my breath. I'll say I can't sing 4 bars straight through. I'll say something and retire from opera forever.
I got up to go, still carrying the sword, but turned with one final question. You said Rangier was a murder victim. If you didn't murder the sword, who did? The heat returned to his eyes.
Vitores. He must have found out about the sword that it sang for me. He must have found out how to kill it, and stabbed me to provoke me into using it on him. He may have attempted to murder me, Quaid, but he succeeded in murdering Rangier.
Why? I asked. Why kill the sword?
Jealousy, pure and simple. He wanted to destroy my career just like he destroyed his own.
It all seemed to be falling into place. I headed toward the door. I'm confiscating the sword till this thing gets cleared up. Tanias waved the blade away.
It's worthless to me now. Do whatever you want with it."
"I'd like to show it to Vitores and see what he has to say." I motioned to the 2 city guardsmen, "And I'm going to ask these fellows to stick with you until we've got this whole mess sorted out."
"I understand," Tanias said snidely, patting his girlfriend's hand. "After all, somebody's got to guard me."
The other tenor's dressing room was down in the bowels of the opera house. No windows, no silver mirrors, no fainting couch, no shoelung carpets. It was a cramped space of drippy brick. Flanked by guards, Vitores lay on a moldy pallet on the floor. He wore black rags and clutched a metal flask in his hand. His face was grimy with stage makeup, his black hair a tangled mass above dissipated eyes. The yet smiling priest met me at the door.
"We've been doubly blessed today. The Morning Lord saw fit to heal this man as well. He's lost much blood, but is no longer in danger."
I raked the bloody sword out toward Vitores. "We'll see how long that remains the case. Thanks for your help," I said by way of dismissal. The priest made a shallow bow and ducked from the mildewy place. I considered the wounded man, real-life equivalent of the leprous, murderous Garagius. "So, what do you have to say for yourself, stabbing your rival on stage before thousands of witnesses?"
"I didn't do it,"
he rasped out miserably, and took another bitter swallow. I nodded. Every man in the dungeons was innocent. "So your dagger just slipped. Maybe you'd been drinking and started to lose your balance. Maybe the blade couldn't help hitting the biggest thing around."
"Not even that,"
the man said darkly, coughing as the rot gut brought tears to his eyes. "I stuck the dagger in the space under his left arm,
just as I always do."
When you're seeing double, it's hard to know which left arm.
"I'd had nothing to drink before the performance. It was only after. Everything that I—"
Then where did all the blood come from? And how did 10 priests get a look at Tanias's bowel? And why am I here, having to talk to you?
"I didn't stab him."
I towered over the supine man. "Tanias thinks you did. Tanias and me and the rest of Selgaunt. Not only do I think that, but also that you killed his sword, too. This sword." I held out the bloody blade. Vitores blinked at the gory steel, then screwed his eyes closed in torment.
"Rangier was mine, Quaid. Why would I murder my own sword?"
I was incredulous. I crouched down atop my heels and held the blade on my knees. "Your sword? Then why was it in your rival's hand?"
"Why, indeed,"
Vitores nodded, eyes still closed.
"Back in my heyday, it had been mine. I'd used it just like Tanias did. It was the voice behind my career, but then it got stolen. I was ruined. I refused to perform. Drank heavily. Woke up in a lot of odd places. People came to their own conclusions. But the real end of my career was losing Rangier."
He took a shuddering breath.
"May I see the blade?"
I handed him the blood-stained sword, and Vitores positioned it on his body, point down like a weapon laid on a corpse. Vitores' nostrils flared as he drew in the scent of the metal. Eyes closing tight once again, he smiled in pain.
"In my hands again, at last."
Tanias's blade, Vitores' blade. It made sense. 2 great tenors, 1 great voice. If it's yours, why didn't you try to hunt it down?
"What do you think I've been doing for the last 5 years? I suspected Tanias at his debut, but couldn't get close enough to find out. I'd been banned from concert halls, you know. Offstage, he kept the sword in a triple-locked iron trunk. I knew for certain it was Rangier only when we began rehearsals for Terra Incognita. Since then, I've been trying to take it back. I even went to the Guild of Thespians, Bards, and Choristers."
"Why would they help you? You're a fraud. Tanias is a fraud."
"Rangier was just an instrument, like a cittern. That's what I told them. They turned me down flat. Guild or no guild, I was determined to get the sword back. As long as I was alive, I wouldn't give it up. Tanias knew that. He just didn't know what my blood would do to the sword."
"He's the one that told me how the blade died."
"He'd tried it once before. Took a swipe at me. I'd warned him then, but he scoffed. Now he knows the truth.
Tanias might have known the truth, but I didn't. The stories of both men were plausible enough, but still stories, still lies. "You'd stop at nothing to get the sword back," I said. "I'm sending you off with the city watch, suggesting you be charged with attempted murder." I took the sword from the tenor and glanced up at the guardsman. "Shackle him and take him to the dungeons. I'll be by shortly to explain." Even as the men set to work, rolling Vitores on his side, the tenor said, "And what about Tanias? He'll be charged with attempted murder too."
"And what about Rangier? Who killed Rangier?"
I turned the crimson blade slowly in my hand. That I still don't know. I delivered the bad news to Tanias and his girlfriend, and endured a whole new opera of bluster and threats. That was enough. I'd had a belly full of singers and silk, hubris and hoi polloi. I wanted dark streets and smoking chimneys, stray dogs and the smell of old fish. I wanted some good honest dirt that called itself dirt and looked dirty. In the end, even gold and diamonds were just dressed up dirt. I took Rangier with me and headed out alone to the city garrison. On the way, I stopped to get a breath, to get my bearings. I stood in a small circular courtyard, a cobbled alley surrounded by fieldstone townhouses. The crescent moon was a bright scar on the belly of the night. Thin clouds wrapped the sky in torn gauze. The roofline of the city rankled below. Black tiles, seeping shakes, and shaggy humps of thatch. Widows' walks bristled like vulgar crowns. Water whispered in gutters and glinted in the distant cup of the sea. Selgaunt, a quarter the size of Waterdeep, but still embroiled in nastiness, fakery, mendacity. Rich, fat prima donnas attacking rich, fat prima donnas. All that I could have stood. I was used to it. But caught in the center of this fight was something fine, something noble and beautiful. I hefted the sanguine blade before me. Rangier, ancient singing sword of elven kings, forged for battle, hero of 100 wars, shaper of continents, and forevermore dead. Killed as an evening's entertainment. That wasn't even the worst of it. Before all that, the sword had been enslaved to 2 stupid, petty men. They'd made it sing for applause, perform like a trick monkey, and spend the rest of its time in triple-locked darkness. It might as well have been used to slice watermelons and pry open stuck doors. Standing there under gauze clouds and frightened little stars, I knew with a sudden certainty that Tanias and Vitores hadn't been the sword's first taskmasters. How many of the other great tenors of Semite opera had used this blade? For how many hundreds of years had the singing sword of elven kings been enslaved by puffed-up blowfish like Tanias and Vitores? Suddenly, there it was again, the smell of death. I was no longer alone in the cobbled courtyard. From beneath crumbling arched alleyways they came. They emerged from behind ragged wooden toolsheds, abandoned flower boxes, a pile of rotten barrels. Lean, black-suited fighters with eyes like candle flames. They were all around me, blocking all exits. I crouched, holding out the sword before me, and noticed that not a single one wore any armor over their body stockings. An eloquent and dramatic voice came from one of my attackers. "It would seem, Agent Quaid, that you are at our mercy, and mercy is perhaps the rarest coin in our realm." Not assassins, thespians. "Surrender the sword to us, Quaid, for we have taken your metal, and our taste is for a much finer alloy." Bad thespians. There was a bit of whispered protest after that line, and a small slap fight to determine who would get to address me in the future. "This sword is at the center of this investigation," I said flatly. "You can't have it. Besides, it's dead. What would the guild of thespians, bards, and choristers want with a dead sword?" That brought more nervous whispers. Someone argued they should make a run for it. In the end, a new voice won out. "Believe what you will about who surrounds you, Quaid. We will believe what we will about the sword. Now, hand it over or taste our own tongues of steel." That speech was the most popular so far. Heads nodded in the darkness. Thespians or no, there were 20 of them. They could kill me with prop swords. Still, Rangier had been through too much already. I wasn't about to surrender it to another batch of simpering fops. Come take it.
"We will!"
Someone improvised, though the group seemed anything but keen on charging me. The circle slowly tightened. I shifted my feet, turning to keep them all in view. Quick footsteps came behind me. I whirled. Rangier whistled into the space. Steel struck steel, and sparks flashed before a black goatee. With another swipe, I drove the attacker back. And whirled. 2 more swords darted toward my back. Rangier cracked against them. 1, 2. I charged after the swordsmen, needing more room. They staggered back, fashionable berets outlined against the starry night, and foundered on a pile of barrels. Staves popped and rusty hoops groaned as they tumbled. I'd gotten room enough to breathe, but wanted to keep it. I swung Rangier in a wide arc to my right and let the weight of the blade spin me around. With an audible gasp, the black bodysuits fell back. I assumed a fighting stance and growled out, "The damned blade is dead. Give it up, or you may be as well." They seemed impressed by this speech. Literarily, not literally. One shouted back, "Give it up, or you may be as well." That pleased the crowd even more, and hardened my resolve. Dead or alive, Rangier would not end up in the hands of more theatrical taskmasters. I took the battle to them, rushing a pair of men outlined by an alleyway. If I could bash past them. Swords rang angrily on each other. The attacker's blades sounded tinny, mixed with the bell tones of Rangier. Even dead, it was a beautifully turned blade. I lunged, the tip of Rangier catching in the basket hilt of a foe's sword. As I struggled to wrench the blade away, something lashed my sword arm. My shoulder felt suddenly hot and achy. I won free and backed up, carving space around me. Blood was creeping down my arm, dousing the sleeve of my shirt. One of the leotard crew had gotten in a lucky strike. The blow was superficial. It stung, but I could still wag Rangier well enough. Then one of the actors was counting to 3 in an ominous stage whisper, and they all rushed me. I shouted in surprise, but there was no time for threats or words or even breath. A thicket of blades surrounded me, jabbing in, nicking my side, my back, my neck. Rangier danced with a will all its own, seeming to drag my wounded arm behind. All the while my blood crept down from shoulder to elbow to forearm to wrist. I was losing, and I knew it. Rangier knew it too. Light suddenly flashed through the courtyard. 30-some lanterns were unhooded at once, surrounding us in glare. Lances of light sliced through the circle of thespians. They shrank back, muttering about watchmen and dungeons, and the fact that the world never recognizes true genius. Then they bolted, scrambling away through the shadows like so many rats. I expected to hear sounds of struggle and eloquent protests as the watchmen collared them. But there were no watchmen, no lanterns. The light, in fact, radiated from the ancient elven sword I bore. The ruby blazed with light and life. The sword sang sadly, "Lift me if you please. The blood on your hand could kill me." I complied, raising the blade overhead and watching the trickle of blood on my hand reverse, flowing back down my wrist. And there I stood, sword lifted high, a shabby common version of King Orpheus. And as in the play, the sword sang, I rise upon the dawning hope of Destalia, like pollen in the teeming air of spring. I rise as all life rises, green and soft, through iron-hard ground to daylight gleam. I rise from roots that turn your dark decay to golden finery, turn grave soil to wind-born seed. I rise as all of life, I rise. So, I interrupted wryly. It was you all along. You used your mass hallucination powers to fake your own death. How else could I get shut of simpering, bellowing fools? They wouldn't let me go except in death. Death also rises, or didn't you know? And you faked the stab wounds too. No wonder they healed so easily. I was surprised even the Morning Lord was so solicitous. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if you somehow sent some of those death threats too. Yes, I've been waiting these centuries to find a hand such as yours, the hand of a real warrior. I've been pining for real battles again, no more snake oil stage shows. Oh no, I said, fetching up the edge of my shirt and wiping the blood from my hand. I work alone. I can't be seen singing whenever I get in a fight. Once the blood was well stanched, I lowered Rangier and looked at Square and the Ruby. Still, I wouldn't mind some company on the walk back to Waterdeep. And I know a certain weaponsmith who supplies fine swords to real warriors. I imagine I could enlist his aid to find you a fist headed for battle. The sword seemed almost to laugh as it sang out again. I rise upon the dawning hope of Waterdeep, like buds and flowers from wintry sleep. I rise. An Unusual Suspect by Brian M. Thompson. There were 3 corpses laid out on the dock before me. 2 of them were burnt beyond recognition, the pungent smell of charred flesh wafting up from the ashy remains. The 3rd corpse had miraculously avoided incineration, and it was Kitten's. Others knew her as Nimara Chiron, just another tousled-haired dockyard coquette of dubious alignment, if you know what I mean. But for me, she has always been Kitten. She was my oldest friend, despite the fact that I've only known her for 3 months, that being the exact period of time I could claim to know anything or anyone. Before that point, others might know, just not me. Don't get me wrong or mistake me for some lunatic, liar, or lover. I'm not some bardic romantic whose life metaphorically began when he first set eyes on his lady love. Kitten and I were friends, not lovers, at least not as far as I can recall. 3 months ago I woke up in a Waterdeep dockyard alley with my mind wiped of all knowledge concerning my past. A walking tabula rasa, you might say, perfect prey to everyone and anyone, a wandering stranger unto himself, with naught to confirm his existence except a splitting headache and the scent that comes with being unwashed for longer than polite company wish to be aware. I don't remember exactly what happened, something I say a bit too often for even my own comfort. But somehow Kitten came upon me and nursed me back to health, not just satisfied with mending my body. She even found me a useful place in the society at hand and lined up work, of a sort, for me, to keep my belly fed and the rest of me adequately warm and comfortable until my memory returned, which it hasn't yet. She got me back on my feet when no one else seemed to give a damn. Kitten was the oldest memory still in my head, and now her lifeless body was laying before me, and I knew I would have to avenge her death. I had been sleeping off a celebratory bender on a recent job's successful completion when I was aroused from the golden slumbers of the inebriated by a dockyard lad of the streets who had been sent to fetch me. This was the usual way I was drafted by the mysterious group who I had to look upon as being potential clients, throwing just enough cold water on my face to enable me to see clearly, and not enough to cause frost in my close-cropped whiskers in the pre-morning chill. I followed the boy as I knew that my potential clients usually didn't like to be kept waiting. As was the routine, I was led down a number of back alleys and through a few abandoned buildings, throwing off any potential tales, before the lad handed me off to a cloaked figure who tipped the boy a coin and beckoned me to follow. The cloaked figure walked briskly, his boots tapping a staccato beat against the stone streets as he raced against the ever-encroaching dawn, whose early light was just beginning to cast out the shadows from the dark side of Waterdeep. The sun was just about to clear the horizon when he motioned me into a nearby warehouse and quickly closed the door behind us, sealing us into the dark while the rest of Waterdeep began to enjoy the first light of a new day. As my guide fumbled with a torch, I mused to myself gratefully. Well, at least my first fear has been dismissed. A vampire racing against the dawn would never pause to light a torch. We must always be thankful for small blessings. A few seconds later, his efforts were rewarded, and the torch ignited with a temporarily blinding blaze that quickly settled down to a reassuring illumination that provided me with my first good look at the guide who had led me here. There wasn't much to see. He was about my height and build, with rather expensive taste in clothes. His cloak was heavy and cowled, the hood of which he carefully rearranged so as to remove it from his head with minimal muss and bother. The hood fell back from my guide's head to reveal a closer, more form-fitting mask that completely obscured his face, hair, and features, leaving me with little more of a clue to his identity than I had upon the first moment of our meeting. This wasn't unusual, really, as many of my clients seemed to prefer to keep their identities well under wraps, even from me, their humble and obedient mind-wiped servant. It almost seemed to go with the territory in the line of work to which I had become accustomed. The masked man led me down a set of cellar steps to a subterranean passage. I was immediately struck by a cool, moist breeze that seemed to be coming from the direction in which we were headed. The sing-songy lapping of waves grew louder as we approached a larger, well-lit chamber. A highly functional dock, receiving and storage area, not to mention two burly stevedores, arms emblazoned with tattoos of numerous savory and unsavory ports of call from the Sword Coast to the Moon Sea, led me to believe that we had arrived at one of Waterdeep's numerous clandestine ports of call. I began to wonder if perhaps I was being taken to a meeting by means of some underground nautical transport, to fabled Skullport perhaps, until my guide led me to the 3 waterlogged forms that appeared to have been recently dragged from the sea and set out on the docks like recently unloaded refuse. Whatever had befallen the 3 sorry corpses must have happened very recently. The sodden state of their garments had not yet washed away the smoky residue of partial human incineration that must have occurred within the last 2 hours. My eyes were immediately drawn to the only body that seemed to have escaped the flames, whereupon I recognized its identity. I held my breath and controlled my rage at what fate had befallen my benefactor, silently swearing an oath of vengeance. "Your thoughts?" inquired the stentorian voice of the masked man. The voice seemed vaguely familiar, but then again, all of the other masked voices I've dealt with in my short past sounded familiar too. Obviously, I had not been brought here to identify the bodies. The patrons who hired me had numerous necromancers, scryers, and other magic men specializing in the recently deceased, who were easily more suited to such a task. "Life's cheap, unfair, and brutal, as luck would have it," I said. "But whatever happened here didn't happen by chance." "How so?" "2 of the bodies were burnt beyond recognition, and whoever did it was no second-rate firebug. They were flamed by some blast of intense heat, probably some sort of spell." "Spellfire," the masked man volunteered, interrupting my impromptu dissertation and dissection of the matters at hand. "Whatever," I said quickly, dismissing the interruption as irrelevant to my thought processes. If there were 2 mortals on all of Toril possessed of spellfire, that was a lot. Any garden-variety fireball would have sufficed. All I know was that it was powerful enough so that a good dunking in the sea failed to dampen the heat left from the blast, as evidenced by the fact that the bodies and what remained of their clothing are still smoldering. I pointed at the lifeless husk that had been my friend. Except for this one. "Kittens," the masked man volunteered in an emotionless tone. "Right," I said quickly, trying not to dwell on the consuming wave of grief and rage that was beginning to tangle in my gut, emotions that did not seem evident in the monotone of my client's voice. "She hasn't been burnt at all. The other 2 were probably incinerated to forestall identification. Maybe they wanted someone, us, to know that Kitten has been killed." "Not likely," the masked man volunteered. "Then perhaps the fellows with the hot hands were interrupted before they could finish their flaming handiwork," I offered, and quickly inquired, "But why isn't my initial scenario likely?" "Because, at this moment, in the pub known as the Bloody Fist, a woman going by the name of Nymara Chiron, also known as Kitten, is drinking on the tab of a recently acquired friend." "An imposter?" "A doppelganger," the masked man answered. "Go on," I demanded, impatient to be brought up to speed. I felt no necessity to confess my ignorance of such matters to the patron. Personal experience of the past few weeks had already clued me in that these hooded guys always knew a lot more about me than I knew of them. That was why, after all, I agreed to work for them. Doppelgangers, the masked man elaborated in a tone more than colored by a tint of condescension, are creatures that have the ability to shapeshift and take on the appearance of any other creature. Their exceptional mental powers allow them the ability to read the mind of anyone in their close proximity, thus providing them with the details and data to effectively masquerade as anyone, even when they are in the presence of that individual's loved ones. Needless to say, once an individual has been removed from sight, kidnapped, enchanted, or killed, there is nothing to prevent this unholy creature from taking their place in society. Over the past few years, we have been troubled by a crime ring known as the Unseen, under the leadership of one of those devils, a criminal genius who goes by the name Hlavin, who aspires to replace key figures of our community with his unholy minions and thus bring all Waterdeep secretly under his thumb. And as goes Waterdeep, I said, all Faerun does follow. A few years ago he operated out of a local fest hall called the Inn of the Hanging Lantern, hoping to get its surprisingly upper-class clientele under his spell. But his operational cover was blown by some journalist by the name of Volothamp Gedarm. The name's familiar, I volunteered, remembering his connection to a certain Waterdavian publishing concern. He's not important, the masked man stated. Somehow Hlavin has implemented some new fiendish plan. He's already replaced this sorry threesome, and we need to know his next move. Who are the other two? I asked, gesturing at the two soggy victims. That's the problem. All three bodies are ensorcelled, and the best wizards in Waterdeep can't crack the spell. So no deathbed interrogation or revelation. Exactly, he concurred, which has forced us to utilize much more mundane methods in our search for the truth. Namely me. Your charge, he ordered with the authority of some pompous magistrate, is to follow the doppelganger that is passing as Kitten and uncover the identities of her two associates who have taken the place of these poor bastards. I accept, I answered quickly, eager to get to work and avenge the death of my friend. Not so fast, his lordship ordered. Remember, doppelgangers are telepathic. They can read minds. This Kitten can't see you, or she will know what you're doing. Don't call that thing Kitten, I said defiantly, adding, and once I've found the other two, I assume I can deal with them with the extreme prejudice that all three deserve. No, he ordered. You will report back your findings and accept your payment. You are solely to gather information, and no direct contact is to be instigated. After your, shall we say, research is complete, the matter will then be turned over to the proper authorities. I want to be there when their heads are removed from their shoulders. That is not for you to concern yourself with. I was taken aback for a moment. They will be executed, won't they? I demanded. Last I heard, cold-blooded murder was still a capital offense here in Waterdeep. Again, the patron said without hiding his tone of condescension. That is not your concern. I assure you, cool and competent minds will handle the matter. I nodded to concede the patron's point so that I could expedite the matters at hand and get on with the case, all along knowing that I would not rest until I had personally laid Kitten's killer to rest, no matter who I angered while doing it. The masked man snapped his fingers, and one of the burly boys escorted me back to the surface. Messages and updates were to be left in the usual clandestine places, and I was to go about fulfilling my assignment as I saw fit. The instructions on leaving the resolution of the matter to others was considered to be more than enough of a warning not to proceed with any plans for vengeance, but I was out for blood. Kitten deserved no less. My assignment wasn't by any means an easy one. The creature that had killed and was now posing as Kitten would obviously pick up my thoughts once we made contact. The only one deceived by the thoughts of a mind is its own possessor. Trailing her undetected wasn't a problem. The dock ward was filled with urchins, willing to do anything for a gold piece or two. In the short time of my memory, I had recruited a sturdy stable of cast-off minions, whose effectiveness at following orders was only surpassed by their greed and fear of my displeasure. Gross and Waters would be perfect for the job. Both were used to doing my background dirty work, and neither knew Kitten personally. The two would spell each other and report back to me twice daily at dusk and dawn. Though neither could read or write worth a damn, they nevertheless always turned in comprehensive reports on their days, or nights, as the case may be, observations. I knew Kitten's usual routine like the back of my hand, and hoped that I might observe some discrepancy in my two lads' reports that might lead me to the identities of that hellion's accomplices. Newfound friends, secrets, rendezvous, and such would no doubt provide me with an avenue worth pursuing. Minions dispatched, I decided to spend the rest of the day avoiding the target of their tales, and do a little research on the dastardly doppelgangers myself. My patron had mentioned a certain Gedarm, who broke up the ring that operated out of the hanging lantern. I seemed to recall a loutish would-be actor, Pisspot or some such name, who was always bragging about his great comrade Volo, with whom he had shared many an adventure. As I recall, the thespian hung out at an after-hours place frequented by actresses and their patrons. The hostess was a bosomy wench named Blondel, who owed me a favor or two for services rendered. As luck would have it, the actor in question was engaged in a discussion with the lady of the house as I entered the establishment.
"But Blondie,"
the rotund fellow persisted,
"I assure you, it would be wonderful."
"For who?" Blondel replied with a tolerant grin. She patted his hand firmly before moving on to another patron. I scanned the rest of the crowd, a scant lot, not unusual for the daylight hours, and turned back to take a seat at the bar. A glass of my midday usual was already in place before me. I reached in my purse for a silver piece, but my hostess wouldn't hear of it.
"I'm still working off my tab from last week,"
Blondel replied with a coy wink.
"At this rate, I'll be paying it off all year. I wish you'd consider some of my more expensive services."
"I'm in no hurry," I answered slyly. "I like to take my time."
"I bet you do."
Lowering my voice, I asked, "What's the price on information these days?"
"Reasonable."
"What can you tell me about the crowd that used to hang out at the hanging lantern?" Blondel furrowed her brow for a moment.
"Not much," she answered. "They did a brisk trade catering to the crowd's wishes. More than a few of their clientele really hated it when they closed down, even if it was rumored to be a den of demonic doppelgangers."
"Any word of the survivors regrouping and re-establishing themselves elsewhere in the trade?"
"Not that I've heard. Things have been awfully quiet lately. Word in the alleyways is that the unseen has left town in favor of greener pastures. And speaking of greener pastures, have you considered—"
Blondel's proposition was rudely interrupted by the boisterous boom of the thespian lout Pisspot.
"You want to know about doppelgangers, my good fellow?"
the bag of wind announced to the world, or at least those who were within earshot in the room around us.
"Well, allow me to be of service. A drink for me, wench, and put it on his tab."
Blondel looked at me in gentle amusement. I nodded, and she went about serving the fellow who had situated himself beside me, giving me a quick and hearty hail and well-met pat on the back. The drink arrived, he drained it, and beckoned for me to draw closer, as he intended to speak in a hushed tone. Secrecy is always best maintained by whispering, I thought, especially when you have already announced the subject matter to everyone in the room.
"I am an expert on doppelgangers,"
he whispered pompously. I nodded and said, "So I've heard. You're an associate of that Volo fellow. Pisspot's your name."
"That's a Passepot," he corrected. "Son of Idolin Cattenflass, circumtraveller of Toriel and scourge of all doppelgangers. What would you like to know? Do you want to hear about how I uncovered a plot to replace Kelvin, or how I saved the heir of one of the leading families of Cormyr, or how I single-handedly secured the balance of power in the Moonsea region? It's all very hush-hush, you see."
"What can you tell me about doppelgangers in Waterdeep?" lately?" I inquired. "Another drink?" he requested. I nodded to Blondel, who quickly accommodated him. The rotund fellow raised the tankard to his lips and replied, "Nothing, I'm afraid, but thanks for the refreshment. You are a gentleman and a scholar." As he drained the tankard, Blondel quickly placed another in front of him, which he quaffed in similar fashion, and immediately passed out. "That settles that," she announced, and then, pointing at the stout fellow who had just begun to snore, asked the crowd, "Know anyone looking to Shanghai a crew member or two? He'll be out for at least a day and a half, more than enough time to get persuasively out to sea." "I'll send word if I hear of anyone," I replied. "And you do the same if you hear anything new about the matters we discussed. You know how to get a hold of me." I was swiftly back on the street, and in search of information, the sound of two bouncers placing a rotund thespian in a holding sack quickly diminishing in the distance. Word would be out in no time that I was on a doppelganger hunt. The loud-mouthed pisspot had seen to that. If I didn't find them, they would find me. Either way, I'd soon be facing Kitten's killers. Things didn't move as swiftly as I had assumed. 3 days and 6 reports from my minions later, and I was no closer to achieving my objective, and the hunger for vengeance began to consume my belly like day-old Baldur's Gate rotgut. Gross and Waters had both reported that the thing that was passing for Kitten seemed overly wary in her one-on-one encounters, as if she were always on her guard, but other than that, nothing suspicious. Gross postulated that it could be a woman thing, and that she was just self-conscious. As always, I didn't comment, just listened. My patron sent a missive indicating that he and his associates were growing impatient, and that the fate of Faerun was probably hanging in the balance. What else was new? I had heard all that before and really didn't care. They would get their information soon enough, and a few corpses as well if I had my way, even if I had to beat it out of someone who looked like my best friend. On the 4th day of my quest, I almost ran into Kitten, but quickly managed to remove myself from her presence before she had a chance to sense me. I'm not really sure how these doppelganger telepathic powers work, but I'm pretty sure I made it away clean. Waters included his observation of my near miss in his daily report, but as per usual didn't make any query about it. A good minion doesn't ask questions unless they are told to. On the 5th day, I received a missive from Blondel. Someone wanted to see me. Concealing various bladed instruments on my person, I quickly set off for the rendezvous that had been arranged for me. The meeting was set for an after-hours place a block over from the waterfront. Blondel's missive had indicated that a well-dressed fellow from the north had asked her about the hanging lantern and doppelgangers a night ago. A follower of synchronicity over coincidence, her feminine sixth sense told her that she should put him in touch with me. The dockyard was my home turf, and she knew I could take care of myself. I arrived at the meeting an hour early, so as to have the advantage. I was about half an hour too late. I realized this only when I felt the initial blow of a firm cudgel on the crest of my cranium. My adversaries had already laid claim to the advantage by arriving even earlier. I came to a while later, lying on some cold and damp cellar floor, my wrists and ankles bound, Blondel and a nondescript gentleman standing over me. "He's coming around," the unknown figure announced. "It's about time," the creature that had become Blondel answered, "though I guess we really couldn't have asked for a more cooperative opponent, walking right into our clutches and all. I probably would have let you go on living if you hadn't posed a threat to our other associate." "The one posing as Naimara Chiron," I replied. "Exactly. Your queries were getting in the way of her fulfilling her part of our mission, and our master was growing quite impatient. We never really feared that you would uncover the full extent of our plot, since you had obviously chosen to settle the matters at hand before carrying out your patron's wishes. Such arrogance and rage can only get in the way. And for what? A slim chance to avenge the death of a friend. A person of your abilities should have known better. But then again, if memory serves, experiences are the best teachers, and you seem to have forgotten most of yours." At this point, I would like to add that it was quite refreshing to read such an uncluttered mind as yours.
I'm glad I could accommodate you, I replied cockily. Little did I realize that I would have to avenge the deaths of 2 dear friends.
Blondel's crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time, the thing that was passing for Blondel explained. Your kitten, on the other hand, was very necessary for our plot. The new kitten should be on her way here now. Too bad you won't be around to meet her.
Why didn't you just kill me and get it over with? I asked. It would have saved you the trouble of tying me up and all.
True, it replied, but unfortunately my nondescript colleague, whose appearance was dictated by an equally unlucky nobody, applied his cudgel to your skull a little too quickly. I hadn't yet had the chance to leaf through the pages of your mind, to make sure that you hadn't informed your unknown patron of our little meeting, and unfortunately, such reading of thoughts is more difficult when the subject is out cold.
The thing that had become Blondel looked in my eyes. I sensed hunger in her thoughts.
You have so many questions inside of your head, it said with a sigh. I'm afraid I can't answer any of them for you. It's a shame, going to your death without ever knowing your own identity, your past, or even your own name.
You could at least tell me the reason Kitten and Blondel had to die.
Beyond the simple reason that we had to take their places, it replied, and shrugged. Too bad you can't read minds. Oh well, I can see the harm in it, and besides, Kitten should be here soon. We probably should wait for her.
The thing leaned in close to me and purred in the manner Blondel used to when she wanted to get me hot and bothered. The knowledge that this wasn't the member of the gentler sex with whom I had shared a few passing evenings did little to quell my response to her seductive tones.
Our master has engineered a new plan to reassert his influence in the fair city of Waterdeep. He has recognized the necessity of controlling the, how should I say, word about town, in order to carry out his plan. The Inn of the Hanging Lantern was brought down quite inadvertently by a busybody hack writer and a know-nothing publisher. Our job was to replace the publisher with one of our own, so that such a turn of events wouldn't happen again.
I laughed sardonically at the black humor of it all. All of this for one lousy publisher who would probably have been open to a bribe anyway, I said, in ironic resignation.
Indeed, it replied, but the master didn't want to take that chance. Bribes don't usually instill loyalty, and most publishers seem to relish the idea of renegotiation, even after a deal and price have been set, provided that the matters at hand seem to be in their favor. It was to be the first cautious step in his great new plan, but I am afraid that we can't wait any longer. Kitten or no kitten.
It withdrew a poisoned black blade dagger from its bodice and began to place it beneath my chin, ready to insinuate its deadly edge into the fleshy part of my neck.
Goodbye, man without a past. Give my best to your Blondel. She should be happy to see you, if I recall correctly. It purred.
The poisoned tip of the deadly dagger had furthered its insinuation into my flesh and was about to penetrate and seal my fate when the sound of the whistle of flying steel breezed through the cellar. The thing that had become Blondel slumped to the side, quite dead, the poisoned blade barely missing my throat with nary a nick, as her associate also crumpled to the floor. A familiar face stepped out of the shadows, pausing momentarily to retrieve her blades from their well-aimed destinations deep in the doppelgangers' backs, before turning her attention to me.
Now that wasn't too hard, the familiar voice of Kitten exclaimed. There's a whining tub of lard in the other room. He's in a large sack labeled Bad Actor for Shanghai, but I don't think he'll mind if I tend to you first.
My oldest friend explained the matters at hand as she undid my bonds.
Sorry that you had to be kept in the dark about all of this, she said, but it was the will of the lords. When the doppelganger tried to remove me and take my place, it woefully underestimated me.
A common mistake, I interjected. Out of the corner of my eye, I discerned a movement from the direction of the supposedly dead doppelganger accomplice of Blondel, and with my recently freed hand extracted a throwing knife from one of my secret harnesses and let it fly in the direction of the noise, hitting home in the forehead of the now really dead doppelganger.
It seems Kitten's dagger had lost most of its killing power when its mortal flight had been interrupted by some well-placed chainmail. And common mistakes do have a way of continuing to crop up, I added.
Point well taken, Kitten conceded. I immediately sent word to Kelvin Aronson, who alerted the lords. It was they who concocted this plot to uncover this latest conspiracy of the unseen. We needed to know who the others were and what they were doing. Given their exceptional mental powers, the lords knew I would never be able to pass myself off as one of them. We therefore needed a reason that I would cease interacting with the others in the plot, namely that I was being followed by one of the lord's men.
Me, I offered, mentally making a note that my current patron was one of the lords, confirming a suspicion that I had been harboring all of my so-called benefactors, the perfect blank slate.
Exactly, she replied. Your well-intentioned quest for vengeance, yes, the lords knew what you intended to do, made you the perfect Judas goat to draw them out while providing me with the perfect cover.
I was the bait, and you were the trap.
Exactly.
With her help, I stood up and rubbed the circulation back into my wrists and hands. Blondel is still dead.
I'm afraid so, Kitten replied, a supportive hand placed on my shoulder. But her killers are now dead also.
All to protect a stupid publisher whom the lords have had numerous problems with.
Indeed. Just-in-time is no friend of the lords, Kitten answered apologetically, but we didn't know that he was their target at the time. And we could rule out the usual suspects like Kelvin, Danilo Than, Mirt the moneylender, and others. If we had known, maybe things would have been different. Maybe we would have taken a different tact.
I secretly made a second note of her use of the word we. Blondel would still be dead. Some things don't change. Kitten looked down at the toes of her boots as if to avert my stare.
It's a small consolation, but the Lord's plan worked as well as it needed to. A new unseen plan nipped in the bud.
Kitten raised her head and looked me in the eye.
Let's get out of here. It's time for you to claim your payment for services rendered. But first we should free the hapless actor, unless of course you think we could fetch a good price for him on the seagoing market.
Not likely, I replied, still distracted by the new revelations at hand. I quickly regained my wits, and not wishing to alert my feminine benefactor to my realization, I added, it wouldn't be worth the effort. It took bare minutes to free the terrified pisspot from the very large sack that imprisoned him, and an interminable few minutes more to get him to stop groveling. We quickly gained the streets of Waterdeep, at which point the rotund thespian sped off in search of a bar, where he would no doubt soon be bragging about his latest adventure. Kitten and I set off to claim a new piece of the puzzle that was my past, the taste of unnecessary death still fresh in my mind, as well as new suspicions about whom I could really trust. Darkly Through a Glass of Ale by Peter Archer. The sun sank into a golden haze of clouds, and darkness rolled gently from the east over the port of Tharkar, on the borders of Ulgarth and the free cities of Parsanic. At the gates that breached a thick wall dividing the two states, guards yawned sleepily in the evening heat. Steam rose from the softly waving fronds that bordered the free cities, northernmost kingdom of the utter east. On the Ulgarthan side, a horse-drawn cart kicked up a thick cloud of dust that obscured both driver and passenger. The guards bestirred themselves and raised hands. "Who seeks entry into the free city of Thalkar?" inquired one in a bored tone, as he grounded his halberd by his side. The driver of the cart coughed and shook his head, clearing the dust from his eyes and throat. "I am Necht of the free city of Whitevale. This," he said, gesturing to his companion, "is Perilous, a merchant of Ulgarth with goods to sell." "What nature of goods?" The guard yawned. 50 kegs of ale for the tavern of the Tall Tankard," said the driver. The guard, coming more awake than he had been all day, stepped back a pace and whistled loudly. From the long evening shadows of the gate behind him emerged the chief guard, a rotund fellow, barely contained in his stretching chainmail. The chief glanced at his fellows and chuckled. turning his attention to the passenger.
Well, Perilous of Ulgarth, as you're doubtless aware, none pass into Tharkar without paying tax.
Tax? The merchant stared angrily at the guard. The driver put a hand on his companion's shoulder and whispered urgently, but Avarilus shrugged him off. There's no entry tax. I paid for an import permit and for a scroll of sales submission. They cost me enough. The fat guard stepped a pace nearer. Sweat streamed down his face, dripping onto the rolls of flesh that surrounded his neck. From the corner of his mouth came a tiny dribble of dark juice. He had been chewing kalava leaves, a mild narcotic that, while technically illegal, were nonetheless widely available in the free cities. He rested a hand casually on his sword.
This is a new tax, he grunted. A special tax on Ulgarthan slime dogs. It comes to exactly 2 kegs of ale. And since you're so anxious to pay it, he glanced back at the other guards and grinned, you can get down from there and unload the kegs yourself.
Avarilus stared at the dirty faces of the gate watch and snorted contemptuously. The driver descended into the roadway and smiled ingratiatingly at the guard. "You'll forgive my employer, sir," he said. "He's new to the 5 Kingdoms and our ways." Without moving his eyes from Avarilus, the guard brought his fist around in a smashing blow that knocked the driver on his back 5 feet away. Blood spilled from his lips and ran down his chin. The guard smiled at Avarilus, showing all his teeth.
Well, slime dog.
The merchant hesitated and glanced at the driver, who sat up in the white dust of the road wiping his mouth. A subtle signal seemed to pass between the 2 men. Avarilus climbed from his seat and, going around the wagon, unhitched the back flap. He quickly rolled out 2 of the barrels, setting them upright on the ground, and refastened the wooden flap. He began to walk back to the front of the wagon, but the guard hadn't finished his game.
Just a minute, he growled. Let's see if you're paying this tax in good coin. Lithron, get a spout to tap this keg.
One of the other watchmen disappeared into a narrow recess in the wall, then re-emerged a moment later with a tap and mallet. Swiftly, with the air of one well accustomed to such duty, he tapped the keg and, taking a dirty tin cup from one of the other guardsmen, filled it full of the frothy ale and passed it to his chief. The head of the watch took a long draught, then looked at the merchant and smiled soapily.
Pig's piss. That's what this is. But what do you expect from the hogs of Ulgarth? They've nothing to do all day but brew foul-smelling rotgut like this.
He chuckled.
Here, merchant, you try some of this swill.
He held the glass toward Avarilus, but as the latter reached for it, the captain suddenly upended it and poured the ale onto the ground while his other hand, holding a blade, came up to Avarilus's throat.
Well, merchant, go on. Drink up.
Avarilus gave him a disbelieving look and stared at the muddy spot on the ground. The driver, who had regained his feet, started forward with a cry, choked off as one of the other guards clamped a hand round his throat. Another, coming up behind the merchant, gave the back of his knees a violent kick, knocking him to all fours. The captain thrust his foot on the smaller man's neck, pushing his head down.
Drink, Ulgarthan pig!
There was a roar of laughter from the rest of the watch. Avarilus twisted away and came to his feet, mud splashed around his mouth, streaking his cheeks. With as much dignity as he could muster, he remounted his wagon and sat still, waiting for his driver. The man from Whitevale hastily climbed into his place and shook the reins. They drove down the winding street and out of sight. The guards laughed scornfully. Then the captain thrust his glass at his lieutenant.
Here, lad, I'm off for the evening. Where did that fool say he was going?
The Tol Sankad.
Aye, well, maybe I'll seek him out there and make him pay another tax.
Avarilus and his companion proceeded through the streets of Tharkar in silence for some moments. Silent groups of heavily armed men glared suspiciously at the wagon from arched doorways. Avarilus took no notice of them. He was well aware of the tense stalemate that existed between the 5 kingdoms, whose rulers jealously guarded their most powerful magical items. The blood forges allowed them to conjure armies to defend against attacks from fiends and from each other. In the utter east, temporary armed truce was the status quo. The oncoming evening was hot, and the steam rose from the horses' flanks. After passing a few streets, the merchant cleared his throat.
"How is your mouth, Knecht?"
The driver shrugged and touched the blood crusted on his lip.
"Could be worse."
He turned to Avarillus.
"But you really must be more careful, sir. This isn't Ulgarth, and our ways aren't yours. The gatewatch almost always steals from goods wagons, especially those from Ulgarth."
The merchant nodded humbly. "I see. I'll try to do better in the future." He sank into a thoughtful silence, broken by Knecht asking him,
"Just what are you selling, sir?"
Avarillus glanced at him, surprised. Knecht, looking resolutely ahead, continued,
"Mind, it's really none of my business, but if you're planning to get me into any more fights, I think I should know what's going on."
He turned from the road and looked his employer full in the face.
"So what's really in the barrels?"
Avarillus gave him a look of astonishing blandness. "Why, ale, of course. Just what we told those louts at the gate." Knecht shrugged and shook the reins again.
"Whatever you say, sir. Ale's as good a story as anything else."
There was a moment of silence between the 2 men. Avarillus glanced sideways at his companion, then cleared his throat. "Just in case something does happen, though, I'd much appreciate a pair of eyes at my back." He stared hard at Knecht, who grinned back cheerfully. Knecht swung his wagon into the courtyard of the Tavern of the Tall Tankard and leaped easily from his seat. The merchant descended more slowly, as befitted his greater age and weight. In the dark beneath the stars, his eyes glittered. From the open door of the tavern came light, music, and a blast of beery air. A figure emerged, observed the wagon, and approached Avarillus.
"Ahoy, good sir. Have you goods for my master?"
"Aye, boy. Fetch him and some stout fellows to unload these casks." In a few moments, the landlord came out of the door, a fat, oily man with the air of being constructed of badly pressed butter. Behind him were 4 helpers who, without a word, set to removing the barrels from the wagon and carrying them through a small side door into the tavern while the landlord directed their work. When they were done and his helpers had gathered behind him, he turned to Avarillus.
"Now, sir, how much for the kegs, then?"
Avarillus and Knecht had watched the proceedings without saying a word or moving a muscle. Now the merchant spoke in a soft voice. "As you well know, Daltrice, the amount we agreed upon was 5 crowns per barrel. 48 barrels makes 240 crowns. Daltrice shook his head, smiling, and rubbing his greasy hands.
"Now, sir, you are mistaken," the landlord exclaimed. "Why, I was right here all the time, and I'll swear by Umberley I counted only 38 barrels carried into my establishment. I believe that brings your total to, let me see, 190 crowns.
Avarillus shuffled his feet impatiently. "Come, Master Daltrice, stop this fooling. 240 crowns is the sum owed, and 240 crowns I'll take." Knecht tugged nervously at Avarillus's sleeve.
"Remember,"
the driver hissed,
"discretion in all things. We don't want trouble."
Avarillus snorted. "There won't be trouble if Daltrice pays what he owes." Daltrice laughed, a giggle of pure delight.
"Oh, my dear Avarillus," he said, "such a foolish man. But perhaps they don't educate you Olgarthans in the complex ways of commerce, as do we of Parsanic. Very well. 150 it is, then."
He motioned to the largest of his helpers.
"Sir Carl, pay the merchant."
The big man stepped forward and tossed a small sack on the pavement. Avarillus, hesitating a moment, picked it up and counted the money it contained. He looked sourly at Daltrice. "There's 100 here."
"That's right. Payment in full."
Daltrice laughed again.
"Come now, my good fellow. Come into the tavern and have a drink on the house."
Turning his back on the merchant, he squeezed through the doorway. Avarillus glared after him, then at the landlord's employees, who eyed him stolidly. He shrugged his shoulders and snorted under his breath. "Thank you very much," he muttered to no one in particular. Passing through the door of the inn, Avarillus and Knecht emerged in an arched passageway with doors penetrating the walls on either side and torches flickering in iron sconces. At the far end of the tunnel was a pair of wooden doors, panelled and intricately carved. These swung open as Avarillus and Knecht approached them, and they passed into the main area of the tall tankard. Of all the ports along the utter east, Tharkar was the most popular with traders, travelers, and pirates. Ships put into its docks carrying goods to Degen, slaves to Konigheim, and mead and battle-axes to the far-off halls of the Northmen. Because of its position, the city was also the first port of call for the infrequent ships from Ulgarth, Chult, and even more far-away places in Faerun. The taverns of the city were famous throughout the Five Kingdoms for their food, ale, dancing girls, and other less explicitly defined forms of entertainment. Among these houses, the Tavern of the Tall Tankard was the most well-known. Smoke from 100 pipes rose to the night sky, sparkling with stars, above the open courtyard that was typical of Parsanic inns. Palms waved, and rashaka, tiny lizard-like creatures, ran to and fro beneath the feet of the patrons, snatching scraps of food from the unwary and disappearing down holes and into cracks. A chorus of raucous voices continuously called for ale, wine, brandy, and Taritha girls, whose services could be purchased for a few coins. Serving wenches moved about, bearing platters of steaming elephant and zebra meat, and tall tankards of ale with which to wash it down. Snatches of broken song resounded from the room's corners and escaped through the open windows. Avarillus cast a swift eye over the courtyard. He gestured to a raucous group of drinkers in one corner, away from the light of the torches. "Who are those people?" Knecht narrowed his eyes, squinting at the group.
"Those are the Inquisitors from Whitevale, sir. The ones I told you about."
"Ah, yes. Looking for adherents of the fallen temple." Avarillus apparently lost interest in them and glanced at the other side of the courtyard, where a collection of tough-looking bearded men were swiftly and silently downing tankard after tankard of ale. "And those?"
"Northmen. Daltrece had better watch them closely, or they'll drink up his entire cellar in one night."
Knecht snickered at his own wit. Avarillus gave a perfunctory chuckle. "And that group?" He gestured at a long table near the fountain at the center of the courtyard. A fine spray came from somewhere in its center, and rivulets of silver ran down the figure of a coiling python in its midst. Knecht smoothed out the lines in his face and looked properly serious.
"Those are the trade delegates from Konigheim and Degen. They've been here almost 6 months negotiating a pact."
The merchant stared thoughtfully at the crowd. His eyes traveled slowly across the courtyard, pausing once at the sight of a stout back and dark hair hanging greasily over a rumpled collar. Knecht followed his gaze, started, and began to speak, but the merchant's hand on his arm stilled him. "All right," Avarillus murmured to Knecht. "Be careful, and remember what I asked of you." White teeth flashed in Knecht's dark face. "Yes, sir. Don't worry." And he was gone. Avarillus cautiously edged his way closer to the bar, behind which stood the fat landlord contentedly surveying the anarchic scene before him. At the merchant's sharp rap on the counter, he glanced around, smiled unctuously, and slid across a tankard drawn from a barrel of the ale Avarillus himself had brought to the inn. A balcony ran around the 4 sides of the courtyard. Vines hung down from its banisters. Avarillus, admiring the lush greenery, was startled to see within the foliage the undulating forms of serpents sliding smoothly over the soft leaves. He shuddered involuntarily, then remembered the special regard in which people of the free cities of Parsanic held snakes. It was even rumored that somewhere in the kingdom, in a cold underground room kept secret from all but a chosen few, were evil men with hooded eyes and shaven scalps. These priests of Talona, sat amid wriggling mounds of serpents and, as the snakes wove beneath their ragged robes, spoke prophecies in hissing voices that were not their own. Avarillus glanced at the python statue in the sparkling fountain and shivered once more. Beneath the balcony he spotted a seat at a table set in the shadows, away from the torchlight that illuminated the courtyard. The table was already inhabited by two men who looked up in irritation as Avarillus joined them.
"This table's occupied, friend,"
snapped one, a tall, grim-looking man with a scar disfiguring his cheek. Avarillus smiled ingratiatingly. "Surely you'll not begrudge me a place to sit in peace. I've been traveling the whole day, and I long for an entertaining evening away from the dusty road." The men looked at each other for a moment. Then the blond one shrugged. A colorful scarf slanted over his forehead, concealing one eye and giving him a rakish, careless appearance.
"Suit yourself,"
he growled ungraciously, turning back to his drink. Avarillus pulled up a chair and slowly lowered his aching body into it. Before his bottom touched the well-worn seat, though, there was a crash. The chair spun away, and the merchant fell sprawling on the floor. The scarred man who had kicked away the chair at the last minute gave a shout of laughter.
"Next time, Algarthan scum, don't presume to sit at the same table with Tharkarman."
He gestured toward a dark nook nearby.
"Get over in the corner and slurp your swill there, out of my sight."
Avarillus's shoulders tensed for a moment. Then he shrugged, rose, and with as much dignity as he could muster, made his way to the place indicated. Tharkar natives sitting nearby, who had witnessed the incident with amusement, turned back to their drinks. The merchant relaxed, leaning his chair against the wall, and observed the scene. After a time he drew a small pipe from within the recesses of his cloak and lit it. The two men who had humiliated him drank steadily. Every now and then one would rise and go to the bar for a fresh round of ales. They spoke little, but Avarillus overheard enough to learn that the tall, scar-faced man was named Crelan, while his companion, shorter and blond, was Spielt. From where he sat, Avarillus had plenty of leisure for observation. The crowd appeared at first to be a typical gathering of sailors, soldiers, and rogues from the utter east. As he watched, though, he became increasingly aware of a subtly different dynamic in the courtyard, a tension that seemed to grow quietly among the various groups. Avarillus's attention was gradually drawn to the boisterous group of well-dressed men gathered at the table near the fountain. It was a large party, and their penetrating voices rose above the clamor.
"Slaver scum! Traders in human flesh! The men of Konigheim! Who knows from what port they'll draw slaves next? Citizens of Tharkar, look to your children! Fool of a Dogainer! We of the mighty kingdom of Konigheim, beacon of the utter east, favoured of the 5 kingdoms, take slaves only from the kingdoms we conquer. And yours will be next, unless I miss my guess. The fish people at last caught in a net."
The speaker chuckled heavily and belched.
"We've all seen the neck gills you Dogainers sport. What's next for you? Will you grow fins? A kingdom of codfish? We'll serve you up in a lemon sauce, or perhaps you'd prefer to be fried in batter."
He roared with laughter at his own poor wit, as his companions sycophantically echoed him. Avarillus noted with interest the patch of wrinkled skin in the middle of his forehead, a patch surrounded by a multitude of complicated designs executed in dark ink. Near the center of the table a man rose, evidently with some authority. As he spoke, the men at the table fell grudgingly silent.
"Now then, citizens, peace among us all. Put aside those differences that divide us, and together are united as one powerful force, we can confront the fiendish enemy while improving our mutual wealth and power."
The speaker lifted his glass.
"A toast. A toast to our success in these negotiations. Neither shall be the loser in the pact we conclude."
There was an embarrassed scraping of chairs, and both sides in the dispute half-heartedly lifted their glasses in assent. Once again, talk at the table sank into the general babble of voices. Avarillus listened, with apparent indifference, to this dispute and its conclusion. The men at his table seemed at first equally unaware of it, but as he observed them closely, the merchant saw that this was not so. As Creelan went to the bar, he spoke a word in passing to one of the dough-gainers. As Spielt, a colorful scarf slanting over his forehead so that it concealed one eye, passed near the delegation, he seemed to stumble and murmur something to the Königheimers. The men at the large table drew together in a tighter circle, their voices hushed, suspicious looks passing between them like summer lightning. Averillus watched this with growing interest, waiting for the spark that would set off open conflict. It was not long in coming. Creelan leaned his chair back and stretched. As he did so, Averillus saw him, with a flick of his wrist, toss a small rock, so accurately that it upset a full tankard of ale on the Königheimer's side of the table. A hulking, dark-haired Königheimer with the white skin and tall build of the folk instantly leapt to his feet with a curse. He turned angrily to one of the dough-gainers sitting across from him.
"Clumsy fool! Watch what you're about!"
"Slaver dog!" The dough-gainer was on his feet now.
"The curse of the Mage King upon you!"
Rather than reply, the slaver picked up his chair and bashed it across his opponent's head. Other denizens of the tavern sprang up, and the brawl was on. Averillus slid further into his nook, avoiding flying furniture and bits of broken glass. To his right, he could see his table companions watching the battle with evident satisfaction. The conflict was conducted with broken chairs and tables. Fists flew, bottles crashed. The smell of spilled ale was overwhelming. Then, as one fighter staggered back into the dark nook in which Averillus was standing, the merchant was plucked forth and swept into the midst of the battle. He found himself parrying a myriad of blows, slashes, and flying cups. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Spielt and Creelan had entered the fray. He worked his way into the middle of the courtyard, now jammed with thrashing bodies, most of them held upright by the press of people. Then, just as the fighting was heaviest, the crowd drew apart to reveal a man's body sprawled face down, floating in the waters of the fountain. Crimson ripples spread in a ghastly halo around his head.
"Murder!"
The cry came from 100 throats. The crowd poured into the street, and in 5 minutes the only ones left in the tavern besides the owner were the 2 men from Averillus's table, the merchant, and the dead man. A second later, the landlord and his band of helpers emerged from behind the bar and ranged themselves before the door. Averillus sank back into his nook, watching the scene with glittering, attentive eyes. The 2 drinkers would have followed the rest of the crowd, but their way was barred by the landlord, who came at them in a furious rush.
"You fools! What have you been doing? This fight will bring the watch down on this house for sure!"
The landlord's voice ended in a shriek as Spielt seized him by the throat and pinned him against the wall with one hand, while his other drew a wickedly curved sword from beneath his robes. His friend stared grimly at the landlord's henchmen as they started forward.
"Call off your dogs," he growled, "unless you'd care to end the evening as a corpse."
The landlord gestured frantically with one hand, and the large guard, Sir Kal, stepped back a pace. His hand was on his own sword, and his eyes looked death at the scarred man. The ruffian nodded to his companion, who loosened his hold on the landlord. The fat innkeeper choked and gasped for a moment, then sank into a chair. Creelan gave his friend a ghastly smile, and the 2 stepped confidently toward the door. Light flashed suddenly from a blade, as one of the innkeeper's men drew a broadsword and pressed it against Spielt's throat.
"Halt, or your friend dies!"
Creelan stopped, his mouth slipping sideways in anger. He glanced down, making a visible effort to regain his temper. Then he looked up again.
"Go ahead. He's less than nothing to me. I can pick up a better helper than him in any dockside brothel."
He took another step. Spielt's face had turned ashy, but his voice, when he spoke, was surprisingly calm.
"Death's waiting that way, Creelan. Another step and you'll be food for the fallen temple."
He flicked his eyes upward toward a shadowed balcony that ran around the 2nd story of the room.
"Right now there's a crossbow aimed straight at your head."
Rhaeglaren was keeping an alternate escape route open for us. Well, that's what he's doing for me, all right.
Creelan began to look upward, then thought better of it.
You're bluffing, Spielt.
Spielt's laughter had a touch of hysteria about it.
Am I? Then walk ahead. You'll find out soon enough.
Sir Carl's stance appeared to relax slightly. He laughed deep in his throat and brushed a hand over his balding head, the skin mottled and scaly.
So you've betrayed each other. What more could I expect from such slime? Well, I'll have you first, Creelan.
Creelan grinned tightly.
Not quite.
Slowly he brought up the hand that until now had stayed clenched in a fist by his side. It held a small glass sphere that the others could see was divided in half by a thin partition. One half held a black powder, the other contained a clear liquid.
Know what this is?
The smile froze on Sir Carl's face.
What?
Smoke powder,
Creelan crowed.
And next to it, oil of phosphorus. You know what happens if the sphere breaks, don't you? The oil will ignite, and the smoke powder will explode.
Sir Carl laughed.
Go ahead, fool. There's barely enough powder there to blow yourself up.
Creelan said calmly.
Ah, but there you're mistaken, my friend. This is just one sphere. In my pack I have 2 more. True, there will be only one small explosion from this one, but it will be followed by a somewhat larger explosion. I shouldn't care to be standing next to me.
Sir Carl snorted.
You're bluffing.
Am I? If your friend over there kills Spielt, Rhaeglaren will shoot me. I'll fall. And with me will fall this little sphere, this little glass sphere. He smiled nastily. Spielt, if Rhaeglaren kills me and the sphere breaks, I and our friend here will be dead. But his other friends will have no reason not to attack you. 5 against 2, not good odds. And that assumes you won't be taken down when I fall.
Creelan shifted his eyes upward.
Rhaeglaren, he called. In case you're getting some bright ideas, shooting me now will only get your boss killed. And do you think you'd make it out of the tavern with these fellows, not to mention the watch, on your trail?
Sir Carl grunted contemptuously.
You needn't worry about the watch.
Why not?
Because we're already here. Creelan started, and the hand holding the sphere wavered visibly. The guard tensed. The scarred man's voice was brittle as fine crystal.
How did you come here tonight?
Ask your friend. Sir Carl made a minute nod toward Spielt, who smirked at his former comrade. Creelan's voice rose to an outraged shriek.
You! You bastard! You planned to betray me all along! No more than you were planning for me, Spielt snarled.
You'd sell your mother for a handful of copper pieces if the opportunity came along. But now the tables have turned, thank Umberly. Spielt's mercenary companion had recovered his aplomb and managed to give the impression of shrugging his shoulders without actually doing so.
Well, well. Perhaps I would have. I've always admired initiative, Spielt. Possibly you have a bit more than I was willing to give you credit for, though any would be more than that. And now you're caught in your own trap, tightly as a Tharkaran lobster.
Ah, but what about you?
Spielt's voice was poisoned with hatred.
How are you going to get out of here, pray tell?
Creelan rolled his eyes.
I don't know. At present, the situation's a bit of a standoff.
And a remarkably entertaining one, I might add, observed Perilous, stepping out of the shadows. Creelan's hand jerked, and the sphere nearly slipped from his fingers, bringing forth an anguished cry from Sir Carl. The other watchman's fingers whitened on his sword hilt. Creelan was the first of the group to recover fully.
By all the foul beings of the abyss, who are you? And what are you doing here?
For the merest instant, Spielt's eyes flicked toward Perilous.
I know him. I thought there was something odd about him from the moment he sat down at our table.
His hysterical giggle pierced the damp air.
I knew we should have taken care of him earlier.
Perilous smiled agreeably, taking care to keep his hands in plain sight and make no sudden movements. Gentlemen, a word from an impartial observer seems as if it would not come amiss just now. He picked up his ale from the window ledge where he had set it. Creelan spoke before the others.
Perhaps it would, but I don't know exactly what game you're playing. Are you an agent of one of the other cities?
Avarillus permitted himself a small shrug. My concerns in this affair are my own. For all you know, I could be an innocent bystander, but I know enough of what's occurring in the Five Kingdoms these days to understand something about who you're all working for. Spielt sneered openly, the veins in his neck turning purple. The watchman's sword rested closely against the largest of these, and Avarillus could see the tip of the blade denting the dirty skin.
If you know so much about it, whoever you are, tell us about it.
The blonde mercenary glared at Creelan.
I'd love to know who this Tanari-spawned bastard is working for.
Avarillus cleared his throat perfunctorily and, righting a chair, sat down. Well then, to begin, the political situation between the Five Kingdoms is, as usual, at a stalemate. But some people would like to change that, and here's where things get interesting. Who gains if the trade pact is signed between Königheim and Degen? There was a minute stir, as if both Creelan and Spielt had shifted positions slightly. Spielt's hands, held stiffly up to his chest, caught a thread from his robe and began to twist it back and forth. Sirkal shrugged.
They both gain. That's why they want to sign it.
Correction. Avarillus picked up an unbroken plate from the table nearest him and, placing the center on his forefinger, spun it. The two kingdoms want to negotiate about it. Neither wants to sign anything. Spielt wet his lips.
That's ridiculous.
Avarillus's eyes followed the spinning plate. The Königheim slave lords see negotiations over the pact as a chance to gain breathing space for their accumulation of naval resources, preparatory to an invasion of Degen. The Mage King, on the other hand, sees an opportunity for a small step toward his eventual goal of unifying the Five Kingdoms under his rule. I suspect he planned to use the period of negotiation about the pact to infiltrate more spies and agents into Königheim to undermine the council's power. Abruptly, he tossed the plate from his finger and caught it skillfully. Edenvale, the Northmen, and the free cities of Parsanic opposed the pact to different degrees. From their point of view, it's essential to maintain the balance. Sirkal spoke.
I see. So these two were working as agents of one of the other three kingdoms to sabotage negotiations and prevent the pact.
Avarillus smiled tolerantly. Not quite. It's a bit more involved. His eyes moved slowly from Creelan to Spielt to the watch commander. I've developed something of a nose for sniffing out treachery, and there's a good deal of it here tonight. The watch commander gave a short bark of laughter.
Yes, by Tempest, I should say so. These two soldiers of fortune were willing to cut each other's throats simply in order to earn their pay.
Avarillus shook his head. Not quite. It's true they were prepared to trade each other's lives, but the motive was stronger than mere money. In fact, neither intended the other should leave the tavern alive.
Explain.
Sirkal's voice was sharp. Well, our friend Creelan here, judging by his clothing, has passed himself off as a native of Tharkar. But if you look just where his neck meets his robe, you'll see something else. The watch commander craned his head and stared in the flickering lamplight.
Gods be damned. Gills.
Yes, gills. The man's from Degen. On the other hand, looking at Spielt, we find something else a bit curious. With both hands raised, he stepped closer to the blond man. Then, with extreme delicacy, he plucked the scarf from the mercenary's head. Light gleamed on a complex array of tattooed lines and swirls, surrounding a perfectly formed, lidless golden eye, set in the middle of the man's forehead. It stared angrily at the rest of the room. There was an audible gasp from the others. Sirkal was the first to recover, and gave vent to a burst of foul oaths, invoking Umberlee and the blackest inhabitants of the deep.
A Königheimer, by all the fiends.
Avarillus smiled, and mopped the sweat from his brow, using the scarf he had wrenched away from the disguised slaver. The watch commander's eyebrows were wrinkled in thought.
But wait a minute. Why in the name of the gods would Königheim and Degen want to break up the pact? They were the ones signing it.
Not signing it. patiently corrected Avarillus. Negotiating about signing it, he sighed. As long as discussions dragged on, both the Königheim Council and the Mage King benefited. Meanwhile, both secretly planned to sabotage negotiations at the last minute. Each planned a murder of a member of its own delegation in a public place on neutral ground, so the other could be accused not only of murdering an innocent delegate, but so that the free cities could be drawn into the conflict on the side of whichever party's delegate was killed. For that reason, I'm quite sure Crelan, as an agent of the Mage King, had orders to murder a Deegan delegate. Spielt, working for the Königheim Council, was supposed to kill one of the representatives. He sighed again. It seems a bit ironic, really. He paused, and the stillness seemed to grow thicker in the heavy night air. The landlord, long forgotten where he lay against the wall, stirred and bumped against a metal cup, knocking it over. The dull metal thump sounded loud. Sir Carl, looking thoroughly confused, broke the silence.
So who was murdered? A Deeganer or a Königheimer?
Avarillus turned and regarded the corpse with a touch of regret. Well now, that's the odd thing. Neither.
Neither?
The overwrought commander was practically screaming.
How can you possibly say that? Both these scum provoked a fight in order to gain cover for their planned assassinations. I can work that out, thank you very much. One of them was successful before the other, both prepared to flee. Now you say neither completed his mission.
Avarillus walked over to the fountain. Setting down his tankard, he reached in and, with an expression of distaste, grabbed the corpse by the scruff of its jerkin. With a sudden heave, he brought it out, dripping onto the flagstones. He cautiously turned it over with his foot so they could all see the face. Water ran from the fat seams, from the mouth and nose, and merged with the smeared blood on his cut throat. From the inside of his sodden clothing, a small scarlet viper emerged, hissed angrily at the merchant, and wriggled quickly into the bushes. One of the watch behind Sir Carl started and cried out,
"Sir, that's Sergeant Villius. Him that's on the north gate. I spoke to him there yesterday."
The commander's eyes widened.
Villius. Whoever helped him out of this world did us all a favour. He'll not be missed.
He chuckled and spoke to Spielt and Crelan.
A fine pair of assassins you turned out to be. Couldn't even kill one of the men you were aiming for.
Spielt giggled.
Yes, Crelan.
I imagine if you get out of this, you'll have a pretty time trying to explain things to the Squidmaster of Eldrinpar. He'll turn you into fish bait.
Crelan scowled. Come off it, Spielt. You bungled this completely. I wonder to what slave pit they send assassins who kill the wrong man.
There was a moment of painful silence. The watchman holding the blade to Spielt's throat gave a slight murmur of one whose arm muscles are beginning to ache intolerably. The sword in his hand shook, drawing a thin line of blood on Spielt's neck muscles. Sir Carl broke the pause.
Do you two mean to tell me, he said ominously, that neither of you killed this lout?
Spielt said cautiously,
I mean to tell you that I didn't.
Liar, snarled Crelan.
I never touched the fellow. I saw him fall while you were near him. Since I thought you were working for Deegan as well, I assumed you'd completed the mission and we should get out.
Wait a minute, sputtered Spielt.
I thought you were employed by Königheim.
There was another silence while everyone digested the import of these words. It was broken by Avarillus casually moving toward the wooden doors that led outside, still holding a nearly full tankard of ale. Spielt's eyes followed him.
There, he shrieked. There, Commander! There's the murderer!
Slowly, Sir Carl's eyes swung toward Avarillus.
Who in the nine hells are you?
The merchant looked at him apologetically. The Olgarthan government rather prefers to see the political situation in the Five Kingdoms remain the same, he observed. I came here to make sure the balance was preserved, and the man was extremely rude to me when I entered the city. He turned to go.
Hoy!
Cried a half-dozen voices simultaneously. Avarillus turned back toward the yard. At the same instant, his left foot kicked back against one of the doors, slamming it as hard as he could. The terrific crash precipitated a flurry of action within the courtyard. The watchman's sword arm jerked violently, and his blade slid into Spilt's neck. The blond man fell to the ground, writhing in his death throes. Almost at the same instant there was a dull twang, and a crossbow quarrel suddenly protruded from the back of Creelan's head. He staggered forward against the commander. Two of the watchmen whipped crossbows from beneath their dark robes and fired at the balcony where Reglaren was standing. There was a cry and a crash of rending wood as Reglaren's lifeless body plummeted to the floor of the inn. Creelan's nerveless fingers jerked in a dying reflex, flipping the glass ball upward. The commander snatched it out of the air. "Thank the—" he started to say, then watched in horror as the ball slipped from his sweaty grasp. Sirkal screamed in frustration and anguish. Then he felt a sudden blow to the back of his knees and unexpectedly sat down in the chair thrust beneath him. The glass ball landed on his lap, unbroken, and his hands clasped round it. He could feel his heart thudding against his ribs. There was a quiet cough behind him, and he looked around to see who had saved him. Knecht, Avarilus's driver, stared at him with his hands still outthrust. Avarilus himself stood before the door, watching calmly the havoc he had wrought. In the silence that followed, the merchant stepped carefully back into the courtyard and strolled over to the still recumbent landlord. "D'Altrice," he observed calmly, "I do have time for one short drink, and I think you owe me something." He picked up a tankard and drained it. At the same time, he bent and effortlessly jerked a heavy purse from the landlord's belt. He scattered its coins on the polished bar top, and swiftly flicking his forefinger counted out 140 pieces. No one moved as he scooped them up and dropped them into his own pocket. Jingling slightly, he put down his drink and moved toward the door. "I forgot to tell you," he said to the landlord. "I won't be back again. Urgent business elsewhere. New accounts to service. You know how it is." He grinned, beckoned to Knecht, and was gone.
Linnea, Thomas M. Reed. Linnea awoke suddenly to find herself face to face with a cocked crossbow. Herlon Davenwis was at the other end, aiming it at her with a snarl on his face. Herlon was a generally sour fellow who had lost his wife 2 winters ago in an orc raid. "Get up, you ungrateful wench!" he yelled at her, even as she noticed others looming over her bed. The girl blinked, trying to clear the cobwebs of sleep, even as the sheets were yanked back and she was dragged to her feet. Terrace Turlgood's husband Shastine was there, and behind him Gorlin the hunter stood, a long dagger in his belt, a lantern in one hand, and a coil of rope in the other. "What's the matter?" Linnea asked, shivering from the cold in only her thin shift. "Shut up!" Herlon spat, keeping the crossbow trained on the girl. "Tie her, Gorlin. Don't let her use any of her infernal magic on us. Ungrateful little whelp." Shastine spun Linnea around and pushed her against the bed, then grabbed her arms, jerking them cruelly behind her back. "Ow!" she cried out, not understanding. "Please, what's wrong?" She could feel rope being threaded around her wrists, burning her skin as the slack was drawn up. "Please, Gorlin, someone tell me what's going on!" Linnea sobbed, desperately wishing Ambriel would arrive and call off this mob. She did not struggle as Gorlin finished tying her hands and began to bind her fingers, immobilizing them completely. "I say we kill her now and be done with it," Herlon raged. "No sense in waiting." "No," Gorlin said quietly but firmly as he helped Linnea to her feet. "The lady's law says she gets a trial. There will be no killing." "Faugh!" spat Herlon. "A trial is a waste of time." Outside her small one-room cottage, Linnea could see that dawn was breaking, but the sun was still behind the mountains. "Nonetheless," Gorlin pronounced firmly, "the lady's law is clear. There will be a trial. Let's go, girl." He gently pushed Linnea forward toward the door, steering her by his grip. "Please," Linnea said, moving forward woodenly, shivering, her feet aching from the cold floor. "I didn't do anything. Somebody please talk to me." She felt numb, as if none of this were real. Where is Ambriel, she wondered, or Dalion? "Don't pretend you didn't kill him," Herlon fumed. "Don't pretend you didn't go up there last night and blast him with the very magic he taught you to use." Linnea stumbled then, her head spinning. Ambriel? No. She sank to her knees, unable to breathe. Someone had taken Ambriel from her. "I didn't do it," her mind screamed. "No, it can't be real." She began to shake uncontrollably. "Please," she sobbed quietly. "I didn't do that. I would never kill the only person who ever really cared about me," she finished in her head, remembering the previous day, the last time she had seen him. "No, Linny. Twist it. Like this." Ambriel chided as he tore another strip of parchment from the sheet in his lap. His gnarled fingers, steady despite their age, pulled the strip taut and then deftly looped it back on itself, giving it a half twist. "There. Like that," he said, pinching the ends together between his thumb and forefinger, and holding it for the girl to see. Linnea chewed her lower lip as she studied the twisted shape in the older man's hand, wanting to make certain she understood what he had done. She nodded finally, confident she could duplicate it. She took her own strip and pulled it taut by the ends, as he had done, then mimicked his movements to form the endless loop. "Good. Very good." Ambriel smiled, absently stroking his whiskered chin with one hand as he peered at the object in Linnaeal's grasp. She smiled briefly to herself as she looked at him, crouched as he was upon the granite outcropping where they were studying, a coil of rope before him on the stone. He kept his cloak, the same sky-blue color as his eyes, wrapped about himself, for the air held a chill this late in the summer, even at the peak of a sunny afternoon. To most, Ambriel still seemed impossibly spry for his age, but Linnea had begun to notice little changes that hinted otherwise. Their walks through the woods never seemed to last as long as they once did, and his lessons on magic with her came less frequently. Mostly, she had begun to notice where the lines in his face had deepened and multiplied. "He's getting old," the back of her mind whispered. But she ignored it and concentrated on the lesson. "Now, the rest." His voice was deep and rich against the hushed roar of the tumbling water at their feet. "Say the words slowly and clearly." Linnea nodded again and rose to her feet, positioning herself so that the coil of rope was directly in front of her. She focused inwardly for a moment, concentrating as she held the looped parchment before her. Then she began to speak, firmly citing words in an arcane tongue. As she formed the final syllables, she held her other hand up, palm to the sky, and blew a bit of cornstarch she had been grasping so that it passed through the twisted loop and settled on the coil of rope. She shivered, that now familiar tingle engulfing her, as the incantation opened magical connections both within and around her body. She watched expectantly as the rope began to uncoil, one end climbing magically upward toward a dark, shimmering opening that appeared for an instant in the sun-dappled air. A deluge of water suddenly cascaded from the sky, crashing directly into Linnea and knocking her off balance. She stumbled backward from the rock and fell into the icy stream, toppling onto her back and submerging. The torrent of water continued to slam into her, pinning her under the surface, and Linnea flailed about in a panic, unable to breathe. She inadvertently swallowed several mouthfuls of both icy fresh water and warmer salt water before she managed to roll to one side and escape the deluge. Just as quickly as the torrent of water had appeared, it vanished, leaving Linnea on her hands and knees in the stream, thoroughly drenched and shivering from cold. Linnea crawled from the stream onto shore, wiping water from her face and trying to catch her breath. She barely noticed Ambriel standing safely upon the bank of the stream, still clutching his spellbook. He gaped incredulously into the open air where the magical doorway had been spewing water only seconds before. All evidence of the rope, the parchment, and the cornstarch had been washed away from the outcropping of rock. When Linnea saw that her teacher was unhurt, she fell back upon a bed of dried fir needles, her eyes closed, breathing deeply and trying to calm her pounding heart. Obviously, that wasn't supposed to happen, Linnea growled in frustration. Ambriel shook his head slowly, still stunned at the unexpected display of raw nature. Amazing, he answered absently, stroking his whiskers. I don't know exactly what you did. Some sort of wild surge, I'd warrant. I think you accidentally opened a planar portal instead. That's it, the girl grumbled, her amethyst eyes flashing as she scowled upward at the sky. That's the third time this week, and this time I nearly drowned both of us. I quit. She sat up, impatiently dragging her long, delicate fingers through her wet, bedraggled hair, sweeping a few straw-colored strands behind her noticeably sylvan ear with a trembling hand. Gods, she continued. I'm a menace to both of us. Forget studying at the university in Silvery Moon. I can imagine everyone's faces when I accidentally drown the headmaster while auditioning for enrollment. She huddled miserably, shivering and wet. Ambriel laughed. I suppose we should be glad you opened a portal to water rather than something more dangerous, he quipped, such as magma. Linnea groaned. Oh, that would be even better. I'm really sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to melt your university. She sighed and tucked a small, simple stone amulet back into her blouse, pausing to run her fingers over its smooth surface. Ambriel had given it to her some years before, when she had first begun to study magic with him. She always wore it on a leather thong around her neck. Ambriel made a few subtle gestures, and Linnea was instantly dry again. She was grateful for the cantrip. I told you it would take more effort to learn this new magic, child, the old man said. If it were easy, everyone would be a great wizard casting spells all over the damned place, and I wouldn't be sitting out here freezing my old bones, trying to keep from getting killed while I teach them to you. Linnea sighed again, nodding glumly, still feeling the chill of being wet, even though she was completely dry. Ambriel laughed at her dour expression. Oh, stop it. You learn faster than anyone I ever knew, including me. Your logic is sharp, and sometimes you even apply yourself. Patience, Linny. You'll get it. The bright lady herself would be jealous of your ability. Ambriel got a distant look on his face, then. I remember when I was first studying with my old teacher in Silvery Moon. I was as impetuous as you, eager to learn, thinking I could master it all in an afternoon. The elder man stared off into nowhere then, and he said nothing for a time. Linnea watched him, wishing he would share this vision of his past with her. She loved it when he told her stories about his younger days, about when he had studied magic at the university at Silvery Moon, and then later when he had actually served for a time as a member of the Spell Guard. She often imagined what it would be like to be a member of that elite enclave of wizards charged with protecting the gem of the North. She often vowed to herself to make it a reality. Seeing Ambriel's craggy face now, and the gnarled hands that absently stroked his snowy beard, it was harder than ever to imagine him young. Yes, he's definitely growing old, Linnea mind whispered. The elven half of her heritage made his aging pass so quickly before her eyes, and in turn, to him, she had hardly changed at all in the 12 summers he had known her. Linnea knew Ambriel would be long dead before she fully matured into adulthood, and the age now showing in his face filled her with sudden sadness. She hated envisioning a life without her mentor to protect and guide her, and yet she knew that day would soon be upon her. His days with you may be few in number, Linnea Shalandriana, but you are a fool to waste them grieving before he's gone, she scolded herself. As if sensing her troubled thoughts, Ambriel shook his own head, returning to the present. You must keep working on focusing the energy you feel into the loop. Only then will the magic hold. The girl nodded, her sadness dispelled. She briefly considered trying again, but remembered that all of their components had washed away. The next lesson would have to wait for another time. Ambriel drew the girl's attention to the horizon with a nod of his head. Linnea turned and spied the darkening sky near the top of Emran's Peak, at the head of the valley. The late afternoon showers were coming. All right, Linnea acknowledged, sighing. She rose to her feet and turned to follow Ambriel. With careful, measured steps, he strolled along the path, his buckskin boots making little noise. Linnea hiked along beside him, absently toying with the amulet around her neck as she soundlessly picked her way along the trail. The path meandered through a copse of large, arrow-straight firs, their great trunks rising like huge columns to an arched canopy of thick boughs overhead. It was cool and dim here, and with the late afternoon sun already settling behind the far ridge of mountains, and the clouds gathering overhead, it was growing into twilight. Linnea inhaled deeply, delighting in the scents of the forest. She also detected the faint smell of a cook fire and roasting meat in the chill air, and her stomach reminded her it was almost dinner time. The pair crested a small ridge along the path to behold Galen's Ford. The little hamlet before them had grown up near a shallow ford in the stream. Here, the forest floor was open and spacious, uncluttered by smaller undergrowth. The cottages, many nestled against the huge trunks of these great trees, were simple earth and timber affairs with thatched roofs. In what might pass for the center of town, a large, open-sided pavilion constructed of rough-hewn logs dominated the other structures. Beneath its sheltering roof, there were several simple wooden tables with plank benches. It was near this central structure that most of the folk of Galen's Ford now gathered, preparing for a communal evening meal. A half-dozen or so men and women, plates and bowls in hand, huddled around the large cook fire that burned in a pit in the middle, where a hole in the roof allowed the smoke to escape. Others had already found seats at the tables. All told, some 36 people dwelt there. Linnea could distinctly smell the roasting venison even before she spied it on a large spit over the fire. She also detected the odors of steamed potatoes and carrots, fresh pan bread, and baking sourberry pie. At the table, she knew there would be hard cheese and pitchers of cold milk, both brought up from Quairvar farther down in the valley. Ambriel sniffed the air deeply. He sighed. Sourberry pie always gets my mouth watering. I love this time of year. The old man headed directly to the cook fire to inspect a pie cooling on the hearth. As he reached out to sample a bit of the crust, however, Terrace Turlgood, a plump, rosy-cheeked woman, swatted his hand away. "Keep your paws off my pie, old man. There will be plenty for you after dinner." Terrace was trying to sound stern, but Linnea could see the twinkle in the woman's eye as she scolded him. Ambriel yanked his hand back and tried to look wounded, but couldn't resist chuckling. Linnea smiled, sharing in the joke, then turned to follow Ambriel to a table, nearly running headlong into a thin, bony woman carrying an armload of dishes. The girl pulled up short at the last moment, and the woman, Maven Holcott, snarled at her. "Watch where you're going, you stupid half-breed." The hatred in the woman's voice was plain. "Sorry," Linnea mumbled as she ducked her head and scurried out of Maven's way. Linnea's cheeks burned with anger as she caught up with Ambriel, and she could almost feel the other woman's eyes on her. That woman. She's just not happy unless she's scowling at me, she seethed to herself. Ambriel looked at Linnea intently for a moment. "What's troubling you, child?" Linnea shook her head. "Nothing," she said dismissively. "I'll get us some food." She started to rise again, but his hand shot across the table and fastened on her wrist with a surprisingly strong grip. "You know better than to think I'll buy that. What happened?" Linnea sighed and sank back down onto the plank bench. "Oh, Maven Holcott is staring daggers at me again. It's nothing." Ambriel frowned, his watery blue eyes flashing. "I'll speak to her about it later. Her sour insults have gone on long enough." "No, please don't. That'll only make things worse. I'll just stay out of her way like I always do." Ambriel smiled and patted Linnea's arm gently. "You're a good person, Linny. You deserve better than what that unhappy old woman dishes out. But I'll stay out of it if that's what you wish." Linnea smiled back at the elderly man, gladdened by the kindness showing in his face. "She doesn't matter, Ambriel, as long as I know I have your undying love," she teased, her voice smooth as honey. Ambriel nearly choked. "Hush, child," he hissed under his breath. "I'm old enough to be your father, and I look old enough to be your grandfather. Don't give these nosy people any ideas. If they got the notion I was making untoward advances, however insane that idea actually is—" Linnea giggled, imagining Maven Holcott's face at such a thought. She'd turn purple and choke on her own waggling tongue. She giggled again, delighted at such an image. Ambriel was peering around, obviously nervous at the thought someone had overheard the girl's joke. When he had assured himself that no one had, he relaxed once again and glared at Linnea. "You really like making me old before my time, don't you?" he muttered, but Linnea could see the twinkle in his eye. She smiled at him and stood up. "I'll get us some food. Just stay here and rest your weary bones, grandfather." Ambriel sputtered unintelligently at her insolent comment and took a half-hearted swat at her. But she easily dodged it and traipsed toward the cook fire. As Linnea stood in line, hands suddenly covered her eyes and a male voice behind her said, "Guess who?" It was Dalian, one of the woodcutters. Linnea ducked and twisted out of his grasp and turned to face him. Dalian was handsome enough, Linnea often thought, but something about him made her uneasy. Despite the fact that he was quite friendly, she often sensed that he was up to something. Nonetheless, he was handsome, and his interest in her seemed genuine. "I knew it was you. It's hardly a surprise when you are the only one who ever does that," the girl said, smiling and poking him playfully in the chest. Dalian snorted. "That's because you spend all your time with the old man. If you weren't so set on becoming a great sorcerer," he said this last bit with a mock awe, "more people might pay some attention." "Hey!" Linnea said indignantly, punching Dalian on the arm. I like studying magic with Ambrielle. Besides, she continued, frowning when she noticed Maven Holcott scowling at the two of them, I can do without some of their attention. Maven Holcott would just as soon put a bolt through me as look at me. She doesn't think too highly of you talking to me, you know. Dalian shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the woman's disapproval. Hey, he said, changing the subject. Do you want to go for a walk after dinner tonight? Linnea had reached the front of the line and turned away from Dalian. Gorlin, a retired tracker who now did the hunting for Galen's Ford, handed her 2 bowls of steaming food. He was a quiet man who treated Linnea with indifference, but then he treated everyone in the hamlet with indifference, so she had taken that as a good sign. Maybe, the girl replied to Dalian's question. It might rain. Ambriel and I noticed a storm moving in before. Well, then maybe I could come over for a while. We could talk. I'll bring some firewood. I noticed you're getting low. I'll even build you a fire tonight. Linnea arched one eyebrow at this suggestion, looking askance at Dalian. Well, it's pretty obvious what mischief he wants to get into tonight, she thought. Maven Holcott would choke on her own wagging tongue for certain. I imagine you would even stay long enough to make sure I was warm, wouldn't you? Dalian merely grinned, and Linnea suddenly got that uneasy feeling again. We'll see, she replied. I have to take Ambriel his dinner. She then turned and walked briskly away before the young man could press her on the issue. Once back at the table with Ambriel, Linnea attacked her meal with relish. The afternoon's mishap by the river had left her famished. As they ate, a light and friendly banter sprang up around them, people enjoying a good meal among extended family. Ambriel, how harsh will the winter be this year? Asked Herlon Davenwis, a carpenter and blacksmith of sorts. Ambriel paused to finish a bite, then patted his mouth with a napkin. I performed an augury only yesterday, Herlon, Ambriel answered, and the winter won't be too cold, but there'll be a lot of snow this year. There was a general murmur among the gathering at this news. Heavy snows made it difficult to harvest timber, for the wagons frequently got stuck in the high drifts. It also meant that Gorlin would need to step up his hunting so that the community would have plenty of smoked meats to see them through until next spring. There would be a lot of work to get done this fall. Ambriel cleared his throat as he pushed his now empty bowl away. The folk grew quiet, for this generally meant the elderly man had more to say. Of course, the deep snows are going to be good for growing harperroot and basilisk's tongue, and the heavy melt-off next spring means there should be lots of hammerfish. Linnea smiled to herself. Ambriel was always one to point out the good side of any problem that might arise, and his counsel to the people of Galen's Ford was no exception. Although the logging might be slim this winter, if they planned ahead, there would be plenty of other goods available to send down river to Quaervar and Silvery Moon next spring. Another bout of murmuring rose up from the small crowd, only this time it carried a tone of positive excitement. You know, Ambriel interrupted, glancing around, this reminds me of a story that took place one winter we had back when I was with the Spell Guard. A hush fell over the crowd. But, he paused dramatically, I think it will go over much better after a nice hot slice of sour berry pie. Laughter sprang up all around, and many heads nodded in agreement. Very quickly people sprang up to collect the dishes, cut the pie, or stoke the fire. Everyone loved it when Ambriel told a story, always a long, drawn-out, embellished affair, and finishing the chores was a must before settling down for an evening of his tales. Linnea smiled as she gathered both of their bowls and hurried toward the cook fire, where a large kettle of water had been put on for washing. She did not want to lose her seat next to her elderly friend, who was now quite entrenched as the center of attention. She set the bowls down on the hearth near the fire and turned to head back to her seat when a hand grabbed her wrist. "Since you got to spend the afternoon daydreaming by the river instead of helping with the chores, you can wash the dishes." It was Maven Holcott, her words mocking, a scrub brush in her other hand. Linnea started to protest, but Terrace Turlgood was there too, nodding her head in agreement, although the look on her face was much kinder than Maven's. Linnea knew they expected to be obeyed. The girl's mouth snapped shut, and she reluctantly accepted the scrub brush from the hateful woman. With a smug look of satisfaction on her face, Maven turned and stalked off to join the crowd gathering around Ambriel, Terrace close behind her. Linnea sighed and tested the water in the kettle. It wasn't quite hot enough yet, so she sat down to wait. She looked forlornly toward the gathering crowd, knowing full well that she would not be able to hear Ambriel's story. Ambriel had finished his pie and was now in the process of lighting a pipe, his feet stretched out before him. She watched the elderly man as he savored the taste of his pipe for a moment longer, then began to blow the smoke into dancing shapes, a trick that delighted the small children in the group and made them squeal and clap their hands. Linnea smiled, familiar with this particular cantrip. It was one of the first bits of magic Ambriel had taught her. As he began his tale, Linnea reluctantly turned away, pushed the sleeves of her blouse up to her elbows, and tested the water once more. Satisfied with the temperature, she took up a bowl and the scrub brush and went to work. Linnea felt movement at her back suddenly, but before she could turn around, Dalian was seated next to her, that familiar, mischievous smile on his face. "Need some help?" he asked, reaching for a bowl. "Sure," she whispered back, "but you don't have to. This is my penance for daydreaming all day, according to Maven Holcott." Dalian snorted in derision. "That cranky old dame isn't happy unless she's making everyone else miserable." He said out loud, drawing a few irritated stares from people sitting at the back, closest to the two of them. "Shh," Linnea urged, not wanting to rile the woman any more than necessary. "It's all right. I can manage the dishes. Go enjoy yourself with the rest of them." She turned back to scrubbing. Dalian, however, made no move to depart. "So?" he asked, still holding the bowl. "So what?" the girl replied, getting a tingle in her stomach. She sensed what he was about to ask her. She found herself imagining what it would feel like to kiss him, and wished she hadn't, for that made the knots in her stomach even worse. "So? Do you want me to bring some firewood over to your cottage tonight?" Linnea swallowed nervously, thankful it had grown dark enough by this time that the young man couldn't see. Yes, okay." "Stop acting like a thimblehead, you foolish girl." She took a deep breath. "Yes, I would like that. After I get Ambriel home." Dalian arose, setting the still unwashed bowl down next to the rest of the pile. "All right, then. I'm going to have another slice of pie and go listen to the story." He smiled that smile once more, and Linnea felt goosebumps and shivered. "Don't make me wait too long, though." He spun on his heel, a pie plate in his hand with a full quarter of a pie still in it, and went to join the rest of the crowd. Linnea stared after the handsome young man as he departed, both thrilled and worried. Then she turned her attention back to the dishes and sighed, staring at the dirty bowl. "Typical," she grimaced, flinging it into the water and attacking it vigorously with the brush. "Their idea of helping is to keep you company while you do the work. And I, of course, was swooning with delight the whole time, like some addle-brained maiden. Humans may understand the ways of love, but I sure don't." Ambriel finished his story, and as the gathering began to break up, Linnea hurriedly finished the dishes and went to escort her mentor home. It had begun to rain as she had expected, but under the protection of the forest it was really little more than a light drizzle. Nonetheless, the two pulled the hoods of their cloaks up to protect them from the dampness. Linnea fetched and carried a lantern for them as they walked along the path toward Ambriel's cottage at the edge of the hamlet, her other hand on his arm. "I missed your story tonight," she lamented. "You must promise to tell it to me tomorrow. Maven and Terrace ordered me to do the dishes." "Did you get them nice and clean?" Ambriel teased. "I did," Linnea said indignantly. Dalian came over and offered to help, but he just ended up talking my ear off. Ambriel chuckled. "I think he's sweet on you, Linny." Linnea stammered. I find him interesting, I suppose." She hoped she sounded non-committal. "He seems like such a scoundrel, though. Don't you ever get a sense that he's up to no good?" "Of course. All the time," Ambriel replied, a chuckle in his voice. "Especially where your virtue is concerned." Linnea made a strangled noise and sputtered. "Ambriel, that's not what I meant and you know it." "What's wrong, Linny? Worried that you'll no longer have my undying love?" he teased. "Don't worry. I promise not to be too jealous." Linnea rolled her eyes. "You're terrible." Ambriel laughed at her reaction and continued. "As far as the dish duty, well, I suppose it's only fair, seeing as how I keep you busy with other things most of the day. There are some who feel we don't do our share. Maven more strongly than most." "Oh, I don't mind the work," Linnea replied, grateful for a change of subject. "It's just the way she delights in glaring at me. What did I ever do to make her hate me?" Ambriel grew quiet for a time before answering the girl. "This world holds many wonders for those who have the gumption to go find them. But some folk can't seem to see past the differences between themselves and everyone else. I will tell you this, though, child. For every cold and unhappy person like Maven, there is a person who cares not one whit about your heritage, only that you are warm and kind and trustworthy. Those kinds of people you can be proud to call friend. Like Dalian, for instance." Linnea groaned, realizing Ambriel had found a way to bring the fellow up again. "He's convinced you to help him charm me. You're conspiring together." Ambriel chuckled. "Don't disparage his kindness too quickly, child. He seems to find you interesting enough." They had reached Ambriel's cottage. "Yes, I know. He's coming over tonight to talk for a while," the girl admitted, her tone warning Ambriel against further quips at her expense. The pair entered into the cottage, and Linnea began to light the various candles and lamps while Ambriel took his book of spells over to a trunk at the foot of his bed. He uttered a few phrases, softly enough that Linnea could not make them out, and then lifted the lid. He deposited the book atop a folded section of royal blue canvas adorned with a silver crescent moon sheltering a single silver star. Ambriel had once shown Linnea some of the various items he kept stored here, mostly old books written by some of the most powerful sages and wizards of Silvery Moon. There were a few other things, too, pieces of memorabilia from his younger days, such as the scrap of canvas. It was the flag of Silvery Moon, and when pressed on its origins, Ambriel claimed it had been given to him by Illustrial Silverhand herself a number of years ago. Whenever Linnea asked him why, he refused to say. She liked to imagine that it must have been to honor him for some great deed. The elderly man firmly shut the lid and softly recited a few new words, then turned to face the girl. I know I've told you this over and over, but promise me you won't ever try to open this yourself, Linnea said in unison with her mentor. I know, and like always, I promise. Ambriel smiled, but it was sort of a sad smile. I just don't want anything to happen to you, Linny. Linnea went to Ambriel then and gave him a hug. Don't worry. I will never open your chest. Besides, I don't really want any of your smelly old books anyway. Ambriel laughed at this and turned to hang up his cloak. Get out of here, you insolent child. Go have fun with Dalian. Linnea hesitated, wanting to make certain Ambriel was settled in for the night. Are you sure? Do you want me to brew you some tea? No, I'm fine. Go and let an old man rest. I'm going to read for a bit. You can make up for it tomorrow. Linnea nodded then and turned to go. See you in the morning, she called over her shoulder as she once again pulled the hood up on her cloak and headed out the door. She saw Ambriel wave absently to her, already flipping open a musty tome that had been resting on the table by his bed. Linnea ducked out into the evening, taking a moment to let her keen night vision adjust to the darkness, then trotted home along the path that led through the hamlet. Warm amber light seeped from the windows of the various dwellings, and she could hear soft voices from within as everyone settled in for the evening. She made her way through the center of the hamlet and onto her own small cottage. It was really little more than a hut, one small room nestled at the base of one of the great pines, but it was off by itself, as Ambriel's had been, and it was more than enough to suit her needs. When she arrived, Linnea could see Dalian perched on her doorstep, a lit lantern by his side. She waved to him before she realized he probably could not see her in the evening gloom. She made a point of snapping a few twigs as she approached so as not to startle him. Hi, he said uncertainly, peering in her direction. Hi yourself. I tried to hurry, she lied, looking the young man up and down from the darkness for a moment before stepping fully into the light of his lantern. She realized that she truly liked what she saw. She opened the door and moved inside as he jumped up and stepped to one side. I thought you were going to bring me some wood for a fire tonight, she flirted. Oh, he said a bit sheepishly. I added an armload to your wood pile, but it was too dark to drive my wagon over tonight. I'll bring more tomorrow. Uh-huh, Linnea replied doubtfully. She suspected Dalian would use that same excuse to come visit every night if she allowed him to. Perhaps that wouldn't be such a bad thing, she mused for a moment, blushing slightly. So you get the old man tucked in? He asked, a chuckle in his voice. She turned and noticed that he still stood outside. Oh, hush. He was happily reading a book when I left him. She turned away again and pretended to busy herself getting a fire started, trembling a little at the implications of what she was about to ask. So, would you like to come in? She inquired, her voice softer and a little breathless. Dalian paused a long moment before answering, and Linnea's heart began to pound as her words hung in the air. Finally he spoke, his voice slightly husky. I wondered if you would ever extend that invitation. Linnea turned to look at him, a nervous smile on her lips. He continued. As much as I would enjoy your company this evening, I should go. It's late and I have to be up early tomorrow. Thomas said we're going to put in extra time for the next few weeks to try to get more timber in before the snows come. Linnea blinked in surprise, both at his words and at the level of her own disappointment. She shrugged her shoulders, feigning indifference. Suit yourself. She turned back to her fledgling fire, her lips pursed in a frown. What's he up to? She puzzled. So, anyway, I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Dalian said uncertainly. I guess. Linael didn't want to look at him. Good night. Good night. Dalian pulled shut Linael's front door and was gone. Linael stared at the door. 1 minute he won't leave me alone. The next he's all proper and decent. Quite the gentle lord. And me playing the shameless wench, he must think I offer my bed to anyone who knocks on my door. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she blew onto her fire, trying to get the first log to catch. Linael stripped to her shift, climbed into bed, and lay there in the dark for a bit, running her fingers over the amulet around her neck and listening to the distant roar of the stream and the hooting of an owl. When sleep finally came, it remained untroubled until Herlon woke her with a crossbow in her face. I am innocent, Linael said, her voice cracked, but she forced the words anyway. I would never, could never kill him. Tears threatened to flow again, but she cleared her mind of everything but the words. I am innocent, and I want the chance to prove it. You'll get that chance soon enough, half-breed, Herlon said. Shastine, ride for Quayavar, get the cleric. Terrace's husband hurried off to fetch a horse as Herlon spun back around to face Linael. You can tell the cleric your lies if you want, but the gods will seal your fate. With that, the enraged man stomped out of Linael's house. Gorlin began to steer Linael toward the door, but Terrace Turlgood stopped him. You are not taking that child out in the cold dressed like that. She'll freeze to death before her trial even starts. The woman took a blanket from Linael's bed and held it up as though to wrap it around the girl's shoulders. Gorlin merely shrugged and made room for the woman. Thank you, Linael said quietly. Gorlin took hold of her once again and directed her out the door. Linael's breath was visible, and the tears on her cheeks were cold. A crowd had gathered, almost everyone in the hamlet, Linael suspected. She looked for Dalian, hoping perhaps he would step forward and stop this madness. But he was not there. He and Thomas must have left before sunrise, she realized. Linael turned to Gorlin as they stepped forth. Why do you think I did it? She asked. She shifted her arms under the blanket as they progressed, for the ropes were tight and cutting into her skin. Gorlin continued to guide Linael up the path toward the center of the hamlet. I saw you head up there last night, he said. Linael gaped at the hunter. But I go up there every night with him. You know that. Last night I left him reading a book and came home. I met Dalian here. No, this was later. Several people saw you walk him home after dinner, but that was when it had barely started raining. I saw you again after it had begun to rain pretty hard. Your footprints are even in the mud leading up to his cottage. Linael was stunned. How do you know they were my footprints? What if someone was dressed to look like me? Gorlin looked at her levelly. Girl, I think I would recognize your footprints when I saw them. Linael knew he was right, of course. He had spent his whole life tracking. Think. It must have been magic, then, she stated firmly. Someone impersonated me using magic. Gorlin looked doubtful. I don't think that's going to cut it, girl. It seems a whole lot more reasonable that you went up there. Linael felt panic rising. I know, but give me a chance to prove otherwise. Let me go see for myself. She wasn't sure if she could bear the sight of Ambriel's dead body, but she had to try. Gorlin had led her to the smokehouse. Linael knew he intended to lock her inside until the cleric came to sort out matters. They stopped at the door, and Gorlin began to slide the heavy timber aside. Please, Gorlin, give me a chance, Linael pleaded. Let me go up there and see for myself. I can't do that. The cleric is coming, and if you really are innocent, she'll find out from you soon enough. But that might be a day or two from now. Don't you want to know the truth? What if I'm not the one, and the real murderer is escaping? Linnea was trying desperately to stay clear and focused, but she felt the panic rising again. Gorlin considered for a moment. All right. If you can prove your own innocence, I suppose we should give you the chance to do so. No use letting the real murderer get a big head start, if you're telling the truth. He led Linnea to Ambriel's cottage. When they got there, Gorlin showed her what looked like several of her own footprints leading to the door, plainly visible in the mud next to the path. Linnea frowned at this. Why walk in the mud to the side if the path itself has plenty of pine needles? She bit her lip, thinking. Suddenly she had an idea. Gorlin, I know someone was trying to impersonate me. You got a very clear look at me last night, didn't you? Yes. Your face was plain in the light of your lantern. Gorlin, I don't carry a lantern at night. I can see in the dark, remember? Realization began to dawn on Gorlin's face. If I had wanted to get away with this crime, don't you think I would have gone out of my way not to be seen? And why would I walk through the mud if the path is over here? Linnea asked, nodding her head at the path. Have you checked my boots for mud? I can't argue with that girl, but that's not enough. I'm going to let you go inside and see if we can't build you a better case, he said honestly. But if you try anything, I will not think twice. Do you understand me? Linnea nodded solemnly. Good. Now, are you sure you want to do this? She nodded again. Then let's go. The hunter pushed the door to Ambriel's cottage open and stepped inside. Linnea steeled herself to face her mentor's body and followed. The place was a mess. More muddy footprints led inside, still appearing to be made by Linnea's own boots. The table had been overturned. The bedclothes were flung about, and books and papers were strewn everywhere. Ambriel's trunk was open, the spell book still where he had left it the previous evening. The elderly man himself was sprawled on his back, his feet pointing toward the trunk. Linnea swallowed back the tears and bent down to get a closer look. Ambriel's chest was blackened as though he had been hit by a searing flame. His lifeless eyes were still open, staring darkly at the ceiling. She stood again, unnerved by the elderly man's cold stare. She could not help crying softly then, her grief gripping her. She had no notion of what the future held, and he would no longer be a part of it. Stop it. There will be time to grieve later. Linnea moved to the other side of the bed to inspect some more, and spotted bloodstains on the floor. She frowned, bending down for a closer look. Half hidden under the bed, she found a sheet of parchment, bloody stains on it as well. Linnea turned to the hunter, who was examining the muddy prints in the doorway. Gorlin, come see this. I can't pick it up. Gorlin walked over to where the girl was standing. She pointed with one bare foot to the scrap of parchment. Gorlin very carefully pushed it out with the toe of his boot. It was blank, but one edge was rough and jagged, as though a part had been torn away. Linnea recognized it instantly. He was trying to escape. He tore a piece off that sheet of parchment in order to cast a spell he's been teaching me, but it seems he didn't have time to finish. The girl walked back over to Ambriel's body and inspected it again. She frowned, not finding what she was looking for at first. Then her heart began to pound. Is it possible? She thought, not daring to hope. Gorlin! Why isn't there any blood on his body? She was nearly frantic with excitement. If he was bleeding over there, then there should be a wound somewhere, and blood on his hands that got on the piece of parchment. Gorlin walked over to the body once more. "Maybe it's not his blood," he offered. Linael immediately shrugged off the blanket, letting it drop to the floor, and stood before the hunter in her thin shift. Then it would have to be his attackers. Slowly, she turned completely around. "No wounds, Gorlin. Still think I did it?" The hunter looked at her thoughtfully and shook his head. "I think that's enough to prove my—" Linael's words drifted off as she peered closely into Ambriel's face once more, and saw at last what had troubled her before. The dark eyes staring upward. The dark eyes. "It's not him! Gorlin, this is not Ambriel!" She nearly laughed out loud. "Look at his eyes! Ambriel's are blue, the same color as his cloak." Linael wanted to jump for joy. "If this is not Ambriel, then where is he?" Gorlin asked, looking around again. Linael had forced herself not to shout. "He did it! He cast the spell! He's somewhere right in this room." She began to look around, frantically. He can't have much time left, she thought. Where would it be? "Gorlin, his spell will run out very soon. We have to be ready when it does. Please, untie my hands." The hunter looked at her, unsure. "Please, Gorlin, he might be bleeding to death right now." "I won't run away. Look at the proof. That body is not him. Someone used magic to fool us all. I can find where Ambriel is. Please." Finally, Gorlin nodded and took out his knife. He spun Linael around and sliced through the ropes binding her hands. She gasped as blood began to flow again and rubbed her chafed wrists. Then she began searching the floor of the room. She stopped when she found a fine white grit on the floorboards in one corner. Cornstarch. "Gorlin, we need to move his bed over here. He's going to appear out of thin air and fall, and we want him to land on the bed, okay?" The hunter nodded and sheathed the dagger. Together they pushed the feather bed toward the corner, positioning it so that it was directly over the residue of the cornstarch. They didn't have long to wait. A shimmering black opening appeared for an instant in the air itself, and through it dropped Ambriel. He landed on the bed with a soft thump, not quite square to the feather mattress, and nearly rolled off before Gorlin, gawking in amazement, caught him and settled him properly onto the pillows. The old man lay still, unconscious but breathing. He had a nasty gash in his shoulder, and his arm was soaked with blood. Linael sobbed tears of joy. "He's bleeding." Linael immediately began tending his wound. Gorlin went to fetch Terrace Turlgood, whose stitchery was just as useful on wounds as cloth. When the hunter returned, Ambriel was awake and smiling weakly. "You found me, Linny. I knew you would." Ambriel breathed as Terrace began to sew him up. Linael merely hugged her mentor until he grunted in pain. She pulled back, then looked at the body on the floor. "What happened?" she asked softly. Ambriel reached his good hand out toward Linael. "I think he was looking for this," he said, and pulled the stone amulet from under her shift, holding it up for her to see. Linael looked at her mentor, confused. "I don't understand. Why in Faerun would he—" Ambriel released the amulet and settled back into his pillow. "It's my ward token from Silvery Moon, child. From my days in the Spell Guard. He—" Ambriel motioned weakly to the dead figure on the floor. "Apparently wanted it." "A ward token? Why would he want that?" Linael asked. "And who is he?" "Let me start at the beginning," Ambriel began, content to settle into a good story. "Not long after you left last night, I assume it wasn't long. It certainly didn't seem like very long, even though I always lose track of time when I read. You showed up again. Well, of course it wasn't you, but I didn't know that at the time. I thought you were acting strangely, but I didn't really think much of it until you attacked me with a knife and demanded that I give you my ward token. Ambrielle chuckled. Of course, I knew that the real you would never demand it, since you wouldn't know what one is, and even if you did somehow know, you would have realized you already had it anyway. Why didn't you just blast him with a spell? Linnea prompted. The gods know you have enough of them. Ah, Ambrielle snorted. Linny, I was lucky to be able to cast the rope trick as it was. Since you and I have been practicing that one so much, I just happened to have the components close at hand. Now, are you going to let me tell my story? He demanded, pretending to be indignant. Linnea giggled. I wouldn't want to ruin one of your best tales. Go on. Well, I managed to cast the spell, as you so cleverly figured out, and from there I watched you transform into me. This other me began looking around the place. I figure he must have wanted to throw off suspicion in case anyone else came to visit. The blast from the fire trap spell on my trunk killed him instantly, I guess. So who is this, then? Gorlin asked, beginning to search the body. Ambrielle tried to sit up. No spell I know of holds an illusion like that after death, he said. But I once met a man who had a magical hat that allowed him to change forms at will. He always had to wear the hat, but he could incorporate it into the disguise. Linny, see if there is something magical on the body, especially around the head. Linnea nodded and stood up. She cast a familiar spell and began to scan the body. The glow of magic surrounded a tiny clasp woven into the hair of the fake Ambrielle. When she retrieved it, the body transformed, and she gasped. It was Dalian. Well, that tells us who, Gorlin remarked dryly. And perhaps these will answer why, he said, producing some sheets of parchment from a hidden pocket on Dalian's belt. Linnea looked at Dalian's corpse, barely hearing Gorlin's words. Why, indeed? She asked herself, bitterly, hating the hurt she felt. I told you he was up to no good, Ambrielle, she said quietly, but there was no satisfaction in her voice. Aye, that you did. I'm sorry, child. Linnea nodded solemnly. So, what is a ward token, Ambrielle? Ambrielle shrugged. A ward token allows the bearer access to parts of Silvery Moon where few are allowed to go, and even to cast magic that is otherwise restricted by the wards. I suspect he was trying to get somewhere he shouldn't have been. Linnea gasped. Why in the world did you give such a thing to me, then? Ambrielle smiled. I knew it would be safe with you. Anyone who knew of its existence would come to me looking for it, not you. Besides, he added, a warm smile in his eyes, I hoped someday you might wear it as a member of the Spell Guard. Linnea smiled and hugged her teacher. By the gods, Gorlin muttered quietly. 3 different contracts, all offering him handsome sums to retrieve that token, and use it to get to Queen Illustrial. The hunter's face was ashen. He meant to assassinate the High Lady herself.
The Grinning Ghost of Taverton Hall by Ed Greenwood. The ghost is one of the family, you see. The doom of the Petrevers. We couldn't banish him if we wanted to. The young lord was in full fettle, his voice as polished as that of any master bard. Immult Greyern, The seneschal of Taverton Hall ran an irritated hand through his steel-gray hair and turned away, melting into the deep underbrush with practiced ease and silence. Not for him the fripperies of the high and mighty, nor was it his station to be seen listening or intruding when they were at play. Bad enough that he had to step around their bodyguards behind every second tree and bush. It was late in the warm summer of the year of the banner, and a busy summer it had been, to be sure. All sun-dappled season long, 3 ambitious noble lords of rising power had dragged their beautiful daughters the length and breadth of the realm, seeking suitable, that would mean rich, Greyurn reflected with a sour smile, husbands for their precious flowers of Northbank. Farrowbrace, Huntingdown, and Battlebar. Oh, the 3 ladies were a delight to look upon, even for an old soldier, and well educated to boot, but their whole journeying was so calculated. Did these noble lords have iced wine in their veins instead of blood? Immelt spat thoughtfully onto a fern, and traded cold and level gazes with yet another bodyguard whose gloved fingers were fondling the hilt of his belt dagger. Arrogant lapdogs, lording it over him in a garden that was his to defend. Arrogant? Aye, and their masters were worse. In their foray up and down the realm, presenting their young ladies to the eligible young noblemen of Cormyr, they'd passed the gates of Taverton Hall thrice at least, more times perhaps. Oldest and smallest of the great estates in Northbank this might be, but these 3 oh-so-noble lords must have been saving it for last, like a favored food at a feast. Taverton Hall was the seat of Lord Escult Peartrover, Baron of Starwater and Horse-Marshal to the Crown of Cormyr, bluest of the old blood houses to currently hold important court rank. Any lass who wed his son and heir, young Lord Crimmen, would gain her father an important ear at court. Oh yes, a very important ear. Doddering and lost in nostalgic glories, Lord Escult might well be, but his hand wrote the orders that conferred court ranks, and monies and powers with them, upon nobles, and assigned other nobles standing garrisons of purple dragons, soldiers that one had to feed, and that were always, so the suspicions went, in your home to keep an eye on you for the throne. So one lot of nobles gained wealth and power, and another saw their purses go flat under the weight of a lot of hungry, swaggering soldiers. Yes, there were many nobles who made a point of being old friends of Lord Escult. Many a case of fine wine came in through the gates at feast days. Immelt licked his lips at the memory of a particularly fiery sherry from a Rowan Mantle wine hall. Another guard glared at him suspiciously, but the seneschal swept past him, pretending not to notice. Bah! Let these dogs snarl. They'd all be gone from here soon enough. Yet, Lord Crimmen said earnestly, knowing he had their breathless attention, the ghost always reappears. He gave them a suitably ghostly half-smile, and broke his pose to gesture grandly at a rather crumbling expanse of old, close-fitted stones. The rings on his fingers sparkled like miniature stars as the warm light of morning caught them and set them afire. Here 'tis seen as a shape on the wall, no matter how often Peartrovers tear down these stones and rebuild with new ones. He waved his glittering hand again, in a wide circle above his head, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes following his every move. Everywhere else on the estate, folk see a floating, grinning face in a long-plumed helm. He gave them the smile again, knowing just how dashingly handsome and rich he looked. It quite put my father off courting in these gardens. And has it had the same effect on you, Lord Crimmen? Lady Shamrill Farrowbrace's voice was a low, throaty purr, almost a challenge. Her large, dark eyes held his with a look that was more promise than challenge, as one of her slim hands played in apparent idleness with the glistening string of silver-set pearls that adorned her open bodice. Lady, the young lord told her in mock reproof, that would be telling rather more than it is good for the nobly bred to know. One elegant eyebrow arched, on the brow of another of the 3 flowers.
Because it ruins the game, Lord?
The lady Lathdew hunting down asked.
Do you seek to slight our sport, or just that of our overreaching sires?
Lady Chalice Battlebar stiffened, eyes flashing for a moment, as she gathered herself to take proper offense. Her head snapped around to see just where her father was, and found that he and the other elder lords had strolled out of sight, their bodyguards drifting off in their wake. The remaining guards had carefully situated themselves just out of earshot of normal converse, but quite within hailing distance. She relaxed, turned back to face Lord Crimin. He was an engaging rogue, not the thick skull or dribble chin one might expect to find as heir of an old bloodhouse, and smiled.
For my part, she told them all lightly, I care not if my lord father dies of old age snooping behind every stone in Cormyr for a suitable mate for me. I have no interest in courtship at all this fine summer. Dalliance now.
She lowered her lashes delicately as she put the tip of one slender, long-nailed finger to her lips and licked it with slow languor.
Oh, Chalice, a little subtlety, please, the Lady Shamrill sighed. There'll be plenty of time for thrusting ourselves at our gracious host here, and his father or yours for that matter, when the dancing begins. I was enjoying the tale. 'Tis a change from gallant young lords showing us their prized stallions and making clumsy leering jokes about riding and wanting to see our saddles and all the rest of it.
She waved a disgusted hand, and all 3 flowers tittered together at shared memories that were obviously strong enough to dash away the irritation that had flashed across the face of Lady Chalice under Shamrill's chiding.
Yes,
Lady Lathdew Huntingdown agreed, leaning forward in real eagerness rather than with the slower flourish she'd performed earlier to best display her jeweled pectoral.
Our fathers may be after an ear at court and the warehouses of payer trover gold, but we, I think I can safely speak for all of us in this, are not hunting husbands yet.
She caught the eyes of both other ladies, saw their agreement, and confirmed it with a nod that set her splendid fall of hair rippling along her shoulders, and then abruptly dropped courtly manners to address Lord Crimin plainly.
Crimin, tell us more of your grinning ghost. I love a good scare.
The young lord shrugged, suddenly weary of showing off the family haunting like some sort of trophy of the hall. There's little more to tell. I don't make up stories about him just to impress.
We've come a long way, Lord, the Lady Shamrill purred. Impress us just a little, please. Will we see the grinning ghost?
Lady Lathdew asked directly, her eyes very large and dark. She leaned forward even farther, so like a hound eager for the hunt, that Lord Crimin had to smile. Into the spirit of it once more, if that was not too dangerous an expression given the subject, he leaned forward to almost touch noses with her, the sparkle back in his eyes, and half whispered,
So if you're anywhere about our grounds and feel a gaze upon you, turn around. As like as not, you'll be staring into the twinkling eyes of the ghost who's been floating along right behind you.
2 of the flowers gave little embarrassed cries of fright. The 3rd, Lathdew, uttered not a sound, but Crimin saw a shiver travel the length of her shapely shoulders and arms. Her dark eyes never left his as he lowered his voice again and went on.
He never says a word, and does nothing but follow folk who scream and flee.
The young noble made a grand gesture, as if thrusting desperately with a sword.
Some have dared to attack him, or charge straight through him.
All such say they felt a terrible chill, and got a true fright when the smile ran off the ghost's face like a cloak falling from someone's shoulders. Lord Crimin left time for another chorus of delicious moans of fear, and added more soberly, When he's watching you but not grinning, they say, 'tis a sign you stand in mortal danger. The 3 ladies laughed lightly in dismissal of such a ridiculous notion. How could a spirit know the fates and troubles of the living? But their host did not join in their mirth, and it died away weakly as they looked into his face. The grey pear-trover eyes that had seemed so dancing but a moment before were dark and level as they stared past the flowers at something that was making the colour slowly drain out of Lord Crimmon's face. The three ladies spun around and joined in the deepening silence. Floating behind them, perhaps 3 paces away, was a disembodied head, its face pinched and white, the plumes of the long helm that surrounded it playing about slightly in the breeze. Its eyes were fixed on Lord Crimmon's, and its face was expressionless, and yet for all that lack of expression somehow sad and grim. All at once it began to fade away, becoming a faint part of the sun-dappled light, and then a gentle radiance among shadows, and then nothing at all. Silent servants deftly lit the lanterns as the evening shadows lengthened and the nobles rose from their joyous feast, goblets in hand, to stroll in the gardens. Lord Escald was in rare good humour, his wit as sharp as it had been 20 years past, and so were his guests, brightened by good food, fine wine, and the success of their trade talks. Even if their does ran with no pear-trover stag, it seemed they'd won a firm friend in the old horse-marshal. "Straordinary," Lord Belafar Battlebar boomed, the force of his breath blowing his great moustache out from his full lips. "A maze, but only knee-high, and sunken too." "The pride of my dear departed wife," Lord Escald said, striding forth down its grassy entrance path with a gesture that told all Cormyr that he was proud of it too. She wanted a maze better than the one she saw at some merchant's house in Selgaunt, but she never wanted to get lost in it. One evening the light fell fast, and she couldn't find her way out before it was full dark. Well, she had a proper fright, and when she found some of the lamp-lads, she marched straight out to the garden sheds and took up a scythe, panting and blowing out her nostrils like a charger after a good gallop, and set to work hewing. She fell asleep some time before dawn, and I carried her in, bidding the morning servants to continue what she'd begun, cutting the high thorn down to the height you see it now. No one will ever get lost in Meredith's maze again." "Gods above!" Lord Horsnar Farrowbrace exclaimed admiringly. "What a tale! What a woman! I can just see her, eyes afire." "Yes," their host said, spinning around. They were indeed. Oh, she was splendid." Trailing along somewhere in the shadow of the tall and patrician Lord Corgrast Huntingdown, his daughter, the Lady Lathdew, rolled her eyes unto the darkening heavens. Lord Crimmen patted her arm and grinned. She realized who was reassuring her, and gasped in horror at having slighted his dead mother, even unintentionally. But he waved in merry dismissiveness as they all strolled on into the maze together. The twisting coil of stunted high-thorn entirely filled a sunken square of rich green turf surrounded on all sides by a rising slope of flowers crowned by fruit trees. Behind the trees was a stone wall, pierced in the center of each of its 4 runs by a stair leading down into the maze. Benches and statues stood here and there among the flowers, some of them already adorned with lamps, but there were none in the maze itself.
"This is beautiful," Lady Chalas Battlebar murmured. "Did you ever play here, Crimmen?"
There was no reply. She turned to see what might be preventing him from speaking, only to see him a good 20 paces off, taking a goblet and decanter from a gleaming tray carried by a servant.
"He moves swiftly when he wants to," Lady Shamriel commented to Chalice.
"Humph," she replied.
"Not as swiftly as I want to."
With a nod of her head, she indicated the 4 older nobles in front of them. "Well, if I ran Cormyr," Lord Farrowbrace was saying, apparently unconscious of the fact that the nobility of the realm uttered that phrase even more often than the gently born, a rung down the social ladder, discuss the weather. Lord Huntingdown and their host were both interrupting him, gesturing airily with flagons almost as big as their heads, to illustrate how, begging his indulgence, they'd be like to run Cormyr just a tad differently, thus and so.
"Gods," Shamriel muttered. "Let's get gone." They'll start talking about which noble houses will rise and which will fall when a new king takes the throne next.
That brings to mind the solemn question upon which the future of fair Cormier stands, Lord Battlebar boomed. Who among us shall rise, and who fall, if Azun, God's preserve and keep our king, should die tomorrow?
The three flowers groaned in unison as Shamril spread her hands in a disgusted, I told you so gesture. Shall we be off after Crimmen? She hissed. They'll be at this all night, given wine enough. No, Lady Lathdew said with a dangerous smile, laying a hand on Shamril's arm. No running away now. We've a wager, remember. I want to see our fathers' faces when we make a play not for Crimmen, but for his father. Where will they look? After all, the Baron, as son-in-law, albeit one old enough to sire them, gives them more power at court, and a shorter wait for the gold if they can bend him into parting with coins before Crimmen does, or the grave takes him. The wager was for the most daring way to steal a kiss from old Escult, Chalice reminded her with a frown. I don't want to cross my father. He'll half flail the flesh off my behind if I In front of our fathers is the most daring way, Shamril said with sudden enthusiasm. Ladies, watch me. She strode away through the maze, catching up her gown to unconcernedly step over walls of hawthorn and catch up with the four lords. Chalice and Lathdew stared at her progress with mingled apprehension, awe, and delight. She's going to do it, Lathdew said in low tones, as if pronouncing doom fast coming down upon them all. Oh, gods above! It was coming down to full night now, but the lamps gave light enough to clearly show what befell at the heart of the maze. They saw Shamril glide past Battlebar and her own father, duck under Lord Huntingdown's arm. Lathdew erupted in swiftly smothered giggles at the look of horrified astonishment on her father's face at the sudden bobbing appearance of a young lady clad in a very scanty green silk gown from under his own languidly waving arm, and come up to Lord Escult Peartrover. The Baron of Starwater chuckled at whatever Shamril said then, and proffered his arm with exaggerated gallantry. Rather than surrendering her own arm, the young lady Shamril spun past the old lord's hand to press herself against him, lace-cloaked breast to medal-adorned chest, and thigh to thigh. Lord Escult looked surprised, but pleasantly so. His teeth flashed in a smile as she raised her lips, obviously demanding a kiss, and he bent over her as if he was a young Brightblade, and not an old and red-faced baron of the realm. Chalice bit her knuckle to keep from screaming in delight as Shamril stretched her white throat a trembling inch or two farther, ignoring a sudden startled oath from her father. Lathdew shook her head, murmuring, Crimmen should be watching this. His father's got more than a bit of the old fire in his veins yet. A sharp snapping sound echoed through the soft evening air, followed by the vicious hum of a crossbow bolt, snarling through the air toward the two trembling bodies. It seemed to leap out of the gloomy air like a bolt of black lightning, stabbing between old lord and young playful lady. Blood burst forth in a sudden wet torrent as the bolt took Shamril through the throat. Hair danced as her head spun around with a horrible loose wobble. The flower of House Farrowbrace made a bubbling sound, the last sound she'd ever utter, as the bolt hummed on across the garden, plucking her out of the old lord's grasp, to fall sprawled across the hawthorn, a limp and bloody bundle. Escult stared at his own empty hands for an instant, blinded by the bright blood that was fountaining everywhere, and then clutched at his chest, made a sound that was half roar and half sob, and toppled slowly, like a felled tree, to crash down on his face in the hawthorn. There was an instant of shocked and disbelieving stillness before the shouts and screams began. With one accord, everyone present turned to stare at where the bolt must have been fired from, and the shouts were cut off as if by a sword. Stunned silence returned. A head could be seen above the weaponless, otherwise deserted stretch of garden wall they were all staring at.
It looked for all the world as if it had just risen up from behind the wall to peer at the carnage below, in grinning satisfaction. Teeth flashed white and fierce in its chalk-white face, luminous beneath the dark helm it wore. The grinning ghost of Taverton Hall was smiling again. It grinned at them over the garden wall for the space of 2 of Lathdew's long and quivering breaths, before it abruptly sank from view behind the wall. As if that had been a signal, folk stirred all around the sunken garden. There was a ragged roar, and then servants and bodyguards were sprinting toward the wall, swords and belt-knives out. Even Lord Battlebar, down in the maze, plucked at his own knife and crashed across the Highthorn in a lumbering run. Chalice and Lathdew, white-faced, could only stare in silent horror. However fierce and grim the pursuit was now, as men converged on the garden wall in a frantic rush, it was too late for Shamrill. Her daring was stilled forever. It might well also be too late for Lord Escult Peartrover. Chalice sagged soundlessly to her knees, staring at the 2 bodies as servants hurried to kneel over them, but Lathdew sobbed suddenly and loudly, and spun around to sprint after the rushing bodyguards. That crossbow had been fired from just where they'd seen the ghost, and, panting, she charged up the stair from the sunken garden and turned at its head, almost falling in her haste. A hand in livery caught her arm to steady her, and she swallowed, gasped for breath, and fell silent again. There was no sign of the grinning ghost of Taverton Hall. A grim ring of men with drawn steel in their hands stood around the spot where the crossbow had been fired from. It dangled, string loose now, in the hands of Lord Crimmen Peartrover. His sword glittered in his other hand, beneath a face that was white and empty. His eyes stared past Lathdew, unseeing. "Everyone I love, taken from me," he blurted, and fell forward on his face, even faster than the rough hands that snatched away his blade and caught at his arms. As half Faerun rushed down on the young lord, Lathdew felt a deeper darkness than night rise up around her and close its merciful grasp over her eyes.
Any man may say he has business with Lord Peartrover. To gain entry here, many a beggar and old soldier has said as much. His friend and secret business partner you may be too, but I know you not."
The old seneschal's voice was cold, his stare as wintry as a blizzard howling across the stonelands, but the man across the table from him smiled with easy affability and replied, "Neither do I know you, good man, but has that ever been a barrier between men of good will? You have the look of a retired purple dragon, and I respect all who have fought to keep our fair land safe. Might I know your name?"
"Graham,"
the bristle-browed man on the far side of the table said shortly.
"Seneschal of Taverton Hall."
The stout man with the shaggy sideburns bounded from his seat to stretch a welcoming hand across the tabletop, for all the world as if he were the host and not the visitor.
"Glarastier Rawligan, dealer in turret tops and spires," he boomed. "No embattlement too small, no embrasure too large, no crenellation too eccentric. If you can draw it, I can build it. I've come from bustling Suzail herself, turning my back on insistent barons and eager knights alike to keep my appointment with the Lord Escult Peartrover." He gestured imperiously with the hand that Graham had been ignoring, and added firmly, "I do have an appointment." "Saw you the Black Banner?"
the seneschal asked, in grim and reluctant tones. Rawligan shrugged in a "no, but what of it" gesture, and Graham said icily, "My lord lies dead in the family crypt of Heartstop, and won't be seeing anyone. Good day to you, merchant." The fat man in silks and furs made another imperious gesture, more hastily this time. "His son, then," Rawligan said eagerly. "The young blade who makes half the ladies in Cormyr swoon, and the rest sigh. He'll be Lord Peartrover now, right?"
"If he lives to take any title,"
Graham replied in tones of doom that were almost drowned out by the sudden blare of a hunting horn sounding from the gates. He rose at the sound, reaching for his cloak. "You must excuse me. That will be a wizard of war sent from Suzail to see to Lord Crimmen's fate." The royal arms gleamed on the door of the coach, even through the swirling road dust. Rawligan counted no less than 16 black horses in its harness, stamping and tossing their heads impatiently as that regal door opened, and a man in stylish robes of lush purple alighted. The servant with the hunting horn blew a too loud, wandering note flourish, and the newcomer didn't trouble to hide his wince and frown. He extended his left hand in a fist, displaying a ring to the already bowing seneschal, and snapped his fingers. In answer to this signal, a servant still hastening out of the coach declaimed grandly, "All hail and make welcome Lord Jalanus Westerbotham, Sceptre of Justice, Dragon Fang Lord Investigator for North Bank, Starwater, and the Western Coast." The figure in purple inclined his head in coldly distant greeting to the 3 noble lords, swept past them and their daughters, ignored Rawligan and a hastily arrayed lineup of household servants, and strode toward the pillared entry of Taverton Hall. The seneschal practically sprinted to catch up with him, holding his ceremonial sword at one hip. Rawligan gave Graham a cheerful grin as he puffed past, and was rewarded with a fierce scowl. "Lord Jalanus," the seneschal gasped, trying to smile, "be welcome indeed in Taverton Hall. A sad occasion calls you here, but I'm sure that your stay need—"
"Where, man, are my quarters?" the war wizard demanded, in tones that Rawligan promptly and privately dubbed coldly patrician.
We've prepared the ducal suite for you, my lord,"
Graham said, waving a hand down the central hallway.
"It's just ahead there, that door where the servants are waiting."
"I must see to its suitability, and theirs," Lord Jalanus said, in a voice that managed to combine equal parts irritation at having to deal with dunderheads and gloomy anticipation of personal hardship and disappointment to come. He drew a slim, shiny black wand from his belt with a flourish and marched off down the hall. His servants streamed after him, pushing past Glaristee or Rawligan on both sides. The merchant staggered first to the left and then to the right under their bruising impacts, and then shrugged and thrust out his foot, sending a heavily laden servant crashing onto his face. Deftly he snatched up 2 carry chests from the chaos that had been the servant's high-stacked load, and joined the general rush down the hall. A ragged shout followed him, and as he turned to enter the ducal suite, an angry hand plucked at his sleeve.
"Hey now, you—"
Come, man," Rawligan said grandly. "Make yourself useful. Lord Wetterbottom seems to have brought no end of clobber with him up the short road from Suzail. Stir yourself to carry some of it, as I have. You—" Graham's face swung into view, lit with fury, and over his shoulder looked Lord Jalanus, boredom and withering scorn now vying for supremacy on his features.
"Merchant," the seneschal snapped, "surrender those chests at once. I'll have you thrown out of the hall, with coach whips, if you aren't gone by the time our esteemed guest is settled. Do you hear?"
"Along with everyone in southern Cormier," Rawligan murmured mildly, extending his arms and dropping both chests on the highly polished toes of Graham's best boots. "But to hear, I fear, is not always to obey."
"It is, among servants at court," the war wizard sneered, as Immelt Graham uttered a strangled shriek, bending over to clutch at his toes.
Rawligan gave him a broad smile. "That's not what the Lord Vangerdahast to you, no doubt, is always complaining to me. Why,
Guards, roared the seneschal. Arrest this man.
We'll go quietly, once this is all settled and I can keep my appointment with the surviving Lord Peotrover, Rawligan said, stepping swiftly back against a wall as the heavy clump of hastening boots rang down the hallway. I must be present when Wetterbottom here listens to all the evidence and goes with his spells to interview my future client.
"Oh?"
The war wizard put out an imperious hand to silence Graham and push him aside, and his tones were silky as he advanced to face the stout merchant nose to nose, bringing his other hand up with slow menace to show the entire hallway of staring guards and servants the ornate and heavy rings that gleamed and glittered on his fingers.
"By what bold right, man,
do you make such insistence?" Glarastyr Rawligan smiled easily and reached into the open front of his loose shirt. "Before you do anything rash," Lord Jalanus added quickly, "I must remind you that there are laws in fair Cormyr, and I, Wetterbottom or not, am sworn to uphold them. I need no court to mete out final, fatal justice." One of the rings he wore flashed once, warningly. "Your slumbers must be troubled," Rawligan replied in tones of gentle pity, as he slowly drew forth something small and silver on a chain, holding it cupped in his hand for only the wizard and Greyern to see. It was a rounded silver harp, the badge of a harper. "I have also come here from Zuzael," the merchant told them softly, and leaned forward to add in a very loud whisper, "and I was sent by someone very highly placed in court." The war wizard's eyes flickered, and he spun around with an angry flourish. "Admit him to my investigations," he snapped at the seneschal, and then wheeled around again to add curtly to Rawligan, "Cross not my authority in the smallest way. Your presence I'll grant, but you are to be silent and refrain from meddling. Understand?" Rawligan spread his hands. "Your words are clarity and simplicity itself." Lord Jalanus glanced at him for a long moment, sensed nothing more was forthcoming, and turned on his heel again without another word. The merchant favored his retreating back with a florid court bow that made one of the servants snicker. Greyern's head snapped up to glare, but the culprit, whoever it was, lurked somewhere in the stone-faced ranks of the wizard's own servants, not the folk of the hall. Rawligan smiled fondly at him. "As Lord Wetterbottom seems to need the entire ducal suite, could you open the royal rooms for me, The seneschal's hands came up like trembling claws, reaching for Rawligan's throat, before more prudent thoughts stilled them. More anonymous titters were heard, and this time some of them came from the servants of the hall. "The day," Rawligan remarked to the world at large as he strode off down the hallway, "does not seem to be proceeding well for seneschals, does it?"
"But he must have done it," Greyern protested. "We all saw him holding the bow. The string was still quivering."
"My spells," Lord Jalanus said icily, "do not lie. Lord Crimmon is innocent."
I quite understand," the seneschal said hastily. "I didn't mean to doubt you. It's just so bewildering. Who could have done it then?"
"Boylth," the war wizard snapped, turning to the mountainous purple dragon who always lurked at his elbow. "Have the gates closed immediately. Post guards. I want this estate sealed. Seneschal, reveal unto me as soon as your wits allow who, if anyone, has left this house since the deaths." He rose in a swirl of cloth of gold and claret-hued velvet oversleeves, his third change of garments in as many hours.
But of course,"
Greyern agreed, almost babbling.
"There can't be all that many. We're not like the Dales here, with Elminster flitting in and out like some great night bat."
Behind them both, a suit of armor in the corner blurred momentarily. Rawligan saw it become a white-bearded man in robes, wink at him, and wave cheerily. He winked back just before the armor became simply armor again. Oblivious to this visitation, the seneschal was babbling on, clearly shaken at the thought of his young lord master's innocence. Now that was interesting in itself.
"Oh, a great Lord Justice,"
Greyern interrupted himself.
"Where are you going now?"
"To question the bodies, of course," the war wizard snapped, drawing out a wand that was fully 3 feet long, and seemed to be made entirely of polished and fused human finger bones. "They rarely have much of value to impart, but 'tis procedure." "And we are all slaves to procedure," Rawligan told the ceiling gently, completing the court's saying. At the doorway, the striding war wizard stopped, stiffened, and then surged into motion again, sweeping out of the room without a word.
"I answer to my Lord Escalt," the old man said shortly. "Not to you."
Lord Jalanus drew himself up, eyes glittering. His nose quivered with embottled fury, and he fairly spat out the words,
"Do you know who I am, puling worm?"
The head gardener spat thoughtfully down into the rushes at their feet, shifted his chew to the other cheek, and said contemptuously,
"Aye, the sort of miserable excuse for a war wizard that's all Cormyr can muster from the younglings these days. You'd not have been allowed across the threshold of the royal court in my day. I guarded those doors for the good of the realm, and turned back from them far, far better men than you."
He turned on his heel and strode out of the room, leaving the Lord Justice snarling with incoherent rage in his wake.
"Clap that man in chains!"
Jalanus Westerbotham howled, as soon as he could master words again. 2 purple dragons started obediently away from their stations along the walls, only to come to uncertain halts as the stout merchant, moving with apparent laziness, somehow got to the doorway and filled it, with one hand on the hilt of a blade that looked well used and sturdy, and which hadn't been in evidence before.
"The Lord spoke in empty hyperbole," Rolligan told the armsman, "not meaning you to take his words literally. He knows very well that imprisoning a veteran of the Purple Dragons, and a close friend of the king at that, from the days when Azun was a boy prince, merely for insisting that he be questioned with due courtesy, would be excessive. When word of such a serious lack of judgment reached the ears of Vandergast, even a scepter of justice would have to be hasty in his explanations, and no such haste would save him if the king learned of the matter. After all, what is more valuable to the realm than a loyal, long-serving purple dragon? You'd know that better than most, good men, eh?" The 2 purple dragons nodded. One was almost smiling as they turned slowly to look back at their quivering superior. His hands were white as he gripped the back of the chair he was standing behind, and murmured in a voice as hard and cold as a drawn blade, "Goodman Rolligan is correct. I spoke in hyperbole." Wordlessly, the guards nodded and returned to their places along the walls. The Lord Justice glared down at several sheets of parchment on the table for a moment, his gaze scorching, and then snapped,
"Bring in the Master Cellarer. Alone."
He lifted his head and favored Rolligan with a look that promised the merchant a slow, lingering death, sometime soon. The turret vendor gave him a cheery smile. "It takes a strong, exceptional man to endure the strain of keeping up these truth-reading spells. You do us all proud, Lord Jalanus. I can well see why Vangi named you a scepter of justice." "Oh, be silent," the war wizard said in disgust. "Have done with this mockery." "No, I mean what I say," Rolligan protested. "Have you not learned all you needed to from yon gardener, even though he thinks he told you nothing? Hard work, that is, and ably done. Vangi missed telling you just one thing. Never use the commands, 'Clap that man in chains' or 'Flog that wench.' They don't work, do you see? The failure goes a resounding double with the younger generation. You know, the one the gardener thinks you're part of." Jalanus waved a weary hand in acceptance and dismissal as a disturbance at the door heralded the arrival of the Master Cellarer. The man had the look of an old and scared rabbit. 4 grinning guards towered above him, obviously enjoying the man's shrinking terror, and the war wizard looked at them and then at Rolligan. The Lord Justice cleared his throat and asked in a gentle voice, "Renster, is it not? Please sit down and be at ease. No one is accusing you of any wrongdoing." The stout merchant leaned back against the wall and nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps war wizards could learn things after all. Rolligan slipped out of the interviewing chamber as the 12th guest, the castellan of the vaults, a surly, stout little man, was being ushered in. The merchant could feel the satisfied glare of the Lord Justice between his shoulder blades as he slipped through the doorway, trotted past a suspicious guard, and fell into step beside the war wizard's 11th guest, the clerk of the estate. The clerk, young and sunken-eyed, his face etched with fear and utter weariness, spared his new escort one glance and muttered, "I suppose the real questions begin now, is that it? After that strutting peacock has worn me down?" "It's our usual procedure," Rolligan confided reassuringly, man to man. "We have to give wizards something to do, or they're apt to get up to mischief, creating new monsters, blowing up thrones, that sort of thing. The problem is there isn't much they're fit to do, so—" He gestured back down the passage. The clerk smiled thinly and turned away down a side hall. Rolligan hastened to follow. "Where are Lord Escolt's personal papers kept?"
"His will, do you mean?" The clerk asked dismissively. "The seneschal fetched that even before the Lord High and Mighty got here. The 3 visiting lords wanted to—"
Yes, Rolligan agreed. But where did he fetch it from? The clerk stopped and gave the turret vendor a curious look.
"If it's all that gold you're after," he said, "forget about it. The Castellan has it hid down in the vaults, somehow so arcane that to reach it 3 guards all have to attend him, each carrying some secret part of a key or other."
"It's not the gold," Rolligan said. "It's the trading agreements, the ledges, the tax scrolls, all that. Your work." The clerk gave him a hard stare and then shrugged.
"Too dry for most to care about, but as you seem to be one of those touched wits exceptions, they're all in an office just along here."
"You have a key, of course. Who else does?"
"Why, the Lord, or did. 'Twas around his neck when I saw him laid out. Then, look, so does the head maid, the seneschal, of course, the back chamber maid. 'Twas hers to clean, you see, and the crown has a key that the tax scrutineers use when they come."
"I," Rolligan told him, "am a tax scrutineer. Here I carry a royal writ. Examine it, pray." Reaching into his shirt front, he drew forth a rather crumpled parchment, from which a heavy royal seal dangled. The clerk rolled his eyes and waved it away, even before the 3 platinum pieces folded into it slid out, falling straight into the man's palm. "I've come to Taverton Hall," Rolligan said smoothly, as the man juggled the coins in astonishment, "without that key. I need to see those papers, now, in utmost secrecy." The clerk came to a stop in the corridor and squinted at the merchant, almost seeming excited.
"That meaning if I tell no one I let you in here, you'll say the same?"
he asked, peering up and down the passage, as if he expected masked men with swirling cloaks and daggers to bound out of every door and corner in an instant. "Precisely," Rolligan murmured. No masked men appeared. Satisfied, the clerk flashed a smile, shook a ring of keys out of his sleeve, and unlocked the nearest door with only the faintest of rattles. Then he was off down the corridor, strolling along in an apparent half-doze, as if strange merchants and unlocking doors were far from his mind. Rolligan eased the door wide, held up a coin, and muttered a word over it. A soft glow was born along its edges, brightening into a little blue-white beam like errant moonlight. The merchant turned the coin to light up the tiny office beyond, seeking traps. After a long scrutiny, Rolligan was satisfied no lurking slayer or death trap awaited him. There was, however, a full oil lamp, a striker, and a bolt on the inside of the door. Perfect. The door closed behind the merchant, its bolt sliding solidly into place, a few breaths before the tramp of heavy boots in the corridor heralded the approach of a half-dozen guards, sent to find and bring back that dangerous Harper. They thundered right past the closed, featureless door. Rolligan peered and thumbed scrolls and ledgers, and flipped pages. It wasn't long before something became obvious through all the scrawled signatures and expense entries and reassignments of funds. The payer-trover coffers were well-nigh empty. He sat back thoughtfully, stroking his chin, and only gradually became aware that the room behind him seemed brighter than before. He turned with smooth swiftness, hand going to the hilt of the throwing knife strapped to his left forearm, but nothing met his eye save a fading, swirling area of radiance, like a scattering of misplaced moonlight. He blinked once and it was gone. Gone, but had definitely been there. After a brief tour of that end of the room, poking and tapping in search of secret doors and passages, Rolligan shrugged and began the quick process of returning the room to exactly how he'd found it. When he was done, he blew out the lamp and slipped out the door again. Alone in the darkness, the radiance silently returned, and with it, what Rolligan had been too slow to turn and see, a disembodied head, its face pinched and white, the plumes of the long helm it wore dancing gently in an unseen breeze. It was smiling broadly as it looked at the closed door, and abruptly started to fade away. A breath later, the room was dark and empty once more. Guards hunted Glaristeer Rolligan around Taverton Hall for a good hour, shouting and clumping up stairs and down passages, but found no sign of the merchant. Their failure came as no surprise to their quarry, who spent the afternoon in happy slumber deep in the shade of an overhang high up on the roof. If Rolligan was right, things would happen at the hall soon, in the dark hours, and he had to be awake, aware, and in the right spot then. Unless, of course, he wanted to see more murders done. Guards are notoriously lazy and unobservant after a heavy meal and a bottle of fine vintage each, contributed by the seneschal with a rather morose shrug and the words, "You may as well. My master who gathered these is a little too dead to miss them now." And it was at that time, with sunset looming, that a certain much sought-after dealer in fine turrets slid down a pillar and sprang away into the trees. He left in his wake only dancing disturbed bushes for a bored guard to glance at, peer hard, shrug, and return his attention to a hard-plied toothpick. Rolligan circled the hall like a silent shadow, keeping among the trees and shrubbery as he sought other sentinels. Armsmen guarded the gates and the grand front entrance of the hall, but none stood like ridiculous statues in gardens or wooded glades any longer to feed the biting bugs. Not far from the closed and little-used cart gate around the back of the hall, however, something was stamping on the moss. It was a saddled horse, hampered in its cropping of grass by 4 heavy saddlebags. Rolligan checked their contents and its tether, smiled grimly, and noted that the horse was just out of sight of the hall windows. A little path wandered off from where he stood to the back doors. The merchant looked up, found a bough that was big enough, and swung himself aloft to wait. It did not take all that long. The last golden light soon faded, and the crickets began their songs. Night gloom stole through the trees, dew glistened as servants lit lamps, and the dark shadow on the branch shifted his position with infinite care, to keep his feet from going numb. The first sharp whiff of smoke came a breath before a long tongue of flame flared up, like a catching candle, inside a nearby window. There followed a sudden rising roar, and then a dull gasp as flames were born around something very flammable. Draperies or clothes well soaked in lamp oil, no doubt. Then came the shouts, the shattering of glass, and men pounding here and there in the sudden hot brightness with buckets and valuables and much cursing. The shadow never moved from its perch. All was unfolding as foreseen. Taverton Hall was afire. The roaring became a steady din, and sparks spat forth into the night in a glittering rain. Draperies at one window erupted in a flame so bright that Rolligan could clearly see the faces of the hurrying, jostling men. Lord Jalanus was among them, bent over an open book that an anxious-looking guard was holding open and up to him. There was a crash and fresh flames as part of the roof fell in, and flaming embers rained down around the war wizard. Jalanus staggered back, snarling something. Then he snatched at a spark in the air, caught it, stammered something hasty, and all over the hall the flames seemed to freeze for a moment, falling silent and turning green. A breath later they started to move again, crawling towards the stars with lessened hunger. The war wizard shook his head, slammed the book shut, and sent the armsmen to join the bucket runners. Then he raised his hands as if about to conduct a choir, and cast quite a different spell. Several rooms suddenly vanished, fire and all, leaving a gaping hole in the darkness. The flames that remained were in 2 places, lesser remnants small enough that stable buckets of hurled water might tame them. Every hand would be needed, however, and the night would be a long and sweat-soaked struggle. The shadow on the branch stirred, but did not move. It was waiting for something else. The war wizard opened his book again and strode to where a lamp afforded better light. That was what someone had been waiting for, someone who slipped out of a window not far along from the flames, crossing the ember-strewn lawn to the trees in a few darting strides. The tether was undone and hand-coiled, and then saddle leather creaked just beneath Rolligan, who flexed his fingers, waited a moment more, and then made his move. The saddle had a high crupper. He lowered himself gently down onto it with one hand, steadying himself against the branch with the other. The faint whisper of his movements was cloaked by the roar of the fire and the sounds made by the unwitting man in front of him, leaning forward to shake out the reins. Rolligan delicately plucked a dagger from its sheath on the back of the man's belt and threw it away into the night. That slight sound made the man turn in his saddle and reach for his sword. Rolligan turned with him, placing one firm hand on the man's sword wrist and snaking the other around his throat. "Warm evening we're having," he murmured politely, as the man in front of him stiffened. His next few breaths were spent in frantic twisting and straining as the two men struggled together. Rolligan hooked his boots around those of his foe to keep from being shoved off the snorting, bucking horse, and the night became a confusion of elbows and sudden jerks and grunts of effort. The merchant kept the man's throat in the vice of his tightening elbow, and frantic fingers clawed at his arm once they found the dagger sheath empty. Clawed, but found no freedom. The man kicked and snarled, and abruptly the horse burst into motion, crashing through the rose bushes with a fearful, sobbing cry of its own. Trees plunged up to meet them in the night, with an open garden beyond. Rolligan grimly set about kicking at one flank of the mount, to turn it back toward the flames. He was flailing and taking some vicious bites from the man in the saddle in front of him, when firelight gleamed on a helm as a guard rose suddenly into view, almost under the hooves of the galloping horse. It reared, bulging in real fear, and when it came down, running hard, the blazing wing of the hall was suddenly dead ahead and approaching fast. The man in the saddle twisted and ducked frantically, almost hauling Rolligan off into thin air, but the merchant clung to him with fingers of iron as they burst through a closed gate, wood flying in splinters around their ears, plunged down a lane, and charged into a knot of men dipping buckets in a garden pond. Someone screamed, and for a moment there was something yielding beneath the mount's pounding hooves. Rolligan had a brief glimpse of the war wizard standing calmly in their path, casting another fire-quench spell at the hall with careful concentration. The horse veered to avoid this unmoving obstacle, slipped in ferns and loose earth, and caught its hooves on a low stone wall. Bone shattered with a sharp crack. Their mount screamed like a child in agony, kicked wildly at the sky, and fell over on its side, twisting and arching. It landed on a row of stone flower urns that shattered into dagger-like shards, and ended its keening abruptly. An instant later, a flying Rolligan fetched up hard against an unbroken urn. Its shattering made his shoulder erupt in searing pain. As he rolled unsteadily to his feet, gasping, he saw drawn swords on all sides, the furious face of Lord Jalanus glaring down, and then a sudden, blindingly bright white light as the war wizard unhooded a wand.
"You set this fire, thief!"
The shout was close at hand. Rolligan flung himself forward into a frantic roll away from it, without looking back to see how close the blade seeking his blood was. Sharp steel whistled through empty air, very close by. Rolligan came to his feet, sprang onto the ornamental wall, and spun around to face his foe. The man who'd been in the saddle lurched toward him, hacking at the air like a madman.
"You set this fire!"
Immelt Greyern shouted again, missing Rolligan with a tremendous slash, so forceful that it almost made the seneschal fall over.
"Slay him, one of you! Cut him down!"
"No," said the Lord Justice, in a cold, crisp voice that seemed to still the sound of the fire itself, and made men freeze all around. "Do no such thing. This man lies. The merchant is innocent." Wild-eyed, the seneschal whirled and charged at the war wizard, his blade flashing up. Jalanus Westerbotham stepped back in alarm, opening his mouth to call for aid, but bright steel flashed out of the night, spinning end over end in a hungry blur that struck blood from Greyron's sword hand, rang off the seneschal's blade like a hammer striking a gong, and was gone into the flowers in a trice. Lord Jolanus muttered something and lunged forward with sudden, supple speed, thrusting his empty hand at Graham as if it was a blade. The blow he landed seemed little more than a shove, but the seneschal staggered, doubled up as if a sword had pierced him through the guts, and crumpled onto his side, unconscious. The war wizard bent over the man to be sure he was asleep. Satisfied, he looked up, snapped, "Boilth!" the wire. This man's thumbs, little fingers, and big toes bound together. Then stop his bleeding, and watch over him yourself. As his ever-present, most trusted guard lumbered obediently forward, Jolanus Westerbotham turned his head, found Roligan, and said shortly, "A good throw. My thanks." The merchant sketched him a florid bow. The lips of the Lord Justice twisted into a rueful smile. Guards were crowding in around them all now, pushing past the servants and noble guests. "Lord," one of them asked hesitantly, waving a gauntleted hand at Roligan, "shouldn't we be arresting this one too?" The war wizard raised one cold eyebrow. "When, Brusgert, did you adopt the habit of deciding for me who is guilty and who innocent? I've had a wizard eye on this man for most of the evening. He's most certainly innocent of the charge of fire-setting. I suspect his only crime was learning too much for the seneschal to want him to go on living."
"So who slew my daughter?"
a darkly furious voice demanded. Its owner came shouldering through the last rushing smokes of the dying fire, with the other two noble lords and their white-faced staring daughters in tow. Lord Horsnar Farabrace's eyes were like two chips of bright steel, and his hand was on the hilt of a heavy war sword that had not been on his hip before. "Master Roligan?" the war wizard asked. "You tell him." The merchant met the eyes of the scepter of justice for a long, sober moment, nodded, and then turned to the angry noble. "The seneschal," he said simply, pointing down at the helpless waking man who was being securely bound with wire under the knees of 3 burly guards. "The Peartrover gold is almost gone, and Graham was the only long-time family servant with access to it. Lord, I fear your daughter lies dead this night solely because Graham's a poor shot. He'd accounted for the coins flowing out with bills and ledger entries that only one man could be certain were false, his lord and master. He meant to slay Lord Escolt, while Shamril's attentions kept him standing more or less in one place, a clear target that an old veteran missed." Lord Farabrace growled wordlessly as he looked down at Immelt Graham, who cowered away despite the burly guards between them. "But what of the ghost?" Lady Lathew Huntingdown protested. "It's not just some tall tale from Crimmen. The servants have all been saying—" Roligan held up a hand to stop her speaking, went to where the horse lay, and tore open the laces of a saddlebag. Gold coins glittered in the hand he held out to her. "The last of Lord Escolt's wealth," he explained. "This wretch at our feet has already spent or stolen the rest. He had help from at least one man, the castellan of the vault, whose bones are no doubt yonder in the heart of the blaze, wearing the seneschal's armour or chain of office or something, to make us think the flames have claimed poor, faithful old Graham." Coins clinked as he tossed a second saddlebag down beside the first, and then a third. The last yielded up a plumed helm and a jar of white powder. "The grinning ghost of Taverton Hall," Roligan announced to the gathered peering folk, holding them up. "You were all supposed to flee, you see, not rush to see who'd fired the—" Someone screamed. Someone else cursed. Slowly and in trembling tones, folk were backing away, their faces pale and their fearful stares directed past Roligan's shoulder. The turret merchant turned slowly, already knowing what he'd see. He swallowed, just once, when he found that he'd been dead right. A breeze he did not feel was stirring in the plumes of the helm worn by the grinning face of the head that was floating almost nose to nose with him. Lord Farabrace started calling hoarsely on god after god, and Roligan could hear the sounds of boots whose owners were running away. The dark eyes of the grinning ghost of Taverton Hall were like endless, lightless pits, but somehow They were meeting his own gaze with an approving look. Rawligan stood his ground when ghostly shadows spilled out from the helm, flickered bone white, and seemed to struggle and convulse. After long moments, some of those shifting shadows became a ghostly hand, reaching out for the harper. Scalp crawling, Glarasteer Rawligan did the bravest and possibly the most foolhardy thing in his life. He stood his ground as that spectral arm clapped his own arm firmly. The cold was instant and bone-chilling. Rawligan grunted and staggered back involuntarily, his face going grey. There was a loud, solid thump beside him, and when he looked down, he discovered that it was Lord Justice Jalanus Westerbotham, sprawled on his back in the mud, fallen in a dead faint. Trembling just a trifle, Rawligan looked back at the ghost, but it was gone. Empty air swirled and flickered in front of him. He was standing alone in the moonlight. The Lady Lathdew and the Lady Chalice were approaching him hesitantly, their eyes dark and apprehensive, their blades borne by their fathers thrusting out protectively between their slim arms. Lord Farrowbrace, his eyes haunted with wonder, stood a little apart, his own sword dangling toward the trampled ground. "Sir, are you well?" the Lady Lathdew asked. As she spoke, a throng of ghostly figures in finery and armor seemed to melt into solidity all around the nobles, all of them nodding approvingly, or sketching salutes with spectral hands or blades. Rawligan blinked, staggering under the sheer weight of so much ghostly regard, and when he could see again, they were all gone. Wondering, the turret merchant looked down at his arm, which still felt encased in bone-searing ice. His leather jerkin had melted away in 3 deep gouges, where 3 bone-white marks were burned into his bronzed skin. Like old scars, they seemed, the parallel stripes of 3 gripping fingers. Glarasteer Rawligan looked up at them all, drew in a deep breath, and said in a voice that was almost steady, "I'll live, but smoke can kill those who can't move out of it. We must find and free Lord Crimmon Peartrover. Let us be about it." And from that night until the day he died, those 3 white marks never left Rawligan's arm. R.A. Salvatore, the New York Times best-selling author of the Dark Elf saga, returns to the Forgotten Realms with an all-new novel of high adventure and intrigue. The Silent Blade. Wulfgar's world is crumbling around him, while the assassin Entreri and the drow mercenary Jarlaxle are gaining power in Kalimport. But Entreri isn't interested in power. All he wants is a final showdown with the dark elf known as Drizzt. An all-new hardcover, available October 1998. The Silent Blade by R.A. Salvatore. An excerpt. Available in hardcover October 1998. "Do not come here," Laval cried, and then he added, softly, "I beg." Entreri merely continued to stare at the man, his expression unreadable. "You wounded Cadran Gordian," Laval went on, "in pride more than in body, and that, I warn you, is more dangerous by far." "Gordian is a fool," Entreri retorted. "A fool with an army," Laval quipped. "No guild is more entrenched in the streets than the Basadonis. None have more resources, and all of those resources, I assure you, have been turned upon Artemis Entreri." "And upon Laval, perhaps?" Entreri replied with a grin, "for speaking with the hunted man." Laval didn't answer the obvious question, other than to continue to stare hard at Artemis Entreri, the man whose mere presence in his room this night might have just condemned him. "Tell them everything they ask of you," Entreri instructed. "Honestly, do not try to deceive them for my sake. Tell them that I came here, uninvited, to speak with you, and that I show no wounds for all their efforts." "You would taunt them so?" Entreri shrugged and asked, "Does it matter?" Laval had no answer to that, and so the assassin, with a bow, moved to the window. defeating one trap with a flick of the wrist and carefully manipulating his body to avoid the others. He slipped out to the wall and dropped silently to the street. He dared to go by the copper ante that night, though only quickly and with no effort to actually enter the place. Still, he did make himself known to the door halflings, and to his surprise, a short way down the alley at the side of the building, Dwavil Tiggerwillies came out a secret door to speak with him.
"A battle mage," she warned. "Merle Pariso, with a reputation unparalleled in Kalimport. Fear him, Artemis Entreri. Run from him. Flee the city and all the Southlands."
And with that, she slipped through another barely detectable crack in the wall and was gone. The gravity of her words and tone were not lost on the assassin. The mere fact that Dwavil had come out to him, with nothing to gain and everything to lose, tipped him off that she had been instructed to so inform him, or at least that this battle mage was making no secret of the hunt. How could he repay the favor, after all, if he took her advice and fled Kalimshan? So perhaps the wizard was a bit too cocksure, he told himself, but that too proved of little comfort. A battle mage. A wizard trained specifically in the art of magical warfare. Cocksure and with a right to be. Entreri had fought and killed many wizards, but he understood the truth of the situation. A wizard was not so difficult an enemy for a seasoned warrior, as long as the warrior was able to prepare the battlefield favorably. That was usually not difficult, since wizards were by nature easily distracted, and often unprepared. Typically, a wizard had to anticipate battle far in advance, at the beginning of the day, that he might prepare the appropriate spells. But when a wizard was the hunter and not the hunted, he would not be caught off guard. Preparing the battlefield against the mage would be no easy task. Entreri knew that he was in trouble, and seriously considered taking Dwavil's advice. For the first time since he had returned to Kalimport, the assassin truly appreciated the danger of being without allies. He considered that in light of his experiences in Menzoberranzan, where unallied rogues could not survive for long. Perhaps Kalimport wasn't so different. He started for his new room, an empty hovel at the back of an alleyway, but stopped and reconsidered. It wasn't likely that the wizard, with such a reputation as a combat spellcaster, would be overly skilled in divination spells as well, but that hardly mattered. It all came down to connections, and Merle Pariso was acting on behalf of the Bassadoni Guild. If he wanted to magically locate Entreri, the guild would grant him the resources of their diviners. Where to go? He didn't want to remain on the open street, where a wizard could strike from a long distance, could even, perhaps, levitate high above and rain destructive magic upon him. He searched the buildings, looking for a place to hide, knowing all the while that magical eyes might be upon him. With that rather disturbing thought in mind, Entreri wasn't overly surprised when he slipped quietly into the supposedly empty back room of a darkened warehouse, and a robed figure appeared right before him with a puff of orange smoke, and the door blew closed behind him. Entreri glanced all around, noting the lack of exits in the room, cursing his foul luck in finding this place. Again, when he considered it, it came down to his lack of allies and lack of knowledge with present-day Kalimport. They were waiting for him, wherever he might go. They were ahead of him, watching his every move and, obviously, taking a prepared battlefield right with them. Entreri felt foolish for even coming back to this inhospitable city without first probing, without learning all that he would need to survive. Enough of the doubts and second guesses, he pointedly reminded himself, drawing out his dagger and setting himself low in a crouch, concentrating on the situation at hand. He thought of turning back for the door, but knew without doubt that it would be magically sealed.
"Behold the Merle,"
the wizard said with a laugh, waving his arms out wide, the voluminous sleeves of his robes floating behind his lifting limbs and throwing a rainbow of multicolored lights. A second wave and his arms came forward, hurling a blast of lightning at the assassin. But Entreri was already moving, rolling to the side, out of harm's way. He glanced back, hoping the bolt might have blown through the door, but it was still closed and seemed solid enough.
"Oh, well dodged,"
Merle Pariso congratulated.
"But really, pitiful assassin, do you desire to make this last longer? Why not stand still and be done with it, quickly and mercifully?"
He stopped his taunting and launched into another spellcasting as Entrairy charged in, jeweled dagger flashing. Merle made no move to defend against the attack, just calmly went on with his casting as Entrairy came in hard, stabbing for the mage's face. The dagger stopped as surely as if it had struck a stone wall. Entrairy wasn't really surprised. Any wise wizard would have prepared such a defense. But what amazed him, even as he went flying back, hit by a burst of magical missiles, was Parisot's concentration, his unflinching spellcasting even as the deadly dagger came at his face, unblinking even as the blade flashed right before his eyes. Entrairy staggered to the side, went into another dive and roll, anticipating another attack. But now Merle Parisot, supremely confident, merely laughed at him.
"Where will you run?" the mage taunted. "How many times will you find the energy to dodge?"
Indeed, if he allowed the wizard's taunts to sink in, Entrairy would have found it hard to hold his heart. Many lesser warriors might have simply taken the wizard's advice and surrendered to the seemingly inevitable. But not Entrairy. His lethargy fell away. All the doubts of his life and his purpose flew away at that moment, with his very life on the line. Now he lived completely in the moment, adrenaline pumping, one step at a time, and the first of those steps was to defeat the stone skin, the magical defense that could turn any blade, but only a certain number of blows. Spinning and rolling, the assassin took up a chair and broke free a leg, then rolled about and launched it at the wizard, scoring an ineffective hit. Another burst of magical missiles slammed into him, following him unerringly in his roll and stinging him. He shrugged through it, though, and came up throwing, a second and then a third chair leg, scoring 2 more hits. The fourth followed in rapid succession, and then the base of the chair, a meager missile that would hardly have hurt the wizard even without the magical defense, but one that took yet another layer off the stone skin. He paid for the offensive flurry, though, as Merle Parisot's next lightning bolt caught him hard. The bolt launched him spinning sidelong, his shoulder burned, his hair dancing on end, his heart fluttering. Now, desperate and hurt, the assassin went in hard, dagger slashing. "How many more can you defeat?" he roared, stabbing hard again and again. His answer came in the form of flames, a shroud of dancing fire covering but hardly consuming Merle Parisot. Entrairy noted them too late to stop short his last attack, and the dagger went through, again hitting harmlessly against the stone skin, harmlessly to Parisot, but not to Entrairy, for the newest spell, the flame shield, replicated the intended bite of that dagger back at Entrairy, drawing a deep gash along the already battered man's ribs. With a howl, the assassin fell back, purposely turning himself in line with the door, then dodging deftly as the predictable lightning bolt came after him. The rolling assassin looked back as he came around, pleased to see that this time the wooden door had indeed splintered. He grabbed another chair and threw it at the wizard, turning for the door even as he released it. Merle Parisot's groan stopped him dead and turned him back around, thinking the stone skin expired. But then it was Entrairy's turn to groan. "Oh, clever," he congratulated, realizing the wizard's groan to be no more than a ruse, buying the man time to cast his next spell. The assassin turned back for the door, but hadn't gone a step before he was forced back as a wall of huge flames erupted along that wall, blocking Entrairy's escape. "Well fought, assassin," Merle Parisot said honestly. "I expected as much from Artemis Entrairy. But now, alas, you die." The battle mage drew a wand, pointed it at the floor at his feet, and fired a burning seed. Entrairy fell flat, pulling what remained of his cloak over his head as the seed exploded into a fireball, filling all the room, burning his hair and scorching his lungs, but harming Parisot not at all, the wizard secure within his fiery shield. Entrairy came up dazed, eyes filled with heat and smoke as all the building around him burned, Merle Pariso stood there, laughing wildly. He had to get out. He couldn't possibly defeat the mage, and wouldn't survive for much longer against Pariso's potent magic. He turned for the door, thinking to dive right through the wall of fire, but then a glowing sword appeared in midair before him, slashing hard, and he had to dodge aside and get his dagger up against the blade to turn it. The invisible opponent, Entreri knew it to be Merle Pariso's will acting through the magical duomer, came on hard, forcing him to retreat, and with the sword always staying between him and the door. On his balance now, Entreri was more than a match for the slicing weapon, easily dodging and striking back hard. He knew that no hand guided the blade, that the only way to defeat it was to strike at the sword itself. That posed no great problem for the warrior assassin, until another glowing sword appeared. Entreri had never seen this before, had never even heard of a wizard who could control two such magical creations at the same time. He dived and rolled, and the swords pursued. He tried to dart around them for the doorway, but found that they were too quick. He glanced back at Pariso, to see the wizard, though barely through the growing smoke, still shrouded in defensive flames, tapping his fireball wand against his cheek. And the heat nearly overwhelmed him, and the flames were all about, on the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Wood crackled in protest, beams collapsed. "I will not leave," he heard Merle Pariso say. "I will watch until the life is gone from you, Artemis Entreri." On came the glowing swords, slashing in perfect coordination, and Entreri knew that the wizard almost got what he wanted, the assassin barely avoiding the hits, diving forward, under the blades, coming up in a run for the door. Shielding his face with his arms, he leaped into the fire, thinking to break through the battered door. He hit as solid a barrier as he had ever felt, a magical wall, he knew, and then he was scrambling back out of the flames, into the burning room where two swords were waiting for him. Merle Pariso stood calmly, pointing the dreaded wand. But then to the side of the wizard, a green-gloved, seemingly disembodied hand appeared, sliding out of nowhere, and holding what appeared to be a large egg. Merle Pariso's eyes widened in horror.
"Who?"
he stuttered.
"What?"
The hand tossed the egg to the floor, where it exploded into a huge ball of powdery dust, rolling into the air, then shimmering into a multicolored cloud. Entreri heard music then, even above the roar of the conflagration, many different notes climbing the scale, then dropping low and ending in a long, monotone humming. The glowing swords disappeared, so did the wall of magical flames blocking the door, though the normal fires still burned brightly along door and wall. So did Merle Pariso's defensive fire shield. The wizard cried out and waved his arms frantically, trying to cast another spell. Some magical escape, Entreri realized, for now he was obviously feeling the heat as intensely as was Entreri. The assassin realized that the magical barrier was likely gone as well, and he could have turned and run from the room. But he couldn't tear